Okay, I'm a little late. Well, let me change my shirt real quick because I can't be bothered with this one. Sure. Okay, we so back. Apparently, that's how you should say it. We so back. We're so back. Well, I don't know, actually. Okay, I should just put that there. And I grab this with me, and we're good. Now we can start. Okay, this is not gonna last super long. All right. Welcome everybody. This is gonna be a stream where we're gonna analyze, just take it as it is, the interview of Grisha by History Legends, and we're gonna analyze a little bit, try to read between the lines, and see what it's all about, because it's a weird interview. I think to me, I was really perturbed when I saw it first seeing that it was something that existed, and then looking through it, it was very disturbing. So I am here in my new home. I've not streamed for here yet. It's my first time. Well, I have problems with connections here. That's why I'm not streaming that much. But here I found a way to stream this. I'm using my phone to connect with the internet, so I can have a decent enough connections for discussing with you guys. All my setup is brand new, so if there's any issues with the sound mixing or anything, just hit me up, I'll fix it up. That's not a problem. Alright, let's straight jump into the video. Trying to find it. I don't know why it's not loading. See, my internet is really bad. Like, look how much time YouTube is taking to load. What the fuck? Hello? YouTube? Okay, wait, let me fix that. So don't mind Rust, it's just open so that I don't get raided. Okay. Don't question it. Maybe we'll come back to it if we get raided in the middle of the interview. Never know. But it shouldn't happen. It shouldn't happen. Although I gotta grow some plants. I gotta make sure these are growing. Yeah, everything's fine. Okay. So let's jump straight into the video. I'm sorry guys, I'm opening YouTube. It's just taking a long time. It's just taking a hell of a long time. Okay, there we go. It's opening, but like slow as fuck. Look at this. Picture by picture, man. Okay, let's just jump straight into my history, and we should find it there. There it is. Already the title is like, I want to shoot myself in the head. Already the title is so bullshit, man. It's incredible. Like, oh my god. Okay, wait. I hope the music is not too loud either. I'm trying to make some music recently, so I had a lot of samples and a lot of instrumentals, so I just tuned it in. So hopefully it's not too loud nor too quiet or something. I'm gonna make my mic a little less loud because it seems very loud. Can I also add some filters? Yeah, there's already a filter. I'm gonna add a noise gate. Okay, I added a noise gate to the mic. Tell me if it gets twirly or something. Okay, last thing I need to do is grab this, put it here, and have the manager of the stream on the screen. Okay, then we're good. We can almost start. Well, I got a couple of things to say before starting. A little introduction, I would say, to what I am about this story, because I have a relationship. I knew Grisha before even he made this interview, and actually for a long time. I don't really know him, and I'm glad to, actually. But yeah, I kind of want to make this introduction, so I give you guys the full picture. Okay. So, first of all, How do I know Grisha? I know Grisha because back in the day, more than 2 years ago, when I used to be a big streamer of 44, one of the biggest, basically. I was one of the three biggest in at least in Western countries, not taking the Chinese or Turkish streamers. And back then, I mean, talking biggest streamer, talking about view count, consistency, hours live and stuff, right? Content being put out. I was definitely one of the biggest. And like 2 to 4 years ago, right? And that's where I first encountered him, because he was a new and upcoming player. And my first discussion with him was one day he started literally harassing me on Discord about the fact that he wanted to do a 1v1 with me, which I wasn't like, it wasn't a thing right back then, right, to do 1v1s on Hoi4. That's not what Hoi4 is about, right? But it was very interesting for him, as he was a new and upcoming player and streamer, and I was already established. So having him compete with me would, you know, this kind of way of, you know, progressing by using somebody as a stepping stone is something that is gonna come back in this interview. Okay, so that's how I knew him, and instantly, like, we talked only once, right, on Discord. I was like, okay, you want to make something together? Maybe we can talk on Discord. And it didn't go well, and then we never spoke with each other anymore. I never spoke with him. But here we are today. I encountered this interview of him from one of the channels I had some respect for. I gotta say, History Legends is one of the channels we already put out on this channel, and because he says some interesting stuff sometimes. So, but here I was really deceived by what happened, and I think it's gonna be. Even History Legends himself was very hesitant, I think, about making this interview, and after making it, about putting it out on YouTube. And I think there's two proof of that, and we're gonna start the video and start looking into it. But the first proof for me is that the first thing he's gonna say, and that's something that I never heard him say in any one of his videos. He said, "Yo, I only made this video because you guys asked for it. You guys were overwhelmingly asked for it, so I had to do it." Literally, he's like putting the responsibility of this interview on his viewers a little bit, which is for me very disturbing, very interesting, very disturbing. But let's start the video. I'm gonna grab something to drink, and I'll be right back. I'll start after that, so I'm not missing anything. Alrighty. Okay. So let's continue. No, let's actually start the video, because we didn't even start yet. I'm gonna put it at 3 because it's like too loud. Yeah. I don't know how to sign next this. Let me hear my stream real quick. Sorry guys. Yeah. I don't know how to sign next this. Let me hear my stream real quick. Sorry guys. It's actually good. Yeah, that's fine. It's good. Okay. So what was I talking about? Yeah, the first thing is, like, I was really deceived by History Legends making such an interview with the 17-year-old guy that has nothing to say, right? I knew he had nothing to say before even this interview started, but because I knew him, right? I knew he wasn't anything interesting, really. So I still went through the video and started looking into it. But I think very interesting that the introduction of this video is very telling in the way that he's gonna try and literally try and say, yo, I didn't want to make this video, but I was forced to by my viewers. Literally, he's trying to say it like that. Listen, we're gonna switch the coming up part, because who cares about that, honestly. We're gonna switch that. We're gonna skip that. Man, my connection is so bad. Okay, there it is. That's where he's gonna try to explain himself about making this video. That's the part. That's the part he's blaming it on you guys. Wait a second.
For the bombing itself, it's crazy. I feel like I'm more known in China than I am throughout all my career here.
My friend, some time ago I did a poll on Instagram whether to interview or not Grisha, the famous 17-year-old streamer that played in the Wagner Tower in St. Petersburg and that personally met Yevgeny Prigozhin, the former head of the Wagner PMC.
Okay, so he says himself that his motivations for asking you guys to interview him was only that he visited a PMC center and he took a picture with that leader which died, right? He doesn't have any expertise. He have nothing. He's just a guy. He went there. It's like, yo, this guy went to Disneyland. Let's go interview him. Like it's literally the same thing. So it's not Disneyland. It's a private military company center, but it's the same thing. He didn't achieve anything. He didn't do anything. He just came up to visit that center, and we'll come back to how did he come to be allowed and promoted in that center. But we'll come back to that. But I mean, he doesn't have any expertise. He doesn't have anything interesting to say. He's just a kid that went into a private military center, which is already very questionable. I mean, when you're 17, 16, and you're going into a private military center, which a private military center it's a company which uses people as and blood as, you know, means of production, right? So it's already very disturbing, but let's go.
It wasn't a surprise that an overwhelming number of you voted in favor of it.
So that's the part where he's blaming it on his viewers for making it this interview. And I think, why does he do that? Because he knows himself that he's going to get a lot of backlash for this, I think. And he knows that a lot of smart people that were following him are going to maybe leave him just because of that. So he's trying to justify himself. Yo, look, it's only because you guys asked for this interview that I'm making it. And he's going to say it 2 times, actually.
Interview discussion that we recorded 2 to 3 weeks ago.
Right, and that's the second proof for me that that he had a lot of problems with making anything out of this interview. It's that it happened actually 3 weeks ago, but it took for him 3 weeks to try to make something usable for his channel out of it, right? And that's we're gonna notice that in the whole duration of the interview, because it's gonna be so awkward so many times, so weird, so yeah. So we'll come to it.
Discover his perspective of the war in Ukraine, what the Russian...
So we're gonna have a 17 years old guy from St. Petersburg that's gonna give us his vision of the war. But why his vision of the war is interesting? There's no reason. He's 17. He doesn't have any history, a military education, nothing. He doesn't know. He doesn't know. He's just right. He's just like anybody, right? And it's interesting how he's gonna claim later that he's trying to be the voice for. Oh, wait, guys, I have issue with. Okay, maybe I should turn down Rust. If the stream lags anything, yeah, I think Rust is lagging the stream a little bit. Maybe I should cut Rust. Okay, we'll cut Rust. Okay, I'm gonna cut Rust real quick. If I get raided, I get raided. Fuck it. It's okay. So what I was saying. So yeah, in the beginning of this video, History Legends justify himself of making this interview only because his viewers would have asked him for it, which is already a show of weakness and a show of that he wasn't so sure about. Is it good to make it, or should I make it or not? And second thing, that he only posted this video 3 weeks after he made this interview, showing that it's an interview that he didn't know what to do with it. All right, you feel me? Okay, let's continue.
Youth thinks of the situation and how Grisha decided to play a part in all this.
So he says that it's gonna be interesting to interview him because we're gonna have the view of the youth. But I'm sorry, the youth in France they don't all think like each other, right? So getting that guy's point of view, which doesn't have any military or any kind of education, you know, related to the topic, it's completely random. It's like it's promoting someone and his discourse for no reason. He doesn't have any, you know, expertise in that, nothing, right? But I mean, you can choose to do that. It's your channel. Let's see what's going on.
Are you ready? Let's go.
Yeah, let's go.
Зи, это Z, это победа, это Ви, своих, блядь, не бросаем!
Right, so this is a very good, you know, this is a very good show of what he was known for. He was known for being an entertainer, to being on Twitch, screaming, disguising, and that's what he was known for. That's the only thing he knew how to do pretty well, right? So I'm sorry, but to this day, it still is to me, right? And so I don't know why he's particularly, but we'll continue the rest of the interview. Let's see.
Welcome everyone. Today we have a very special guest, Grisha Putin. I think you all know him. I did a poll a couple weeks ago.
No, I don't think we all know him. Come on, bro.
On my Instagram, and the results were over 90% yes, interview him.
Yeah, once again, it's weird. Why would you ask your viewers about should I interview him or not? If you want to interview someone, you just interview him if you think that's right, you know? But here he had, you know, that's the second time he says it in 2 minutes of video, right? We only went to 3 minutes, but it's the second time he justifies himself saying, yo, I only made this interview because I asked you guys and you guys asked for it, right? That's a way of putting the responsibility of making it, of having the idea of making it to his viewers. And that's already weak of yourself, History Legends. I wouldn't do that if I were you.
So, Grisha, welcome on History Legends.
Hello everyone, I'm really honored to be here because I watch your videos and I think we have same passion for Napoleonic history, so I am also a fan of that. Yeah, I'm glad you reached out and we met.
We have to thank Caleb because it all started because I watched Caleb's video when he went to Russia and then he met you. And that's where it all started. So then we got into contact, and I'm glad. So thank you, Caleb.
Yes.
Well, I'm gonna pause here because why did they get into contact, right? I think once again, when I talked about Grisha at the start, when I used to be a bigger streamer in Hoi 4 than him, and he tried to use me as a stepping stone to get more views by harassing me and asking me to do 1v1s and stuff like that to be appearing on my channel and with me. It's the same thing that they're doing here, right? There's a guy, there's another guy. They both have audiences. They're trying to mix it together, right? It's what's the purpose of this interview for both of these guys? What this interview is about is for History Legends to try and get some more viewers, more audience from maybe people knowing Grisha Putin, and Putin to get Grisha Putin to get more audience also, to get more knowledge, get more known, even though he doesn't provide anything. But let's continue.
Thanks, Britannica.
So everyone, I don't know if you know him, but we'll trace back to where it all started with Grisha and where he's at now in his life. He's 17, everyone. So first of all, how do you handle all this attention as a 17-year-old?
Oh, I'm pretty fine. I just started ignoring school, kind of, for the last 2 to 3 years. It's just so boring, and I decided that I'm gonna make my way through the digital stuff because it's my passion. I love it, and I mean, I found the right way, I think.
Yeah, I think so too.
Maybe.
Well, I'm gonna stop here. So he's claiming, you know, he wants to make his way through the digital stuff. He doesn't like school and stuff. Well, it's all good. That's fine with me. But you know, if you want to make your way into the digital stuff, I think you have to have anything to bring to people. You know, if you have something to bring to people, then you will be maybe able to make your way into the digital stuff. But Grisha had never anything to bring. The only thing he was known for and he has ever done was to be a decent entertainer, and most likely for young Western audiences. That's what he was, right? That's who watched him. That's back in Hoi 4, right? That's what I know. And so it's when you want to make, you know, if you want to proceed, like, you don't want to have to make long studies and stuff. That's all good. If you want to bring something, you know, through the internet to people, and people are gonna say, oh, what you're bringing to me is worth me paying you for you to continue bringing it to me, that's all good, and that's a good vision of that. But what I'm asking is here, what does Grisha think that he can bring to people that people would pay him back for, right? Because that's how the world works, right? If you want to be paid, if you want to have a role in the world, then you need to provide people with something interesting enough, valuable enough that they're gonna think that they should pay you for that. Right? That's how the world works. So it's interesting for him to say that that's what he wants to do, but he doesn't say what's his plan. What is he gonna sell? What is he gonna bring to people? Let's see. Because apart from being an entertainer on Oi4, he didn't do anything, right?
Dream for people to
and as he said himself, he doesn't have any expertise. He never went to school like a long time, so he doesn't have anything particular to bring. So let's listen to him, to what he's planning to bring to make his life. Let's see.
look at this, so I don't want to lose it.
So let's.
So he said, I'm famous now. I don't want to lose it. That's actually very funny.
Go
But
back 2 years
we'll come back
ago
to it.
when you were 15. Military operation starts.
So that's 2 years ago. I used to know him before that, right? And I used to already before 4 years ago, when I first knew him, when he was trying to once again use me as a stepping stone on Hoi4 to get more views, because I was way more known than him at the time. And he was harassing me on Discord. Yeah, well, let's do a 1v1. Let's do 1v1. So he could appear on my channel and stuff like that. It was already very weird. But then that was 4 years ago. Then 2 years later, I was already not talking with him, having no relationship with him. I was already getting out of Hoi4 mostly, and then the military operation happened. So I knew him, and I never was in a beef with him about his political opinions, about because he's supporting Russia, or because that was never a beef with us. We never even talked about that, because he was harassing me for getting on my channel. I was like, yo, what the fuck are you doing? And we just never talked again, right? That's what happened, right? I've never had a discussion with him about his political views. And I would say that, for example, for people knowing me, right, they know I know Denkus, they know I know Grisha, and if I had to say, I'm probably closer to what Grisha thinks than what Denkus thinks. And I'm not in a beef with Denkus, you know, so it's all good. Like, I won't just say that because some people might think that it's because I'm pro-Russian or pro-Ukrainian that I'm going against this. No. It's for common good. I'm gonna say, I think what this interview is really attacking is the common good of all people on Earth, and I'm gonna explain why.
So can you tell us a bit more about February 2022 and how you started everything as a streamer for Hearts of Iron 4?
I mean, as a streamer, I started. It all started with, obviously, I got hosted by a guy called Tommy K. He is now heavily pro-Ukrainian. He donates money for them and stuff like that. But in a way,
well, Tommy K, I wouldn't be proud to have created this, to be honest. I mean, it's to be expected. Tommy K viewers are not like. I mean, okay, let's not talk about that. Let's just continue.
I got to thank him because he was the one who discovered me first. I was very good at a game called Hearts of Iron 4. It's a strategy game about World War II. I was one of the best players there. I even earned some money through tournaments.
I think that's not true. I mean, it's my opinion. I mean, anything can think about it, but I've been playing Hoi4 more than him. I have more hours than him in this game, for sure. And I know that, okay, sure, he was a decent player, but he didn't last for a long time. Like, he never was competing at a high level for a long time. Okay, he went into this Tommy K tournament, which the level was actually lower than some of the games we would play on a regular basis. It's not true. It's not true that he was one of the best. That's not true. He was a good player, but there was many better players and with more knowledge than him. And if he was really in the competitive mindset at the time, he wouldn't have lasted for very long. But what he was really bringing to people was not being very good at the game. And I gotta be honest, he was, although a good entertainer, I mean, to some people, not for me, but to some people, he was really being entertaining, and people were watching him because he was an entertainer. And once again, being hosted by Tommy K is the best thing, because Tommy K is shit at the game also, so but he's a good entertainer, right? So it's the perfect thing, right? That's what I'm saying. Tommy K viewers is what they're looking for. They're looking for entertainment. They're not looking for the best player, right? This is why I'm saying that it was a really good thing for him to be hosted by Tommy K.
The cool thing about me was that I knew how to play well, and I was able to dress up. I'm just gonna show you. For example, if I played as France, I obviously had the gold hat.
Right, so himself, he's saying, yo, I didn't do much. I was good, decent, and I was just putting on disguisements and screaming on screen. I had no expertise, nothing special to bring
Where
to
did you
people.
find all this?
I mean, this one was made in Pakistan. I bought.
And this is where when I knew him at the time, when he was trying to harass me, you know, to trying to get on my channel and do 1v1 and trying to use me as a stepping stone and get exposure from me. Already he was 15 at the time, and already I really felt like, you know, someone is pushing him to do that. And for everything that he's doing here, he has to ask the authorization of his parents, right? Even for this interview here, right? He has to ask the authorization of his parents and his mother, because I don't think he has a dad anymore. His mother is the one, you know, she's the puppet master. I'm just gonna say that. It's what I think, but she's the puppet master, because imagine yourself, just imagine yourself 2 seconds. You live in a country, Russia, where in some parts of the country the average salary is lower than in China. It's very low, right? But you have to, so you're a mother. You just lost your husband, and you're taking care of a child alone, maybe multiple childs, I don't know, but at least one. And well, you're working every day hard, but it's not enough. You're not making enough money. But then you see this kid that you have that is just going on a computer, making a stream and making way more money that you could make in a month in a single day, just because he's speaking to Western audiences which support him, and because those guys, you know, have way more money than, you know, it's the syndrome of the Brazilian girl who's 12 years old but makes, you know, makeup videos and makes way more money than their parents, and so their parents just use their girl, you know, as a way to make money, right? And that's my theory. I have no proof of this, but I know that's for everything that he's doing. For example, we'll come to it later, but he has to ask the authorization of his parents. And so the one really driving this kid from the start, from before even he got into Wagner and anything, when he only started streaming, I think, was always his mother pushing him. And I think that came after the loss of his dad, because apparently he doesn't have his dad anymore. And right, so we can understand the circumstances that could push someone to become what he's gonna become. Okay. I hope everybody understands that. I hope, I don't know, nobody's talking in the chat, but you guys participate in the chat if you have questions, objections, if you think I'm wrong, let's argue this. I'll be really happy to do so, but let's continue the video. So here he's presenting what he was good for in Hoi4. Yeah, he was a good entertainer, a decent player, but mostly a good entertainer. That's what he was really bringing to people.
eBay.
Okay.
I mean, good entertainer, depending on your taste, of course.
Flags for countries and uniforms, so it's my passion. I would say I'm a LARPer in that sense, and well, people liked me, and I started everything on English.
What's funny is LARPer doesn't really mean anything, I don't think. I mean, you could say I'm a history buff, maybe. Okay. I like to disguise. Okay. Because that's what he did. He disguised as people he were playing, and okay, he maybe likes his story, even though he doesn't really have to know it to disguise as anybody of them.
Despite
LARP, I don't like that word.
Simply because
It's not precise enough.
there was not really an audience on the Russian market for this, so why
So
not?
yeah, he streamed in English because right, there wasn't a Russian market, he says. Well, I don't know too much about that. Maybe there was, maybe there wasn't. But once again, him streaming to a Western audience was way more profitable, right? It would become way more profitable in the long term, right? If he ever get more views and stuff like that. And we gotta be honest, even though I think there was a market for Russian Hoi4 streaming, because there's still to this day guys that do that, I think the Western audience was bigger, right? And it was more, it would be more profitable in the long term, more opportunities, so.
Of course. Do you have a German Stahlhelm? Do you have a German? Oh,
That's the kind of shitty questions we're gonna have all along this interview. Do you have a Shalham? What do we care? He bought it from a fucking Chinese factory, you know, and imported it. What do we care about it?
Not only
About what he
that,
has.
Pickelhaube.
Oh yeah, Stahlhelm I know. It's I
Oh,
have a German. German MP40.
okay, starting.
I have a Mauser C96. I store my money in a
So, okay, he's showing us a lot of guns and stuff. It's all good, but I mean,
German grenade.
who cares, right? Who cares? That's not
Oh.
interesting
I
to me, at least. And all of that is like,
These are all
those are replicas from fucking Pakistan, like,
Pakistan.
let's be honest.
Props from Pakistan.
Or China or stuff. Like it's this shit doesn't have any value. Anybody can go and buy this stuff. Like having it is not something like that should be looked up for. Anybody can go and buy fucking plastic from Afghanistan. It's nothing. Okay, let's continue. But I just want to say this whole part of this interview is so interesting. It's like, what did you buy on eBay the last 2 weeks? What the fuck?
Okay.
And I think History Legends, we can see in his reaction, he realized it himself that, he says himself, yo, you bought that from Pakistan. This has no historical value. This is just.
So yeah, I've got
Who
quite a
cares?
collection of
Yeah.
kind of collection.
And no, anybody that wants to portray himself as a history buff can go on eBay, buy a couple of these things for $10, and yeah, look, I'm a huge history buff. Look, I have these. But did you study history at all? No. You just bought stuff. That's. If you're a real history buff, you have to study. You need to learn, trying to learn from it. And obviously, he didn't do that since he said that he wasn't going to school anymore.
For World War II. And that's my passion.
Even though going to school is not the only way you could learn history, right? Let's be clear about that. It's
And,
probably definitely not the best way either.
So you became very good at Hearts of Iron 4, and you became very famous when you started playing the Ukraine War on a mod in that game, right?
So they say he was becoming famous for being very good at the game. I think that's not right. What he was becoming very famous for is more being an entertainer and having a very particular personality, right? Because there was better players than him which have been streaming for longer but didn't get the success as he did, just like me, right? I didn't want to be like him on stream or do anything that he was doing, but I was a very good player though, and I was recognized for that for a long time, right? So the real reason he blew up on Hoi4, I want to make that clear, because here History Legends is trying to make it like, oh, it's because he was very good, he was talented, he was smart. No, that's not the real thing. He was more of an entertainer, someone ready to do anything to blow up. That's what he really was. That's why he was harassing me when I had a bigger channel than him at the time 4 years ago. That's why he was trying to harass me to get me as a stepping stone, right? To try and get a 1v1 so he could appear on my channel and try to, get exposure out of me. He was very determined as getting as much exposure as he can, and once he was streaming, he was being really, entertaining to some people. I mean, it was entertaining me, but the kind of people that are interested by people that I put, who likes to disguise themselves. It's kids. You have kids. When you have kids, they won't ask you to buy fucking disguisement for a princess or a fucking monster or anything, right? So he was disguising. So I don't know who you think which kind of people that was really interesting to, but I think it wasn't providing anything very particular. But I mean, it's his choice, and actually it worked for him. So why would I can criticize, but it definitely worked for him. Even though that's not what I would like to do.
I was relatively famous because before that.
Right. So see, when History Legends tried to gives us an image of why he was famous for, see what he's doing is like just disguising as like Soviets thing. 212 out of 250 for Philippe Pétain, what he's gonna disguise as Pétain. And see, it's just a guy that's trying to get money and put disguisements on, scream. It's nothing particular, right? It's not. And I mean, it's good. People love that, and that's good. But he wasn't bringing anything very particular, but entertainment. He wasn't super good. He wasn't very interesting.
I got boot up my stream. I went live. People started joining. I started broadcasting Russian news because I mean, we have different sort of news flow.
So he's talking about now we're talking after the start of the military operation. So he says that the day of the military operation he started streaming and broadcasting Russian news.
After that, obviously, like around half of my following turned back on me because.
Okay, that's stupid. What he's saying here is stupid. So he says, "Yo, the day of the military operation, I started streaming Russian news." and half of my audience started hating me because of that. No, you're a kid and you probably don't understand why they're starting hating you, because if like for example, tomorrow I'm gonna broadcast, Afghanistan news, and then I can criticize them. People are not gonna, if I don't buy everything that's said in the news, or if because broadcasting news, you can broadcast them to criticize them, or you can broadcast them to support them. You can do anything with it. So saying that it's only because he broadcasted the news that he was getting hate on, no, that's not true. It's because you had the particular treatment towards those news, which drove some people to do that, right? Let's put the things clearly. It's not oh, he's broadcasting Russian news. Let's hate on him. Stupid.
He told me I'm fascist, Russist, stuff like that. Pro-Ukrainians started telling me that I should change my nickname from Grisha Putin to Grisha Zelensky to show solidarity with Ukraine.
And what he's saying here is that everybody that is not agreeing with him or like started leaving his stream and stuff, they're pro-Ukrainians. They're pro-Ukrainians. No. There's other kind of people, and that's the kind of I am, and I'm gonna explain my point of view throughout this video. But I used to not follow him before that. I never knew he even streamed Russian news and stuff. I to be honest, once again, my relationship with this guy happened 4 years ago, right? I talked to him 4 years ago when I was a streamer on Hoi4, and he was trying to use me as a stepping stone to get more viewers, right? That's when I knew him, and since then, I've not known about him. I've not talked to him. I've not even searched about him. Nothing. And then I found this video on my YouTube feed, right? That's all that happened, right? So, right, let's continue.
What the fuck are you yapping about? And after
so what he's saying is like, okay, I broadcasted Russian news and people starting hate me on it. No, it's because you had a particular opinion towards those news which people didn't agree with, and that's their right. And in this case, it's like, instead of saying, oh, those were my viewers, maybe I should listen to what they gotta say about my treatment of those news. No, he's like, what are they yapping about? The pro-Ukrainians, they're shit, right? No, but maybe listen to what they have to say. But whatever. And definitely amongst them, surely there was pro-Ukrainians. Surely there was people like we know today that are supporting this war by any means and sending weapons and supporting sending weapons and stuff like that, which I don't agree with, right? So on that point, I'm pretty close to what Grisha Putin is advocating for. But I mean, he's not advocating for the right reasons, and it's probably not his own opinion that he made. But once again, I'm not pro-Ukrainian. I'm not like that. And there's many other people that could think that what you're doing is wrong. But let's continue.
It's my kind of mission to show people from other countries how it is in Russia from the first-hand source.
So. He says, though, I thought it would becoming my mission to show what's going on in Russia from first-hand source. Yeah, but your source is biased. Everyone's biased. So, I mean, you can try and show people what's going on in Russia, sure. But claiming that you're gonna be able to give everyone a full picture of what's going on in Russia is just wrong. It's just false. It's just claiming that is just lying to yourself and to your audience.
Up to this day.
Because you know yourself, in your country, most 17-year-old kids don't think the same way. I mean, hopefully.
And what about that game that went famous? That Z. When was that recorded?
That was summer 2022. I think.
Okay.
I mean. Yeah, it's so strange right now. I mean,
it's so strange. I'm gonna say what's strange and what's really disgusting about this story, because this happened in summer 2020. So, I mean, anybody can do anything, and you guys give as much respect as you want to anybody. But this guy, when I said 4 years ago, when he's trying to harass me to try and get me as a stepping stone to try and get more viewers, I literally said that right away at the first discussion I had with him, and never talked with him again. And that's my opinion since then of him. But look what he's doing here. So there's a war, right? And after that, anybody thinks he's not killing Ukrainians, he's not killing Russians, but he's using the war as a background to try and get more attention. That's what he's doing. He's streaming a mod with Russian and stuff. It's using the war as catalyzer of getting more people on his stream and to try and get interested about what he was doing. But he wasn't doing anything that bring anything to people. He was just streaming a mod of Hoi 4, which is not worth anything, and screaming ZZ or I don't know what, being an entertainer. That's all he was. But he used the war as a subject of for to be entertaining to people that wouldn't be dying to this war, right? Because the people that would die to this war, the people that are dying, the people that have died, and the people that will come to die, I swear, if they look at this stream, they would be disgusted. They would be puking. They'll be like, yo, we are dying for real and you're playing that, it's a video game? People died for this, right? So after that, anybody can have his own opinion about what are you ready to do to be successful in your life. But that's something that I personally wouldn't do, right? There's a war. Sure, I'm not gonna use this war as a stepping stone to promote myself, right? Unless I do it in a way that satisfies me because I'm trying to stop the war or something like that. But here, he wasn't doing that. He was just using the war and be like, and play the Russian, ZZZ. It's for, low quality entertainment, I would say. Let's continue.
Years have passed since the
I
start
know,
of social
I
media
know, I
operation,
know.
and I had I had evolved so much from the guy who just played games to then guy who played games about military conflicts playing IRL to a guy who is helping soldiers of that conflict in real time.
So once again, what I was saying soldiers all the time. So what was he bringing to his audience? He was bringing entertainment to his audience. And what could he bring to anybody? If a sponsor, for example, he could bring an audience, selling an audience. That's what all TV channels do, right? They sell audiences to sponsors, to advertisers. That's how media works, okay? You have an audience and you can sell it to people that would like to, get their attention, change their opinion on something, right? And so the only thing Grisha Putin really did in his life until like the war was being an entertainer of, to my opinion, a low quality entertainer, because he wasn't doing something really particular. He was just screaming and disguising on stream, which isn't something that anybody can do. Right, so he did that, and what that bring to him was an audience, mostly a Western audience, which is gonna come into play later in the video. So he all he had to offer, he had no expertise, no knowledge, nothing. All he had was an audience to sell, right? Let's continue.
And so how did you go from streaming Hearts of Iron 4 to Wagner?
Oh,
Prigozhin?
Well, with what I just said, you already know the answer, but let's continue.
There was a moment in which I kind of fell out for around 6 months. This was in late 2022. I was not invited to any games with anyone because like everyone thought
I'm gonna pause it here. That's completely untrue. This guy was invited everywhere in Hoi 4, and he was even Bo Cohen invited him in his games. So which means like he was invited everywhere. And I'm gonna explain myself why. Because at the time it was only the start of the military operation, and he was just a kid being an entertainer. And what pushed him, for example, what pushed Bo Cohen to get him into his streams, what pushed Dankus and everyone, even Tommy K, every biggest streamer on Hoi 4 got him into his stream and kept talking about him and stuff like that. So he wasn't at all being blacklisted or put in the corner. That's completely untrue. What he's saying here is completely untrue. Because why? Because what? Not because these people agreed with them. No, Dankus and Tomika are pro-Ukrainians, but the real matter is it's for these people, for Tommy K, for Boko and for Dankus. Grisha Putin was an entertainer. Once again, that's what I'm saying. He didn't bring anything particular, but he was an entertainer. And so having him onto their stream could bring them a new audience and expand their audience, right? That's the real reason. So it's completely lying. He's completely lying when he's saying, yo, I was blacklisted from everywhere for being pro-Russian. No, that's not true. That's not true. You were literally invited everywhere as a pro-Russian, maybe. I don't know. Maybe probably because of that. But you were not blacklisted anywhere. Not at all. You could play anywhere in Hoi 4, and that's completely untrue. So, but he's trying to lie in the story, being like, oh, I couldn't play anymore. I couldn't play, so I had to find another solution, right? And that's first untrue, but why does he try to say that? Let's listen. Because maybe he's not going to assume what he's going to do next, so he's going to try to find a reason for doing it, which he says, I'll get blacklisted from everywhere, which is not true, but let's continue.
Pro-Russian, stuff like that. And I struggled. I didn't understand where should my place be. Do I try to go back to gaming or I find something new? And I thought, why? I mean, I'm a good gamer. Why not combine it with the current political situation? And it was start of 2023 when the PMC Wagner Center.
I'm a good gamer and try to combine that with the current political situation. Oh, no, you it's being a gamer wasn't wasn't a thing. He was an entertainer. He was how do we call that? An influencer. That's what he was, right? Because he was an influencer. He was an influencer for mostly a Western audience, small and young Western audience. But that's the only thing he had at that point, right? And he claims that so let's listen to it again. Wait, I'm sorry. I'm just
with the current political situation and
like he's gonna combine the fact that he's an influencer and the current military situation. It's not the fact that he's a gamer and the military situation. No, because being a gamer, anybody is a gamer, and he wasn't a particularly good gamer. He claims here that he's too strong for being a good gamer and having a military political situation that was propice to make change, right? But the fact of the matter is he was decent at the game, but he wasn't never looked as one of the best at all. At least maybe from low tier viewers, but from one of people that has been in a competitive community at the time and knows all the best people, he wasn't looked at one of the best players. He was just a kid up and coming, and he didn't last very long in the competitive community. Not like other people have been lasting for years and years today, and they have been here before and when I came in the game, and they are still here now. So right, he wasn't something like being a good player in football, for example, when you have to be very good but also consistent in the long term, right? So he wasn't a very good gamer. He was a good entertainer. That's all what he was. And so when he claims here that he was a good gamer and there was a particular situation, no, that's not true. He was an influencer with a Western audience and there was a particular military situation. That's the two advantages he had. Let's bring it back. Sorry.
He's pro-Russian, stuff like that.
So here he's trying to justify himself by the way that he was blacklisted, which is not true.
I didn't understand where should my place be. Do I try to go back to gaming or I find something new? And I thought, why? I mean, I'm a good gamer. Why not combine it with the current political situation?
No, you were maybe a good gamer if you say so, but what you really had from other people was that you were an influencer. That's the difference. Not a good gamer, an influencer. Let's continue.
And it was start of 2023 when the PMC Wagner Center opened in St. Petersburg. It was like a couple of weeks after its opening. I just came to the reception desk. I told them...
Look at the reaction of History Legends when Grisha Putin is going to explain precisely how did he come to go into the center. Because his explanation is completely weird. But look at the reaction of History Legends.
It was like a couple of weeks after its opening. I just came to the reception desk.
See? First, he laughs because it makes him really laugh that a 15-year-old kid would just come into a private military center and just come to the reception desk just like that. He's minor. I just come alone, right? I just come here. And look, even History Legends laughs and closes his eyes because it's like, what the fuck is he talking about?
Told them.
So he came to the reception desk, and what did he say at the reception desk? Listen, that's the biggest diamond. Like, listen.
May I please see the head of PR department or something?
So 15-year-old, he went into a private military center. He went to the reception desk and asked, "Yo, can I see the boss? Can I see the boss of public relations?" That's not how it works, man. That's not how it works. Come on, who's gonna buy that story? Who's gonna buy that story? Come on. I don't know how it really happened. Maybe he went there on his own, but it definitely didn't happen like he's gonna say. He's gonna say that, oh, I went in there, I asked for the boss and stuff, and they make a little check and then they bring the boss. Like, shut up, that's just not how it happens.
Like that.
You were nobody for them. And you still are nobody for them, probably.
got to me. We sat down.
I mean, yeah, no, they're using you, definitely. But let's bring it back and listen. I'm talking too much here.
I just came to the reception desk. I told them, may I please see the
boss?
head of PR department or something like that. She got to me, we sat down, I told her I'm a patriotic YouTuber, I do stuff like this. Could I please stream here?
He's a patriotic YouTuber, but that's real weird, you know, for him to say that I'm a patriotic YouTuber. You're talking to a private military company. A private military company doesn't have to do anything with the state. I mean, yeah, of course it's in relation to the state, but it's a private military company. It's not public. It's not the state. So if you want to go into the army or an army center and say, oh, I'm a patriot, yeah, then it counts. But saying Wagner that is very stupid, because we know even from history that Wagner actually went against the state. So if you're a patriot, you're attached to the state. So if you're a patriot, you don't go to a private military army, which actually is gonna try to rebel against the state at some point. We'll come back to that, and we'll come back to that story, because he's gonna talk about that in the interview, even though he's not gonna say nothing interesting about that. I'm gonna bring in the interesting stuff, but it shows how little knowledge and how little understanding of the world he has. It's like going to I don't know. It's right. Private military company is it's the private sector. Being a patriot is for the public sector. So going into a private sector company and say, oh, I'm all about, it's like, no, it doesn't work. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Right? Let's continue. But I mean, he says that because Wagner was in Ukraine, but Wagner was having a contract. They were winning money. They were doing that for money as a company, like any company would do. They had a contract. They weren't doing that because they were patriotic. They were not doing that for free. They were doing that. They were being paid by the state to fight in Ukraine when they were asked to do so. They weren't doing that because they were no. That's completely different. All right, let's continue.
They told me, sure, they ran a security check on me, and like 1 month in, I was there. So
he says, he went at the desk and asked for the boss. They made a little security check. Let's just say that's not a security check. I mean, look at this guy. He barely weighs fucking 40 pounds. So it's more like they made a personality check. What can we do with this kid? Right? That's, you know, he proposes his services. So literally going at the desk and being like, oh, I want to ask for the PR manager. That's not what happened. He's like, and what he really did is, I'm an influencer. I have a Western audience. I can sell it to you. Are you guys interested? That's the real thing, right? That's what really happened, because he's trying to portray as, I was such a strong and independent man. I went into this private military center at the desk and I asked for the boss. No, shut up. That's not how it would happen. You had an audience to sell. They were interested by the audience. You had a lot of exposure to get from them. And so you guys made a deal. That's all what happened, right?
Playing, and it went viral, very viral. I mean,
and so he went in there, so then he was invited there and played. So here already the title is like the most motherfucking bullshit I've ever heard. The Russian teenage streamer that infiltrated PMC Wagner, he's collaborating with them. He's one of their collaborators. He's a spokesperson of PMC Wagner. He didn't infiltrate them. He joined them. Come on. What the fuck are you talking about, History Legends? Like, this title of the video is so lying, so misleading already, that that's one of the reasons also I hate on History Legends for doing this. This title is so misleading. This guy literally had something to sell to Wagner. Wagner had something to get out of him, and they could provide him with something, and that's what happened. That's all that happened. Listen, stop being stupid. He didn't infiltrate anything. He wasn't taking any risks. He was doing that for himself, for his own career. Let's continue.
Thought that there is going to be like newspaper articles about me playing Hearts of Iron. So
now he says, oh, I never knew there would be newspapers articles about me playing Hearts of Iron 4 in the Wagner Center. But Wagner, who's founded Wagner? Who's the head of Wagner? It's a billionaire. Who owns medias and can make articles about whatever they want if they want? Billionaires too. So if you get invited in there in a grand scheme to try and, because what does Wagner look out from you? They look to have first, you a young boy, and they look to recruit people. So you are a very good spokesperson for them. And if you can make and give people that are in your audience a good image of Wagner, then it's very valuable for them, and that's what they're looking for through you, right? So, where was I? I'm sorry, I'm talking too much here. But yeah, that's what they were looking for, right? What does Wagner was looking for when they invited Grisha Putin into their tower to go play? They just wanted someone which could influence some people there that they struggle to influence, right? Give them a good image of the private military, especially young people, right? Because he was 16 at the time, so and already I find that very disturbing that his mom accepted to get him into a private military center and go promote their activities while he's 16 because she lost her husband and she needs money now, so she's down to do anything, right? It's very perturbating. All I'm saying, for me, he's a 16 years old that's gonna go promote the activities of a private military company. You got to remember, guys, a private military company, the means of production of a private military company is people's blood. Okay. So it's very, to me at least, it's very perturbating that and once again, everything he's doing here is being allowed by his mother. Legally, he has to do it. Each interview, everything he does has to be allowed by his mother. And we can come back to even the German interview. Even the interviewers of the German TV channel decided we had to have his mother, right? So his mother's behind everything. So, and for him to be young and not realize what he's being used as by the PMC Wagner to promote well, armed action, violence, and stuff like that, it's to me it's very perturbating, and it's if I was his mother, I would never have let him do that, right? But I guess they were in a difficult situation. Once again, you have to realize that her mother, she could never make as much money as her 17-year-old son could make on the internet, because he was reaching a Western audience which could provide him with way more money than her mother could win in a month, right? So let's continue.
And it went viral, very viral. I mean,
so
I will have never...
he says, yo, I went to there and I played and it went viral. But what did you do? Like, why did it go viral? It only went viral because people made it go viral, right? You said, oh, I had newspaper articles about me. Yeah, but why? Did you do anything interesting in there? No, you didn't do anything. They were just advertising the fact that you went in there so that it would fit with their goal, because their goal was to use you as to reach a new audience and stuff. So and use you as a spokesperson. So of course they didn't get you to go play in there, and they didn't say nothing about anybody. No, they tried to make as much noise about it that they could, because it would be beneficial for them as for you, because it would bring you, and it would set you in stone as one of the biggest influencers and the most influential influencers, because you would be invited in such a center. And for them, well, it brings them a whole new audience which they can manipulate with the confidence that they have in you. They can manipulate and do and do what they want with them through the confidence that they have in following you for years. Right, let's continue.
Never thought that there is going to be like newspaper articles about me playing Hearts of Iron 4.
Once again, who owns Wagner? Who finances Wagner? Those are very rich people. They own the medias too. They can make newspaper articles. That's not a problem. And that's what they were going for from the start when they got you in there. They were trying to make noise about it.
You gotta admit, it's pretty unique. So you played in the Wagner headquarters.
I wouldn't exactly say it's Wagner headquarters. It's PMC Wagner Center, because headquarters of Wagner are in a different place.
Yeah.
But
I probably think that he's probably not the only one to have done that, right? To have been invited in there, to promote activities. I'm sure Wagner has done that with many other influencers. That's the only one I know, but probably that they did that with many more people, right? They invited them so they could promote them. And for someone that's streaming, for someone like Grisha Putin at the time, he didn't, it was very interesting for him to have an established institution like Wagner to promote him. It's a huge boom. Oh, I get so much more importance, right? So that's what Grisha got from that, and he, of course, Wagner got the audience that he had to bring in. But
okay,
yeah, well, PMC Wagner Center as it is.
So how often did you go to that place? Like every day or every now and then?
Every now and then, really, I only made around 6 to 7 streams there. I played
Okay,
even Arma free. Like I could have done anything I wanted, but I stuck to my theme. I actually played. It was. I mean, it was bizarre. I mean, I'm inviting people from like NATO countries to play as NATO countries in Hoi 4, while I'm in PMC Wagner Center playing as Russia, and this is what?
Yeah.
Well, I just rolled with it because well, life gives you a chance. Go to the fullest.
Wait, I gotta play that again. I'm sorry.
The thing,
I was thinking about something
Arma
else. Sorry,
3,
guys.
that is-
So he says, yeah, he went in
Really,
there, he
I
played
only
Arma
made
3 and
around
stuff like that.
6 to 7 streams there. I played
Okay.
even Arma free. Like
We don't care.
I could have.
So
done
yeah, he's saying he didn't do anything particular in there that deserved him to have
I wanted,
media
but I
attention or
stuck to my
newspaper
theme.
articles about him. He just went and played video
Actually
games just like
played,
anybody does in
it
their
was-
regular life.
I
Like
mean, it was bizarre. I mean,
the only thing that happened is that he was in the center, and so he's, you know, it's the association of his name and the Wagner Military Center that is the interesting thing to the media, because there's
inviting
nothing else.
people from like NATO countries to play as NATO countries in Hoi 4, while I'm in PMC Wagner Center playing as Russia, and this is what?
Yeah.
Well, I just rolled with it because well, life gives you a chance. Go to the fullest, and
Yeah, if I mean, yeah, God gives you a chance, go to the fullest. I'm sorry, but it depends on what the chance is, right? If you have the chance to be the promoter of a private military company that's gonna bloodshed all around the world, I'm not sure that's the right opportunity to take. Maybe you should wait for the next one, but
the thing that has been defining my success is that I always say yes to opportunity. I cling on to that opportunity. That's
so what is he saying here? Like, see, it's so weird what he's saying. He said, "I'm linked onto the opportunity." What was the opportunity? So I'm gonna say it because he's not saying it. He had an audience to sell to a sponsor, and he didn't choose any sponsor. This already, I don't really like the streamers and the entertainers that are all like, "Oh, look, VPN, it's so great. You should all have one." But this guy is doing 10 times worse. He's doing that for a private military company, which is probably the worst sponsor you could ever have. I mean, it's just obvious, right? So, right? So when he says, "Yo, you gotta take that opportunity," he's kind of justifying himself because he knows that. I mean, if you have to promote anything, maybe the private military company should be the last thing, maybe. You know, you of course we see Wagner as something very particular stuff, but it's just another private military company like all other private military companies, like there's in the USA and France, stuff like that. You know, it's not something that is made for common good, guys. That is not, right? Private military companies are used by states to wage wars they don't assume or they don't want to be involved directly in, right? It's and to hide that to their own population, most likely. It's and to, I mean, just a private military company in itself is probably the worst sponsor you could have, right? Just continue. Maybe if you sign a contract directly with Satan in hell, maybe that's worse. But
that's why I succeeded. I'd say as much as I did.
And
succeeded into
that,
what? Succeeded to what?
PMC's,
What did you succeed
center, how did you end up meeting Prigozhin?
It's actually not about PMC Wagner Center itself, but rather there was a bar that was hosting lectures by famous people of the war, and there was one evening with a military correspondent, Vladlen Tatarsky, on which I came to with my mother. It was on 2nd of April, and a terrorist bombing occurred on that day.
So you were there in that place?
I was very lucky to leave 30 minutes before the bombing itself, but my mother was there. Everything is fine with her. So all of this happened. Then 2 days passed. Prigozhin visits the place of the bombing. And well, I came there with my mother to kind of support her. And this is how I got This. Oh,
I'll show
This
it on
photo?
screen. I'll show it on screen.
yeah,
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah,
Oh,
sure.
okay.
Hey, listen to his. Yeah, sure. Oh man, it's like the devil's voice. Listen.
Oh,
I'll show
This
it on
photo?
screen. I'll show it on screen.
yeah,
Yeah.
sure.
Okay. So
Yeah,
how did it
I-
feel like to meet him?
It's. I mean, he's a character that has defined history that.
So he asks him. It's crazy. Like the media, he's been trained to perform this because it's really like historians ask him, "Well, how did you come to know him?" Right? It's an interesting question. But Grisha Putin comes and goes into other stuff. He starts saying that, actually, he's a great person. First of all, he's gonna start by praising him, right? Which we didn't ask about your opinion. We asked, how did you come to meet him?
His role is immense.
His role is immense.
He was very chill, respectful. It's not like I.
We didn't ask on how he is, even though like he's claiming to know how he is, even though he's gonna say later that he only shook his hand. But
Or anything. I just.
we asked you, how did you come to meet
I
him?
made a handshake with him and.
Yeah, see, that's what he says. I don't know him. I just made a handshake.
The thing is, I made a photo with him on my birthday, and because of that, the PMC Wagner Center staff, because I kind of missed on my birthday, they made me a PMC Wagner cake that I ate in the PMC Wagner Center. I'll send you a picture. Well, yeah, it was a wild ride.
What do you think of the PMC and
Man, the cake is a lie, man. This kid is get baited by a cake. He got baited into a private military center to buy a fucking cake. The fucking cake was a lie the whole time. Oh my god.
general? So their military actions and the relationship with the Russian government.
I'd say PMC Wagner is very unique and a very effective structure. It's obviously
So,
something
first-
that Russia needs.
He was asked on how did he come to meet Prigozhin. He didn't answer the question and he just started praising Prigozhin for everything he did. And now, second question is, what do you think of Wagner? Guess the answer, guys.
An organization that is very unique. It was a wild ride.
Let's bring it back.
I made a handshake with him and
Right, so how did you come to meet him? He doesn't explain it, but whatever.
proceeded. The thing is, I made a photo with him on my birthday, and
Starts
because
talking
of
about the
that,
cake.
The
Oh, okay.
PMC Wagner Center staff, because I kind of missed on my birthday.
I missed on my birthday. That doesn't even mean anything. What he's saying is not even English, but whatever.
they
Just
made
continue.
me a
Like
PMC
if you really listen to this passage, it doesn't mean anything.
Wagner cake.
And the question is, how you come to meet him? And he's talking about a fucking cake for his birthday.
Well,
The fuck?
yeah, it was a
That
wild
he's
ride.
missed? I don't get it. Didn't miss you wearing
What
the I don't.
do you think of the PMC?
So what do you think of the PMC?
in general?
What do you think of the PMC you sold the audience to, and which bring you so much popularity and exposure that nowadays you don't make 300 euros a month, but more like 3,000? And right, which what did you think of the private military company that allowed you to multiply your income by 10 times? Listen.
So their military actions and the relationship with the
About the income, we'll come to it later because he claims himself the values that I'm getting for income, the 10 times increase from before before he started collaborating with Wagner and after, it's 10 times more, right? He started making 10 times more money, but he claims it himself later in the interview. I'm just giving the numbers right now because he says that only later.
government.
So what do you think of that private military company that allowed you to multiply your income by 10? Tell us.
I'd say PMC Wagner is very unique and a very effective structure. It's obviously
Very unique. And how is it unique compared to other private military companies? It's exactly the same, but whatever, continue.
something that Russia needs.
It's needed,
an organization that is that's capable of being on multiple continents, doing stuff in Russia's interests. And Prigozhin was just the guy to organize all of this. And I mean, they got Bakhmut. They did they took a role on themselves and they completed it. Whatever methods they used, they got the job done, and that's.
So it's funny how the only thing he's praising Wagner for as a fact is taking Bakhmut, but yo, it's one city. How many cities have been taken? It's not even it's probably not even 0.5% of the entire land taken. So they've taken the most smallest part ever, and you're like, and they didn't do that at the they were paid for that. They were asked and paid for that. So they're a private military company. So if they're a company, you need to pay them if you want them to do something. So they were paid for that, and he's like, oh man, it's so great. What? It's incredible to even say that. It's a private military company like any other. It doesn't have any difference. Okay, it was paid to take Bakhmut. It actually took it. It took quite a while actually. It wasn't so fast or so brilliant. And he's like praising them. Yo, they took on themselves. No, they didn't took on themselves. The company, because we're talking about the company, they went and recruited people in prisons to go throw as fucking meat shields so that they could take the city and get money out of it. That's what a private military company activity does, right? I'm sorry to say, guys, that's what happens. They use blood as means of production and means to get the money, you know. So, okay. All right, let's continue.
So in a way, without them, the war in Ukraine would not have been the same without their participation.
Most definitely would not be the same.
Like this, he has no clue. So once again, the only city that they ever took was Bakhmut. So what if it would have been done another way? This guy has no knowledge of military operation, and we will come to see that later. But he is nobody to come and say. Who is he to come and say that if Wagner didn't take Bakhmut, the war would have been different? If it would have been, if instead of charging a private military company to do that, Russia would have enough soldiers and they could have put soldiers. To my opinion, I'm gonna give you my opinion. Then you guys could challenge it in the chat if you guys have other news. But my opinion is that at the time where Russia had to use Wagner, you have to know that Russia had before the war they have a professional army, which means that they pay everybody, and so they can't grow it as strong as they want in a peacetime, right? Because it costs more and more and more, and more people you recruit, you have to pay them every month. It's impossible, right? So you can't maintain a professional army as big as you would like to. And when you're gonna start the conflict, you're gonna be lacking. You're gonna have very good soldiers, a good amount of them. I think Russia had about 200,000 to 300,000 professional soldiers in February 2022. But then you're gonna have to, make a recruitment process, right? And private military companies could help you to bridge the gap in between that moment where you have that professional army ready to go, and then when you need to grow that professional army to a bigger number, then it allows you to make recruitments, train these people, and in the meantime use the private military army and pay them to do the job that later you will ask the state to do. And if you think I'm wrong, I challenge anybody to challenge me, because that's literally what happened, right, in the field, right? After Russia completed their mobilization, they disallowed every private military army to be in Ukraine, and only the army is there now because of multiple reasons, and especially organization, because it's much easier to organize when you're all under the same structure or same command than when you have multiple commands. It's not viable at all. So once again, when he claims to be a patriot, but he's only defending that private military army, he doesn't realize that actually he's doing the exact opposite. Let's continue.
I probably to the worse, if not for them, I would say so.
Okay. And what, from your perspective, what was the relationship between the supposed problems between Wagner and the government?
So that's where we come to very interesting things. So he claims to be a patriot and everything, but then he's supporting a private military company, which is a private entity against a public entity. And so so during the war, we all knew that there has been a beef in between those two entities. And so he's being asked what happened. And for him, it's very hard to answer that question, because he's literally the spokesperson of Wagner at this point, right? They brought him to where he is right now, so he's entirely, he has to do whatever. He can't say nothing wrong about them. So, but also he can't much say. He can't trash talk the government. So it's gonna be really hard to answer that question. So History Legends comes to say, okay, what's the beef between, because Grisha Putin, maybe he knows, maybe he doesn't know, but we'll see. So History Legends ask him, what was the beef? What happened actually between Wagner and the Russian army?
Was it real? What was it about?
What was it about? It's a precise question, but listen to the answer. He already, we can see all the distress on answering this question that he has.
Obviously, there was tensions between Prigozhin and Shoigu on.
Yeah. So like first sentence he says brings absolutely nothing. Yeah, thank you. We saw that.
On a personal level too, because this whole thing dates not to the special military operation. You got to go way back to Syria, and
actually, it's not even way back to Syria. It's way back to any private military company. I mean, any private military organization against a public military organization working in the same goal. It's old as life. You know, before there used to be Swiss soldiers. You know, before we didn't have states like we have today. We couldn't mobilize huge armies. So most stuff was done like with mercenaries. So it's something that is and the you know the relationship between states and mercenaries. It's always been complicated. It's not even as old as Syria, as of the Syrian conflict. It's old as old conflicts. All conflicts. Let's continue.
Study the relationship between Wagner
and so he's saying that you should study the relationship between Wagner and the MOD in Syria. Though maybe he studied it. Let's ask him questions.
The Ministry of Defense forces there.
Let's I'm gonna put back because I'm posing too much.
You'll get on a personal level too, because this whole thing dates not to the special military operation. You got to go way back to Syria and study the relationship between Wagner and the Ministry of Defense forces there. And I'd say you'll get a picture of how it all went down.
But no. We asked you to give us the picture. We didn't ask you how to get the picture. If you studied it, tell us. But that's what History Legends is gonna do next time.
I don't want to go to details, but it's a long.
You don't want to go into details? You didn't go into anything yet. So before going into details, you didn't say anything that wasn't known.
As the whole Ukraine-Russia conflict is, because it seems like a lot of people, especially in the start, only dived into it on the very surface. They didn't know that there was like 2014 and there was Donbass and the Russian Spring and stuff like that. Well, same here. History dates a while back.
Okay. Very, very interesting. I didn't know about.
What is very interesting?
The conflict that started in Syria.
But that's kind of stupid. Of course, when you have a state and a private military company working together, there's gonna be a relationship and there's gonna be problems, like in any relationship.
Can you say a couple more words about it?
Oh, so he's saying, oh, Grisha said, oh, if you studied what happened in Syria, you would know what happened, and so his religion is like, yeah, but let's go deep into it. What did you learn if you studied it?
I think it was.
His answer is, I think. So he didn't study shit. He doesn't know shit. He has no fact to bring. He's just saying stuff. This whole interview is gonna be only that. But I get to underline it here. Oh, I think. Listen. What do you think, kid? Who cares about what you think?
I think it was about the.
Too many people, obviously.
When the when they were promised anti-air support in Syria, but it wasn't provided, and it resulted in deaths.
So, what is he saying here? He's saying that the private military company, which is financed by the state, asks for stuff to the state and they didn't provide it, and it resulted in death. Okay, but it's so stupid, right? It only manipulates, or I mean, only low-level intelligence people would bite that and be okay. That's probably what the beef's about. Remember to what even Prigozhin said when he went to rebel. He said exactly the same thing. He said, "Yo, we asked for artillery shells, but you didn't give us. You didn't give us," and it still hasn't been proven, right? And even though in Syria that such an event would have happened, would have asked for anti-air support and they would have get it. But why they didn't get it? Because they didn't want to give it to them, because they couldn't provide it, because actually they tried to provide it but it couldn't reach them. Like it's such like there's no depth in what he's saying. So he's being asked what was the beef between Wagner and the army. Either he knows and he doesn't want to say it, and I'm gonna say it, but either he knows and doesn't want to say it, or he's just being the Wagner spokesperson. Because listen to what he said. He says, so Wagner again did nothing wrong. Wagner was the good guy. They're just trying to do stuff in Syria and they didn't provide them. So once again, he's just being Wagner spokesperson this whole time during these 2 questions where he's being asked what was the beef and what actually happened in Syria. All along, he's just the Wagner spokesperson. He says, yeah. He's never saying anything wrong about Wagner, and if anything they did was in the common interest, right? Like he's gonna claim about the rebellion.
I see.
And like History Legends, that is fitting with you. Just one incident like that. I mean, it's who's biting that? War. There's dead every day. There's hundreds of people dying, and for many different reasons. And just for that one incident, they would try to rebel, and they would do it 5 years later. I mean, it's weird because Grisha Putin is doing exactly what Prigozhin did when he rebelled. He's trying to make the state look like they're working against Wagner, and they're trying to make themselves look like they're working for Russia, right? That's what they're trying to do. That's what he's trying to say here. They're trying to say, this private military company only works for Russia, which is not true. The private military company works for itself first, and then it can do stuff for states, right? But it works for itself first. That's any company, like any company. And so Grisha Putin here is trying to say exactly what Prigozhin said before passing out, right? He's like, we're the good guys, we're only doing this for good, we're only doing good, but we're not provided by the states with the stuff that we need to do the good. So first thing, they're not doing good, they're doing that for their own profit, right? That's first of all. And second of all, is it true that the state didn't provide them? We don't know. We have no proof for that to this day, because when Prigozhin claimed that about a TT in Ukraine, it still hasn't been proven. Here, Grisha Putin is being asked by the interviewer what happened in Syria, and there's no proof of it either. So that's just assumptions, and these assumptions are made so you would think that actually Wagner are good guys. They're working for the common good, which shouldn't be further from the truth. They're working for themselves first, and like they're working for common good, and this stupid state that is not working for common good is not giving them what they need to do so, right? He's literally being the Wagner spokesperson the whole time, and no wonder Wagner multiplied his income by 10, gave him huge exposure, invited them into the Tower Center to put this into form. So logical.
Okay.
Nothing out of the ordinary, to be honest.
I mean, I'm telling
And like, look the awkwardness of History Legends after that answer. He knows he's speaking to a 17-year-old that's just speaking bullshit, man.
you what I.
It's incredible.
Yeah. I'm just thinking about what
Look.
event, but I might have an
awkward.
idea of when that could have happened.
Yeah, you might have an idea.
I
Yeah, sure.
think you probably got the right idea. There were not many events.
Yeah. Okay.
So there were not many events, so there was only one, and
Alright,
then that
so
led to.
then,
It's even more logical.
You.
But let's continue. We're
Okay,
not
I
gonna
thought
stop too much
you
on
actually
this
had
one.
more interactions with Prigozhin, but
I gotta
it was
advance.
that
I gotta do
quick,
stuff today.
right? Okay.
I actually had the chance to meet him one more time when I was celebrating my birthday. He was, I was like on the 4th floor, and he was on the 1st floor giving a speech. I mean, I don't really have much else business with him. If I would have loved to have any kind of game made about Wagner itself, but I asked about it, and they were not exactly interested, which is very strange because
I mean, it here shows very much that he himself, as a 17-year-old, knows very much what Wagner is using him for. They're using him as a propaganda tool, as a to reach an audience, because Oh no. Once again, no. I'm saying something wrong. He doesn't maybe realize he's being used for that, but he knows that's what Wagner is looking for, because he is proposing them to make video games to advertise themselves and get more recruits amongst the young youth, right? So he knows very much what Wagner is looking for. Does he realize that's why they're even dealing with him? I don't know, but he knows very much what Wagner is looking for, because if he comes to out and say, because here he's saying it to portray himself as someone smart, because like, oh man, propaganda through video games, man, it should work so well. It's been made for years and years already, right? It's nothing new, but he's like, oh man, maybe you should do that, and he's trying to portray himself in this interview as someone smart that has good ideas, right? But actually it's something that's been done for so long. And second thing, he shows very much that he knows what he's here for. He knows that Wagner is looking to influence people to right. That's what he's here for. See, let's continue. But at least he shows by admitting to having made that proposition that he knows what Wagner was looking for out of him, or out of what they were doing. They were trying to get an audience, an exposure. They're trying to influence people, their opinions on Wagner.
From my perspective, Wagner has always been the organization that's been one step forward in
Once again, he's gonna praise Wagner in every way.
kind of innovative stuff. And
They're so
I'd say
innovative.
propaganda through games.
Like, listen to what he
is
said.
the
It makes no
next
sense.
Step that, for
So propaganda through games is the next step. It's been a step that has been taken for way longer than you think, you kid. For even before you were born, probably, because if we go 17 years back, yeah, Modern Warfare 1, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 1. If you look at who were the enemies, everything goes up in the Middle East, and you look at what was happening at the time, the war in Iraq and the war in Afghanistan, man, for you to be claiming that it only started since it's something new, it's stupid. It existed before even you were born, you kid.
example, USA has been using a lot, especially with like Call of Duty and stuff, and the enemies are always...
Now he's talking about Call of Duty because he's talking about the recent Call of Duties, but that's Call of Duty Modern Warfare 1, which came up before he was born. I think, right? 17 years old from today, yeah, it's pretty much that. It came up in 2007, and that game was all about propaganda. If you look at who were the good guys, who were the bad guys, who were portrayed as the good guys, and it was all about it was pure propaganda. So it's nothing new, actually.
Either are with big black beards or with a heavy Russian accent. So
Yeah.
draw your own conclusions.
Yeah, right.
It only worries him when it's the last Call of Duty with Russian accents, yeah. But basically, when it was Middle Eastern people, that wasn't a problem. But now it comes to be Russian, so that's propaganda, guys. Watch out. That's just fucking stupid.
So yeah, how do you?
It's to any intelligent people, you sound like a dumbass saying that.
Question about that. How do you see the future of propaganda gaming, for example, in the world?
It's gonna be heavily invested in, and whoever is gonna be the first to capitalize on it is gonna get the most out of it, which is currently USA. But propaganda shouldn't be that blatant, because, for example, Call of Duty Modern Warfare.
So what he's saying here is that, yeah, being saying the USA has a huge advantage in propaganda. Of course, they are way ahead of any other country in the world. They control the world media, almost. But they control all the world's media almost. But apart from certain parts of China, Russia, and stuff. But and even in there, they have a huge influence. But saying that it's gonna be heavily invested in, it's already being heavily invested in for years. Yeah, it's a way to fabricate people's opinions. And it's not only about video games, right? It's about movies. It's about documentaries. Everything, every cultural product is fabricating, fascinating the way of thinking of people, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. Well, when it's a private military company doing it, maybe it's a bad thing, but at least it's normal. It's a normal process, right? It's normal. We are humans, and we're being influenced by what we live, by what we listen to, by what we read about. That's just a thing. So saying that, oh, it's only been realized today that video games can influence people is like the most stupid thing ever. And I mean, right, whatever. Let's continue.
I think it was one of the recent versions. in which an event, which happened in real life, the road of.
I'm just gonna bet. I'm just gonna go back to one thing. Even before magazines existed, before medias existed, radio, TV, video games, cinema. You know what Romans used to do war propaganda? Statues and monuments and big buildings, which are still stand to this day. For some of them. It's always in those statues and those big buildings. They were cultural products, right? They're architectural architecture. It's cultural products. It's arts for a statue, and for an emperor to have its statue, with big statue, very big and white, in the center of the place. It's a propaganda tool. It staples the importance of that person and stuff. And right, you get it. Throughout, you could go back to so far back into how cultural products have been influencing the way of thinking of people. You could go so far back, even back before the Roman Empire. So, yeah, it's just stupid to say that video games is like something new and it's not something new. It's been used, and maybe the way it's been used is gonna evolve, maybe, but I don't think so.
When the
And that's not what he claims.
The American Air Force bombed the highway out of Baghdad with fleeing military personnel and civilians. In that game, it's depicted as if the Russians are bombing it. So they're literally reversing the roles. I mean,
there is only one role.
Okay, that is not propaganda. I'm sorry. Basically, he's denouncing something that is not propaganda, because propaganda is well made. Propaganda is not something that you make and you make mistakes, because this is not propaganda. This is something that is so outrageously incorrect that is gonna make people ask themselves questions, and that's the last thing that you want with propaganda. This shit is not propaganda. Come on. And so once again, I think this is a real dishonesty of the whole interview. It's really dishonest, because they're talking about a game, and I don't know about this game. Maybe you guys in the chat can know, because I didn't play it. So apparently it's the single player campaign of the last Call of Duty, and basically they say that okay, it's very well known that in the Gulf War, when America is gonna attack Iraq, the Iraqi army is gonna try to retreat from Kuwait, and there was only one road they could use, and they're gonna be heavily bombed and pretty much all destroyed on that road, and the war is gonna be ended very quickly after that. And so they claim that in this game, they claim that it's the Russians that did it, but in what way? Maybe in this game, it's not. They're not trying to be historical. They're inventing a war between Russia and Iraq, which wouldn't be so crazy. It could have happened, like in Afghanistan, they both went in war to Afghanistan, right? So it's a video game. They don't have to be historically accurate. It's not a historical product. They can say anything. And to be claiming that is propaganda, no, this is a video game. They can claim whatever they want. If they want to say that it was Nepal bombing the road, they could say that's Nepal. That's not propaganda. So here, both history legends and Grisha are trying to portray something as propaganda, as obvious propaganda, which is literally not. And it's so stupid, because anybody knows that. Anybody that knows that there was a war between Iraq and the United States in 2003, and there has none with Russia recently. So, this is not propaganda. The people playing the game are very much aware that this is not a historical product. Imagine in the video game if they were, it's America at war with Iraq during the whole video game, and then all of a sudden they say, finally it's the Russians that bombed this road. I mean, it would make so much no sense that everybody in the video game would be like, what the fuck? I mean, it's so stupid. And for them to claim that it's propaganda, it's not fault. Propaganda is something that is made officially. Like here, it's a product of arts, which of course it can be served as propaganda. But what the fact that they say that the Russians bombed that road is not necessarily propaganda in itself. It's a fact. It's propaganda, but it's not how they were trying to just say it. I mean, it's propaganda because always showing that it's the Russians attacking is a way to portray the Russians as the enemy. But I can agree with that. But on that particular instance, we don't have the context. We don't know. Maybe in the whole video game, it's always Russia attacking. So in that mindset, it would make total sense that they would be the one bombing the road. But if it's actually the USA attacking Iraq the whole time, and finally it's the Russians bombing the road, that would be weird. But I doubt that's the case. But they don't go deep into that. So, but I can say the propaganda is not on the fact that they say that it's the Russians bombing the road, which in reality it was the Americans doing it. But the propaganda is more in the fact that it's always the Russians that are the bad guys in these video games. That I can agree with. That's a piece of propaganda. But the fact that they say that they bombed the road, which in their history actually it's the Americans that did that. They have no binding to respect history. This is not a historical product. It's a cultural product, and they have to invent a story. They don't try to replicate what happened in the real world. So of course it's a propaganda product, but the propaganda isn't at all where they claim it is, because it's what they say is counter propaganda, because it's so obvious to everybody that Russia didn't go to war with Iraq, and actually it was the United States doing it, that claiming that it's the Russian bombing the road would literally show everybody that it's a little weird, right? And so they would start asking themselves questions, which is the last thing you want out of the people you're providing propaganda to. So let's play back again. But look, it's so dishonest. This interview is so dishonest.
The warfare, I think it was the 2000, one of the recent versions, in which an event, which happened in real life, the Road of Death, when when the American Air Force bombed the highway out of Baghdad with fleeing military personnel and civilians. In that game, it's depicted as if the Russians are...
He adds the civilians. So he adds the civilians because the civilians make it look bad. Because if it's just military personnel, then, well, they won, right?
Literally...
Were there really civilians? I don't know. I think it was mostly military personnel. But, I mean, the way that America did war in Iraq, they killed so many civilians. It's crazy. Way more than what Russia did in Ukraine, that's for sure.
When the American Air Force bombed the highway out of Baghdad with fleeing military personnel and civilians, in that game, it's depicted as if the Russians are bombing it. So they're literally...
But in what context? But it's also Russia attacking Iraq, but it's a video game. They have no binding to history, right? They're trying to portray things as propaganda, which is not. The fact that, okay, the Russians are always the bad guy in these Call of Duty games is that's propaganda, for sure, because it always makes them look at the bad guys. But this is new with Russia, because if you look at the first Call of Duty Modern Warfares, so the one come out in 2007, 2009, it's all coming out in the Middle East at the time. Who the USA was at war with? Well, the Middle East. So it was Iraq and Afghanistan at the time. What came out? Well, Modern Warfare 1 and 2. And where do these games play out? In these countries? And the bad guys are always Arabic people.
The roles.
Terrorists, right?
There's only one road.
So of course these video games are being used as propaganda, and that's been the case for so long. But claiming that this is propaganda, it's so untrue. They can say anything they want. It's a cultural product. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it.
The Russians bombed it during the invasion, killing the people trying to escape.
So the Russians bombed it during the invasion, but during their invasion, they didn't bombing during the invasion of the United States, right? So it's so. And he's gonna be like, oh look, this is propaganda, this is bad, to make him look like as a smart and intelligent guy. But
I'd say that historical education has been...
This is not historical education. It's a fucking video game. The fuck? This guy never went to school, so he thinks that you learn fucking history from video games.
General and...
They also talked about the Syrian civil war and things like that.
Yeah, they're just changing the place and the names a little bit, but you get the general picture, and they are pointing like, those are the bad guys.
Okay, that's true. I agree with them on that. But he is trying to say that's new, because that's the Russians being targeted today. But go back to Modern Warfare 1 and Warfare 2. Call of Duty, that's the exact same game you're talking about. Who were the bad guys in this game, and who was USA at war with at that point, right?
They are the ones...
And even then, okay, those are pieces of propaganda, but they're not in the way you're trying to say. Because saying, if imagine in the last Call of Duty, it was America that was at war with Iraq, so they're trying to do the historic stuff, they're trying to replay the 2003 war between USA and Iraq. But all of a sudden, it's when every time that a civilian center is bombed, in fact, it's not the Americans, it's the Russians coming in to do it instead. I mean, it would be so fucking stupid and dumb that everybody playing that video game would be like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, everybody would see, and that's not propaganda. Actually, it's so it would be so stupidly illogical that it would bring everybody that listens to that to ask themselves questions. And once again, that's the last thing that you want when someone's listening to propaganda, whatever. But this kid talks about propaganda, he doesn't know where it is. He doesn't even know how to point it out.
The crime in real life.
Right.
That's
And,
actually, yeah. For example, I'm currently working on a project in Africa. That's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be in a couple of months from now.
That's surely gonna help Africa a lot, guys. Oh my god.
Should be picked up by the foreign media, especially since there is a lot of stuff happening in Sahel region.
He's gonna make an announcement later in the video. We'll talk about that later.
Can't say too much, just saying that.
And maybe we'll look into it. In the future, we'll see.
I am
Because
still in the
there's not much
management
information about it yet.
That's what I like. When
But
I
it's
say
funny what he's
job,
gonna
that
say later
means I have
about
a
it.
job. So yeah, I am.
So he has a job in Africa. He says, "How? That's very interesting." He came out to have a job in Africa, but what relationship did you have with Africa? None, right? The only relationship is that you're kind of an ambassador of a spokesperson for Wagner since you went and played in their center and they bring you a lot of attention. And now you're going to Africa, but who is in Africa? Well, Wagner. So, so you're kind of working with the government. What we can understand here, he says, "Oh, I got a job, and now I'm starting with the project in Africa." So what is he working for here? He's working for the Russian state and Wagner in cooperation. For me, that's what I can see. In cooperation with Wagner and the Russian state, because once again, Wagner is financed by the Russian state, to go and make propaganda activities, bring a new audience, and give a good image of what they're going to do in Africa.
Okay,
Promote the activities of that private military company. Wow.
say one thing about this.
But I don't know yet. That's what I can imagine. But right, he's saying he has got a job, so definitely they gave him a job, right? And you don't go into Africa and you get when you're from Russia, you don't go to get a job in Africa like that. Come on.
This thing you're preparing with Africa.
This thing you're preparing. Come on, stop giving me so much importance. He's being used in this thing, right? He's not inventing anything. He's not gonna do anything. He doesn't have any project of his own. He's being used as an ambassador, as a spokesperson, as someone that can reach an audience. That's
It's
all.
gonna be about games. It's gonna be about games and about education, about propaganda.
He's gonna talk about it later. There's nothing about games, but we'll see,
I mean,
and we'll see what it
general,
comes to become.
Kind of everything all the messages we convey are propaganda. Propaganda isn't exactly something in a negative form. It's just.
I'm not even gonna comment on what he's saying here.
Propaganda of healthy lifestyle that's like against McDonald's, stuff like that. So I think recently it's been used too much as something negative, though. I mean,
usually, let's be honest.
History Legends has to intervene here. I mean, he can't let him say anything in this interview. If he lets him say anything, then this interview is gonna be completely useless. He's not gonna be unable to post him in his channel. And remember that already this interview happened more than 3 weeks ago, so he struggled a lot to try to get a version that he could put on the internet.
We know it's negative because.
I mean, actually, to his fairness, the interview seems like it's not been cut so much. It seems like it's just fluent, right? It's just a whole interview. But still, it worked in his head a lot, I think, to know if he's gonna put it or not. I mean, already in the start of the video, he explained, he justified himself of making this interview only because his viewers asked him. So that's already a show of weakness into the mindset that he had of if he should do that interview or not. Is it moral or not, right?
Only show one perspective of a situation. That's why people say it's negative, but
negative, though. I mean.
So yeah, here Grisha is saying that propaganda is not negative,
let's be honest, we know
and then History Legends has to bring him back.
Essentially, you only show one perspective of a situation. That's why people say it's negative, but from your perspective, it's not as if you're trying to be unbiased. Let's be honest. You have chosen a side, and you're pushing the narrative of that side.
Maybe you're correct, but I see propaganda is just
Maybe.
way to convey your message.
Yeah,
just a terminology. It's just recently it became.
I understand. So
I mean, for you, it's
So History Legends, he has to get him into some bounds. He can't say nothing, but he also can't, go in conflict with him. He's just an interviewer. He can't, go against him. So it's very pressure position. But I think he managed it very badly. He managed it very, very badly,
Big
unfortunately.
topic, because you're the guy who has to see through the lies of propaganda all the time on your channel, right?
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to see both sides of the perspective every time. I'm like, this guy says this guy says that, and you have to look through the fog. You have to look through what everyone says. So that's why.
I mean, that's why people watch you so much, and that's why you've been able to stay on top, because you are
throwing flowers at me on my channel.
I mean, I'm not dishonest, so.
We'll ask the people in the comment section. But okay. One thing I wanted to ask you, I put a note. I see you have a flag in the background, and I saw that we talked a bit on private.
This is the
I
moment.
saw on your Telegram. There's a lot of.
I'm gonna close my window because it's getting cold. I'll be right back, guys. Okay, let's continue.
So question number 1. During that German TV interview, you said you liked the German Kriegsmarine flag.
So wait, we need to go back to the interview, because we're gonna watch the interview so I can explain everything, because they're gonna give a very bad assumption of that interview, but we're gonna debrief it also. So ZDF is called ZDF. Okay, there it is. Okay.
Why? What interests you in this flag? Where comes the interest?
I mean, it's just in general, I'm a big flag guy. Currently in my room I have a Serbian, Soviet, Imperial, Wagner, and Russian flag. I just like flags, I like history, I'm a LARPer. I'm just honest. I have around 40 or 30 flags laying in behind me, and the Kriegsmarine one is just the most, I'd say probably the most beautiful German flag I know. So I just wanted to show the Germans that I know their stuff, and they try to twist me like I'm a bad guy or something.
I see. Yeah, during that, let's talk 2 seconds about that interview. So apparently they said stuff about you that you never said.
Apparently, before asking the question, maybe you should check, you moron dumbass.
I think the biggest WTF moment was when they said you don't know your father, and they just continued like this as if it was normal. Why did they say this? Like they
first here they claim that it's an interview. It's not an interview. It's a reporting. So of course they're gonna say anything, and you're not gonna be able to stop them because it's not an interview. It's not like you're being interviewed, and that's what's being. It's not like what's happening here. You can't cut the interviewer. So it's so stupid for History Legends to even claim that he could do that.
They assumed a lot of things about you being paid by this, and I'm like,
oh, actually, yeah. I think we can address this. I was not paid by Wagner to do gaming stream.
Of course, they didn't pay you in money, they paid you in exposure, and that was way better for you, because if they paid you in money only and you had no exposure, then you would have to ask for them again. But now you have the exposure, you can actually use it yourself, so it's much better. Anybody would take the exposure much more than the money, and you knew that very much. And for you to claim that, oh, I wasn't paid to go play in there, yeah, it's like you did that for what then? Come on.
Out of PMC Wagner Center. It was purely my initiative.
Yeah.
The thing about the father, I never mentioned it to them, nor during the interview, nor in the talk between us. Maybe it's just a way of like mainstream media, because I mean they're like the second biggest TV channel in Germany. They had to say something to put me in the bad light.
But why? Why would they have to put you in a bad light?
The other side. Though, I mean,
comes only on the other side. That's so stupid. Here, the lecture they're doing of the interview, because what he's saying is that he was interviewed as being a pro-Russian. Actually, not at all. He was interviewed by the Germans as being an anti-government Russian, which supports Prigozhin more than Putin. That's what the whole. We're gonna watch the interview, but see what they're saying here. They're saying that they talk about his dad, which is not true. They say that they assumed that he was paid. They never said that. They say that he said that he was not paid, which is logical. And from the reporter, I would say, yeah. Who would need to be paid if you would get that much already? Nobody would ask to be paid if you were getting everything you need already. And the last thing is that he claims that the German media tried to portray him as a bad guy. It's actually not at all the case. They didn't try to portray him as a bad guy. They tried to portray him as a patriot, which was very sad of the death of Prigozhin, and that was willing to have a big funeral, and that could be portrayed as the German viewers of that TV channel as that there would be an internal rebellion brewing up in Russia because of that death, right? That's crazy. Everybody is manipulating this kid. This kid is being manipulated by Wagner to go promote their activities. He's getting manipulated by a German channel to go and cover their and to follow their narrative, and he's being used by his mother to make money. I mean, he's being used by everybody. This guy is the dirtiest puppet that has ever existed. But let's continue with the German interview. Let's watch it. It's actually from Grisha's channel himself, so he made the traduction. So let's see where it talk about this dad. So I'm gonna read it so you guys can chill up in your games and hear what I'm saying. Prigozhin, once a close confidant of the Kremlin chief, his funeral went yesterday in St. Petersburg under the exclusion of the public. So see, they're trying to say, yo, the government was trying to get the public out of there because they don't want the public to support him, right? That's what the German channel is clearly trying to say here, right? You can read it, right? The Kremlin obviously wanted to avoid a hero's funeral under all circumstances, right? So that's the narrative they're trying to push. They're trying to push that Prigozhin was an enemy of the Kremlin. He was an internal rebellion, right? That's what they're trying to do here. After all, there are many supporters of the Wagner troops in Russia, those who mourn him. But that's the German media that's trying to portray like Prigozhin was more popular and had more support in Russia than Putin, which is absolutely not the case and was never the case. But that's what the German media is trying to portray here to, keep the support and the flow of weapons high to Ukraine. And to keep the appreciation of the population, so that the population can tell, oh, but look, there's maybe a revolution brewing up. That's what the German media is and look how Grisha is being used by everybody. Look, even the German media is using him to push their narrative and to allow themselves to send more weapons to Ukraine. It's unfathomable. Let's listen. And then we re-listen to what they say about that in the interview, which they completely read in the wrong way, the whole thing. Voilà. So we go to the reporter in St. Petersburg that's gonna show how much, how good, how benevolent are these guys. So Grisha is a fan of flags. His favorite is the German Kriegsmarine Reichsflagge. In the interview with this religion, they claim that is made to portray him as a bad guy, which I don't know. That flag, is it really linked to the Nazis, or is what I'm not sure. It's I'm gonna search for it. Actually, I'm gonna make a research. German Kriegsmarine Reichsflagge, because it might have been. I think it's a flag that's been used before the Nazis. It's actually not even linked so bad with the Nazis. So when they say in the interview that the media tried to portray him as a bad guy with that flag, actually not at all. They actually tried to make him look as someone with culture and that knows about even German flags, even though he's Russian. That's what they try to do, because they're trying to portray him as a patriot, as someone good that is working against Putin because he's supporting Prigozhin. That's what they're trying to do, and he got manipulated so bad. It's incredible. I'm gonna verify what I'm saying here. Là, I'm gonna bring in the string. Reich, R-E-I-C-H, F-L-A-G. When has it been made? 1892! There we go! So it has no relationship with Nazism at all! At all! So saying that they're trying to portray him is because he knows nothing about history. He knows nothing about history, that kid that... Oh, look, I have flags everywhere. You know nothing, because how could you claim that somebody is trying to portray you as a bad guy using the German Empire flag? Literally, okay, like, it's so stupid. It's ridiculous. Because anybody knowing history knows that the German Empire was not worse than the British or the French Empire or the Russian Empire. They had nothing worse than them. They weren't doing more atrocities or less. They were exactly the same. They were imperialist. And so it's not necessarily making them look. It's just a flag. A flag you can use like a flag. So here, when the interview here, when here they say that the media try to portray him as a bad guy, absolutely not. What the media is trying to do here is they're trying to portray this kid as a young and culturate and cultural guy that knows stuff that even dates back to 1982, and that's not from his country. That's what they're trying to do. Grisha calls himself Putin, as always, with surnames, especially in Russia. I don't know why, especially in Russia, but whatever. It's a German channel. You don't know if that's a coincidence. A coincidence about what? This sentence is the most weird. I don't understand, but whatever. Grisha is a 17 student and fascinated by the past. Yeah, so fascinated by the past that he thinks that the German Reich Marines flagger is linked to the Nazis, which is not. His mother agreed to the interview, yeah, because everything he's doing now, even when he went into Wagner Center, it's his mother, he's his manager. You know, it's like, you know, footballers, they have agents. His mother is his agent, and his mother is making a lot of money out of his son. I'm gonna tell you that. His mother agreed to the interview, but doesn't know he doesn't know his father. Oh, they say that. Actually, they say that he doesn't know his father. Actually, is that really what they say? Is there someone in chat that can tell me if that's actually what they say? But actually, it's interesting information, I would say. But it's weird. If anybody speaks German, if they actually said that in the interview, because let's listen.
Seinen Vater kennt nicht.
Vater kennt nicht. Yeah, they actually say that. He doesn't know his father. Okay. It's maybe true. I don't know.
Aber Yevgeny Prigozhin kannte
it's maybe his mother that told them that he doesn't know his father, because she knows him way more than he does for sure. So we don't know where that came from. They actually said that. I didn't notice that the first time I read the interview.
Ich spüre eine tiefe Trauer.
I feel a deep grief about the death of Prigozhin. During the special operation, he becomes something like a father to many Russians, right? So listen, that's the narrative that the German channel is trying to push. It's like, yo, listen, look, there's this guy that's respected by the Russians. Maybe it's an opportunity for us to try and get the rebellion inside Russia and try to win this war that way, because it's the only way we can do it.
Für viele Russen sowas wie ein Vater geworden.
So keep financing, keep giving weapons. We need to keep that conflict going. Look, there is people in Russia that are starting to change opinions. That's a narrative they're trying to push here.
Es fühlt sich an, als sei in meiner Seele etwas zerbrochen.
It feels like something in my soul is broken. Yeah, they're trying to show that they're emotional, right? And that they really supported that guy that has been killed. Grisha fights war in the shadows of Stalin. I guess when he says, dude, the interviewer is so scary, dude. I've never let a guy that looks like that in my house. Look at his head, dude. He looks like he's gonna eat that kid. What the fuck is that? But whatever. He says, yeah, he's fight war in the shadows of Stalin just because there's a statue there. Okay. I'm playing video games with a guy like him looking at me like that. Dude, I'm not playing video games anymore.
Computerspiele und stellt das live ins Internet. Manchmal geht dafür sogar ins Gebäude der Bank.
So sometimes he even... Okay, I forgot to read. Let's read. So he fights war in the shadows of Stalin. Yeah, he plays Hearts of Iron 4. He's a streamer. He plays computer games and puts live on the internet. Sometimes he even goes into the Wagner Group's building. Okay. He just says he doesn't get any money for it. We can't check that. I mean, that's really stupid from the German channel. But I mean, it's not stupid. It's because they're trying to push that narrative that they say that. And he says that he doesn't get any money for it, and we can check that. That's what they have to say. That's not propaganda. That's just facts. They can't check it. Maybe they couldn't check it, and they can't be absolutely 100% sure of that. But what they're not saying is that they can be 100% sure that the reason for which he goes into that Wagner Center, is to right, provide an audience to Wagner and stuff. But that what he's getting back from it is not money. It's influence. Is like the fact that he went in that center stapled him as one of the biggest influencers and stuff, and like it gave him so much more than money. Because imagine if every time he went there, he got money, but then he got no exposure. But then he would have to go there in Household's life and be a wage slave like everybody, one of us is. But what he did, what he got from Wagner is much more than that. He went in there a few times, and what he got is the ability to be his own, to get so much power as an influencer, to grow up himself, and don't have to be relying on Wagner his whole life. That's so much more. So it's incredible that the German channel says that he doesn't get any more for it, and we can't check that. But they don't elaborate on saying, but anyway, he's getting much more than money because he's got exposure. Before he used to make $300 a month from his stream, now he makes 5,000, stuff like that from his activities and stream. That's something they don't say. But what they don't say that because that's not the narrative they're trying to push. They're trying to push like Wagner had the good guys. That's incredible. Like how in the Western media we try to portray Wagner as the good guys is like the worst thing, because they hoped to Wagner make an uprising and maybe just like it happened with Lenin in the First World War, makes a peace treaty that's very advantageous to the West, because that's what happened with Lenin, right? In 1917, when Lenin goes back to Russia and is brought back the Germans back to Russia from Switzerland, and what he is able to do is make a rebellion and sign a peace treaty that's so advantageous with you should look at what this peace treaty that was signed between the Germany, Austria-Hungary and Russia was. Literally, they gave all the land to the Germans, all the way up to what they wanted to take in Barbarossa. So, right. So that's what they're hoping for here, right? That's what the German channel is advocating for here. They're trying to portray as, Wagner as the good guys. It's exactly the same with Lenin. Lenin was the good guy until he actually took power in Russia, and then he was the bad guy. He was actually the communism was the enemy of the world then. So it's exactly the same thing. They're using a guy which has he's not doing that for good. Wagner is not doing anything for good, right? But they're using them as, maybe these guys can take down Putin. We can't check that. Yeah, you can't check that, but you could have checked that he's getting much more. In the game, Grisha conquers Ukraine, wishes reality, and wishes... Grisha conquers Ukraine, wishes and reality disappear here, and he also destroyed Poland.
Wenn die NATO uns provoziert, dann werden wir selbstverständlich.
If NATO provokes us, we'll respond with nuclear weapons. Okay. Like we don't even know he's talking about the game, alright. So that it doesn't happen again. No, but like what he's saying here is, we're asking a 17-year-old stuff about he doesn't know shit about. Like he's saying He's saying stuff that makes no sense. If NATO provokes us, we'll of course respond with nuclear weapons. Yeah, but then you'll get annihilated because NATO will destroy you. That's stupid, right? If NATO provokes us with nuclear weapons, we will of course respond with nuclear weapons. Then it would make sense, because that's the actual doctrine of the Russian military army. We don't use nukes first. We wait for them to use them first, and then we use ours. That's the actual doctrine of the Russian military army. But here, we're asking a 17-year-old, and he's saying warmongering phrases with no basis in any. He doesn't have any knowledge about what's the doctrine, about history, about. They're just portraying. That I don't understand really what they're trying to do here. I mean, maybe they're trying to. I don't know.
Damit sowas nicht wieder passiert.
And so that it doesn't happen again, and we will definitely get to Warsaw. But what does that mean? Like,
Und wir werden unbedingt bis Warschau.
that's just to make the German people afraid. That's crazy.
Es gibt verschiedene Szenarien.
There are different scenarios. Everything depends on your skills and your goals. So then he's talking about the game. He's not talking about reality. But it's not clear at all.
Können ab. Und davon, wie sich der Gegner verhält.
They definitely this report, this documentary just shows how much of a puppet Grisha is. He is serving anybody's narrative. He doesn't care. Even if the narrative, look, the narrative for which he serves in Russia and the narrative for which he served that German TV channel are completely opposite and actually conflicting with each other. But he doesn't care. He's like, as I said, he's the dirtiest puppet ever heard. He's the dirtiest influencer. He sells himself to the worst sponsor they could ever have, a private military army. But then even when the German channel comes and it's crazy. He serves anyone's narrative. He's the dirtiest puppet, in the places you put your fingers, man. There's so much dirt.
Zu diesem Zeitpunkt
And
ist
blood.
Grigos
Grisha also comes here in the evening with his mother to
nicht begraben,
right,
noch stellt sich
about
die
the
Frage,
Prigozhin.
Es muss eine würdige Beisetzung.
Right. Once again, look at the narrative that they're trying to push. I hope for a public funeral with maximum security for our hero Russia. Yeah, we should respect him, right? Like that. But once again, you have to go back to the start of the interview when right, the Kremlin obviously wanted to avoid a hero's funeral, so they're trying to. What is this documentary all about? Once again, it's all about saying that look, in Russia there's people that are supporting other people than Putin, and maybe we can use these people to win this war. He's been used by this German channel in that way, and it's so obvious, and it's crazy. It's crazy how he's being used by different people for completely opposing. And his mother lets him do that because they say at the start of the interview, actually everything is being done with the approval of his mother. He lost his father. Her mother noticed that her son can make so much more money with this, and what he's doing it promoting war, whatever. But let's listen again to what they say about this interview.
Maybe it's just a way of like
interview. So apparently they said stuff about you that you never said. I think the biggest WTF moment was when they said you don't know your father, and they just continued like this as if.
Yeah, when they say they didn't know his father, they didn't say he said that, but they say they just had said that they were speaking to his mother, and that it's probably the mother that said that, not Grisha, right? So it makes a lot of sense, and for him to say that, oh, and then they continued like that, but yeah, they wouldn't stop. It's not an interview like you're doing, and that Grisha could have intervened and said, no, stop, I know him. It's a documentary. You can't stop the documentary, say, oh, actually no, you said something wrong here. That's not how it happens.
It was normal. Why did they say this?
Why did they say this? Actually, because her mother gave him the info.
They assumed a lot of things about you being paid by this, and I'm like,
they said they assumed you being paid. No, they didn't assume. They said that he said that he wasn't paid, and that's what they stopped at. And actually, it would be stupid for them to claim that he needs to be paid, because like the exposure that Putin gets from Wagner to go and play into the center, he doesn't need to be paid. He's gonna get the money later. He's gonna get all the exposure, and that's way more valuable than any money that he would get. So
I think we can address this. I was not paid by Wagner to do gaming streams out of PMC Wagner Center. It was purely my initiative.
it was purely my initiative. For what? He's not gonna say it.
The thing about the father.
Yeah, it's my initiative, but of course, man, at the time, Wagner was being spoken about in every Western media, and he is trying to reach a Western audience. Prigozhin was in the center of attention of every media and stuff. So for him to be at that time going to play there, it was a huge exposure, right? It's so evident that who claims that he needed money? He didn't need money, and he's gonna claim him later in the later stages of the interview that his income has multiplied by 10 to 20% since then. So why would you need money?
I never mentioned it to them, nor during the interview, nor in the talk between us. Maybe it's just a way of like mainstream media, because I mean they're like the second biggest TV channel in Germany. They had to say something to put me.
What they're doing here in this interview is no better than mainstream media. No better.
In the bad light, because I'm on the other side.
Right. So first they say they try to portray him as a bad guy with the flag. Completely false. The flag is not linked with anything particularly bad. The father thing. The father thing is probably his mother that said that, because they had to ask his mother for permission to interview him. So maybe the mother gave the information, and you're 17 years old, you know, maybe your mother didn't tell you everything about your dad yet. Just saying. Last thing is that Grisha was used by Wagner and is being used by Wagner as a spokesperson of Wagner and to promote the private military company and also the actions of the Russian government in Ukraine. But also he's being used by the German media to do exactly the opposite and try to continue, because the role of the German media is to keep support high for Ukraine, keep the flow of weapons and the consentment of the population to keep sending weapons. That's why they talk about Ukraine. That's what German medias do. And so he's being used by German media to do that, and to do the exact opposite, he's being used also by Wagner. Right? So again, he's the dirtiest puppet I've ever seen.
No, I mean, yeah.
Right.
I knew my father. Yeah.
Yeah. But
I knew my father, maybe not as much as your mother, and maybe when she said that you don't know him, maybe she's right. Maybe you don't know yet.
But now that's a question I wanted to ask you. On the front in Ukraine, on the Russian side, we see a lot of different flags being used, and I see a lot of people in my comment section, they ask about it. So for example, the Russian soldiers use a lot the Soviet World War II flags, the victory banner of 1945, we see it often. We see the Russian imperial flag very often. And side by side, we also see the red flag with Jesus in the middle, the flag of Ivan the Terrible from the siege of Kazan. So how do you make sense of all this history for a foreigner? Because for a foreigner, this is completely different ideologies mixed up. So how could you explain this?
I don't understand.
It's the thing is, there is no ideology in Russia, and it's prohibited by the state.
Yeah, guys, listen. If the state's prohibits ideology, it doesn't exist. There's none of it. Remember that. That's one of the ridiculous statements I've ever heard. But let's continue.
You have an ideology, so people, when people come.
And that's so stupid. That's so stupid. If it's not allowed to have an ideology, then why do they come with flags that represent an ideology? Like, this interview is like out of this world, dude. There's no logic. There's nothing.
How do you make sense of all this history for a foreigner? Because for a foreigner, this is completely different ideologies mixed up. So how could you explain this?
It's the thing is, there is no ideology in Russia, and it's prohibited by the state to have an ideology. So people, when people come to the special military operation, they are creating, they're creating a purpose for themselves, and
Yeah. When you go into war, dude, you're such a strong guy. You're finding your purpose in life to go die for other people. Yeah, let's go, man.
That's the ideology they choose. And I mean, you can see, there is a very famous photo of two self-propelled star artillery. I'll send it to you later. One.
Yeah. Okay. That's a picture. First, we don't even know if that picture is realistic, because if you look even at the angles at which the flag are being portrayed by the wind, even though not sure it's the wind, it could be also the movement of the vehicle, they're not pointing the same way. So this picture is it's a picture that this guy sent, but the reality of this picture is not established at all. Let's just say that. First of all, I would say that in this picture, the angles at which the flags are being thrown by the wind is weird, because it's not the same angle. There's like at least a 25% angle difference between this one, which looks to us like 80, like it's flat, and the other one like it's almost 45 degrees. In an angle of 45 degrees difference, right? So what he's saying is that he's saying there, this basically what they're gonna say. Let's continue the interview. Sorry, let's listen to what they're gonna say.
An imperial flag. I mean, those are like the polar opposites, literally.
Exactly.
Though they fight in the same direction. It's we had found a way to live.
But he said that the ideology was not allowed, but though they carry flags that represent ideologies. Whatever this kid says makes absolutely no sense. It's incredible. It has no value.
Peace with our history, which is hard to understand for the Western people, I suppose, because in your countries currently
Don't suppose too
there
much.
seems to be a demonization of your past. I mean, when I remember exactly the Black Lives Matter protests in England, they were like graffiting on the Churchill's monument, something like slavery.
Yeah, but the Black Lives Matter didn't fight for the rights that they didn't have 100 years ago. They were fighting for the rights that they don't have right now, for the discrimination that they're feeling right now. Like you're losing yourself. They're not trying. They're not protesting for what happened 100 years ago. That's completely false. Especially like Black Lives Matter started in the USA. So let's not talk too much about UK because I don't know what happened too much in the UK. But in the USA, I mean, it's factual that black people are not having as nice lives in the grand scheme of things as white people. I mean, it's clear. It's clear. But for him to claim that basically it's a fight, these black people are fighting because they were mistreated 200 or 300 years ago, or because they are mistreated right now. He's making a lecture that, oh no, what they're protesting about is stuff that happened 300 years ago. Not true. Of course, what's happening today is the direct consequence of what happened 200 years ago. But they're fighting for what's happening today. Right? And it's very clear because what launched Black Lives Matter, the death of black people, and it wasn't a death that happened 300 years ago. It's a death that happened the day that the protest started. So it's this guy is literally working for your government to fight against protesters. Like he's delegitimizing. He's doing the same work as your government when they're delegitimizing any protests. It's like, oh no, they're doing that for their purpose and stuff, or they're doing that for wrong reasons. I'm sorry, but no. Surely there was maybe some bad people that used Black Lives Matter as a way to push a wrong influence or wrong stuff. Sure, but Black Lives Matter at the basis, it's a movement that started about rights of black people in America, and there's so many mathematical facts with which we can prove that black people are not living as well as white people in America, and that's why they rebelled. And so for him to come and say, oh no, it's because what happened in the past, it's so untrue. It's stupid. The first sentence he says about there's no ideology in Russia because it's not allowed. Then he shows two tanks which have flags which clearly depicts two different ideologies, and then he claims everything he says is just bullshit. It takes me so much time to come back to it and try to explain to you guys how it's bullshit, because it's so easy to say bullshit, but then to try to bring it back into reason, it's so hard, and it's what I'm trying to do here as the best I can, but there's so much.
Like genocide, something like that, and it happens in USA too, and probably in
Canada too. Yeah, they tagged the first prime minister of Canada. They took off the statue, and the city said, after 2 years, we're not going to replace the statue. The renaming streets and
okay, when, for example, now they're talking about Black Lives Matter's activists, for example, taking down statues which represent people that fought against them or that hinder their rights 200 or 300 years ago. But these statues were here the day before the event of the death of whoever it was. They were here and it was not posing any problems. Why are they attacking these statues right now? It's not because they want to rewrite history no. The real reason why they want to do that is because to this day they still don't have their rights. So they need to demonstrate. They need to... Oh shit, I don't know what happened. I don't know what the screen turned black. They need to demonstrate. They need to... And in a democracy, you have no other choice to try and demonstrate on the streets and stuff like that. And so tagging statues is like actually not so bad. Like they could be violent, but no, they decide to tag statues because they use that as a symbol of, okay, look, these guys, look at what they did 200 years ago. The statue was here the whole time, but today, because of what's happening today, we are tagging the statue, not because of what happened 200 years ago. It's because the statue was here for 200 years. Why it didn't get attacked before then? No, it's because today the black community found out that they needed to express themselves to get themselves respected, and they chose those statues to express themselves because there's no much other place they can really express their frustration. That's all. And so for Grisha Putin to come out and say, yo guys, it's because you guys are not good enough with your history, but us Russians, we're perfect. I should shut the fuck up, bro. Come on.
Like main squares. So in the West, it's, yeah, you're right. It's
yeah, you're right. Shut the fuck up, History Legends. Come on, bro.
It's like cancellation of the past, even though...
Man, History Legends, you really needed an interview? Come on, man.
Churchill, despite all of his flaws, he was the one to lead the nation through the toughest period and emerge victorious
and so?
at the end.
And so? And so British people shouldn't criticize him?
Peace with your past is...
But how is he saying that British people don't have a peace with their past, with Churchill? That's not a problem. Like, it's so... see what they say, it's so wrong, so false. It's incredible. It's just incredible.
Probably very important, and I feel like Russia's been able to do it. I hope Western countries may succeed in it, because it's gonna...
Shut the fuck up, you kid. Don't wish anything for us, come on.
Peacefully with your past, how are you gonna move into the future?
But yeah, he knows how we're gonna move into the future. This 17-year-old kid is telling us how to move into the future again.
I did a lot of videos talking about that topic, about the woke ideology that essentially that does that in the West, that they try to demonize stuff that happened a long time ago and bring it back.
No, I mean, looking back at your history and looking at I mean, it's something that everybody does, not even even me. Even me, when I look at what I thought and what were my ideas like 2 years ago, then I look back and I say, oh, I was wrong on that. That was stupid. That was... Everybody goes into a retrospective of what's being done before. It's a natural process. It's called evolution. Even myself, sometimes I think, oh, what I thought 2 years ago about that subject was completely stupid. And I have the right to evaluate and assess that, and that's the way you progress. Because if you can't go back into the past and look at what your mistakes were, then you're just gonna keep repeating them. Right? So it's completely normal to go back into the past and look at where the issues. But here they're trying to mix the fact that black people were fighting for their rights today as they're trying to rewrite history. They didn't try to rewrite history. If they attacked statues which were symbols of that history, is because it's also symbols of their oppression, and so it's the most linked symbol of what they're with what they're feeling or advocating for today. Simple as that. But this 17-year-old kid which never went to school probably doesn't understand it, and is being used by Wagner, and also really is being used by everybody to push their narrative, even history legends.
Back on today's topic. And I think the German journalist that came to you, it's the same thing. They tried to demonize you for showing something about their past.
No, absolutely not. Showing the German Reichsflagge, I mean, I can bring it here. The German Reichsflagge has nothing to do with the Nazis, guys. And actually, for a German channel to show that a young kid knows about the German Reichsflagge, it's actually a good thing, because they show that he's cultured, he knows about that stuff, you know? So it has nothing to do with Nazism, right? And the German Empire wasn't much worse than the French or the British Empire. So in the interview also, they're clearly not trying to demonize him when they show the flag. They're more trying to portray him as someone that knows some stuff, even though he doesn't know much. He's a fan of flags. His favorite flag is the Munchkin flag, right? It has nothing to do with Nazism or any extremism. No, it's just a flag of an institution. That's all it is. Yeah. So claiming that they were trying to portray him as bad, it's just false. It's just reading wrong the interview. Actually, they were trying to portray him as actually quite cultured and stuff, to show that these people that are supporting Prigozhin over Putin and that are actually cultured people. But you guys, if you guys didn't read through that and didn't understand that, then I mean, it's a problem. And especially as the interviewer, it's crazy. For me, it's crazy that history legends makes that, it reads it like that. It's so stupid. History legends probably doesn't know that it has nothing to do with the Nazis. It's crazy. As soon as you show something of the Germans' past, it's the Nazis. What the fuck? Like, no, what the fuck is going on? This flag has nothing to do with the Nazis.
It's been over 100 years, but clearly hasn't been long enough.
And this guy has a fucking...
demonize you.
I'm gonna tell you what's really scary to me, guys. This guy has 580,000 subscribers, and look at the bullshit he's saying. He's linking the German Reichsflagge with the Nazism, and he's saying that so he can make it, so he can say that the media gave a wrong picture of Putin. It's so false. It's so false. So false. Of course, the German media were biased and as lying as he is right now, because they're trying to give a narrative which was also wrong, just to push theirs, right? But
and it's been over 100 years,
scary.
But clearly it hasn't been long enough.
I want to know from when to when is this flag being used? It's all in German. Come on, I don't speak German. How do we? Where's the traduction in here? Oh my god, I can't. That's too much German. I can read a little bit, but that's too much. That's way too much. Discussion. Version. Non, c'est pas ça. No, there's no language. Oh, French. Okay, they're just. Okay, so it was used up to 1945. So the only link is that it was stopped after the Nazis, but the Nazis didn't do anything with this flag. They just kept it and they just went along with it. They didn't do anything. They didn't create it. They didn't modify it. They have nothing. Literally, the Nazis have nothing to do with this flag. They didn't stop using it. They didn't start using it. They didn't. No, they have nothing to do with it. Shit. What is this here? Oh crap.
It will never be long enough for them if they can use something as an argument against you. Let's be honest.
They didn't use it like an
I
argument against
just-
you. You
I
don't
hate
even
quite a
understand
lot,
what they try to
obviously,
make out of
with,
you, man.
People from foreign countries, and it is a problem with. It's not only that they bring it as an argument; they are replacing the narrative. They are changing the historical figures to be like black and stuff. I mean,
Okay. Listen, about Cleopatra, because they're using that example, and that's very, very misleading. Because you know, Cleopatra. Do you guys know which skin color was Cleopatra? No. The only reason you know which skin color is Cleopatra is because she's been portrayed in films and series as white, but nobody actually knows. As a matter of fact, and she was Egyptian. She wasn't European. But I mean, nobody actually knows. I mean. The history has been written the first time because Cleopatra. No, I don't think anybody knowing her real skin color or her real skin. We don't know, but because in the past she has been because the leader of the world were the Europeans and the Europeans were making all the culture. They portrayed Cleopatra as kind of an European, a white European kinda. That's why we have this image of Cleopatra being white and European, but she was an African. She was an African. So the fact that she's black in that movie is maybe way closer than reality, and the first vision of reality that we portrayed in our films before was probably mostly the wrong one. All I'm saying. I haven't anybody to disprove me, but it's just a fact. The fact to say that we were trying to rewrite the story and make Cleopatra black, but no, Cleopatra was actually black. We wrote maybe the history wrong in the first time, but nobody started claiming that the kings of France were black. What? That's stupid. And they're trying to confuse you. And this interview is for very low intelligence people, because who would bite into that? Who would bite into that? Seriously.
what the, like literally, you don't see that kind of stuff in Russia.
Yeah, us in Russia, we're so good. We're so much perfect. Look, our government is so much better than yours. No, it's exactly the same bullshit, man. What are you talking about? He's trying to say, oh, you guys are not in peace with your past. Us, we are so good. Look, we don't do this kind of stuff. That's.
I wish all people from Western countries or other parts of the globe find peace with your history, and that's gonna pave your way into the future.
So this 17 years old guy is giving advice to the whole Western world to be like, yo guys, you need to do this to be better. That's it.
Yeah, that's
And it's really just like, yeah.
Thank you for this expedition.
Thank you.
Because we saw so many signs and flags on the Russian side. People were saying, what is it all about?
Once again, at the start of the thing, he said that ideologies were unallowed by the state in Russia. So why is there all these flags? I mean, the whole answer, the whole thing has no connection with any logic. Nothing. It's just incredible. So there's no ideology in Russia, but then they all carry flags with represent ideologies in their tanks. But actually, that's a good thing. It's because we're in peace with our history and you are not. What? And then he comes up as with the moral high ground, telling us what we should do for our future. And then we have actual guys from the West being like, "Oh, this guy is the best. He's so courageous." Respect yourself, little sons of bitches.
In a
But,
way, it's because everyone is united by a common enemy. That also counts because when there is such a dangerous threat, I mean that you have to take up arms and go fight. Well, you kind of
Also-
forget everything.
Also, it's funny because they talk about rewriting the history and stuff, but it's true that we have problem with our history, and every once again, even myself, when I look back in my past, I'm like, oh, this 2 years ago I thought that, I spoke like that, I said that, I did that, and I found that it's ridiculous, and that's allowing me to progress in the future and not to do the same mistakes. And every state has to do that and does that. But we can see, of course, there is problem with the history of our nations. We can clearly see that when we had the interview of the Canadian the standing ovation of a Ukrainian Nazi leader in the Canadian Parliament. That was a very good example, for example, of this kind of perturbated history and complicated history. But Russia has the exact same thing. Russia is not better in that sense at all. Right? And you can saw that in the USA. USA is one of the most divided states ever. But the fact that, here Grisha Putin says that. The fact that the imperial flag and the Soviet flag are flowing next to each other is a good thing. Well, in the USA, there's also people flying the Union Jack and the other people flying the Confederate flag. Is that a sign of union, or, I mean, you can interpret it probably at both, right? So, yeah, I mean, this whole thing they talk about is complete bullshit to me. And I don't say that there's no problem with the history and the way we're treating history. I mean, definitely there is, but what they say is completely out of what actually matters.
That happens inside the country, and you got to get rid of the foreign aggressor, foreign threat, so to say. So.
It's in a way both sides, Ukrainians and Russians, they're LARPing too about World War II. I feel because the Ukrainians have these crosses on their tanks. Okay, it's very similar to the Cossack one. I understand it's apparently something from hundreds of years ago, but it's also very, very similar, guys, to the symbols that were used on Wehrmacht tanks going into all of Europe. So, and there's also a couple brigades in Ukraine, like the Mountain Brigade called Edelweiss, which is the same as the German Mountain Brigade during World War II. So everybody's playing that LARPing game. And the Russians are having the Soviet banners.
It's not LARPing. It's not LARPing. It's way more dangerous than that. Let's continue listening to them. But if you think that, because LARPing is easy, it's a word that you can use like that. No. That shit is real scary. Because those people are ideologically motivated like nobody is. And the symbols they use are not used for fun or for LARPing. No. Those are real symbols. Let's go back to it.
And reusing a lot of terminology. So I think it's interesting that both sides just use that.
I mean, it's kind of obvious because World War II, Great Patriotic War for us, is a very, very big thing in our history, and it hadn't happened so long ago. I mean, I met with veterans of the Great Patriotic War. That's how little time has passed, and
when he said that he met with veterans, I have high doubts for that. I'm just saying, high doubts. But it's possible, definitely. I mean, it doesn't matter because it's definitely possible. The war wasn't so long ago. Yeah, it was actually
Russian sees
80 years ago.
Tanks
85
coming at him. I mean, there's just some kind of genetic memory that you're gonna have to blow this thing up, just like your grandfather did. And no offense to Germans, but well, it's like Leopard is coming at you with a Wehrmacht cross painted on it. Well,
is it true that Russian soldiers get extra bonus when they destroy such?
So here I don't have much to say about what they just talked about. Yeah, they're using symbols, and those symbols are real scary, and it's not a game. It's not like LARPing and stuff, because LARPing is a word I used to know and I've learned about when I was playing before, and it's a word that people use to say, oh, look, I'm using these symbols and it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't matter. It's just LARPing. We shouldn't care. No. Those are real symbols. They really matter, and this is a real war that's happening. And we shouldn't be like, oh, and Putin actually kind of agrees with me, because I feel for the Russians. Like, the Russians have lost more than 20 million people in that war. 20 million. It's one out of three French people, for example, and at that time. And so, of course, they have real feelings, and when they see the symbols, it really pushes the whole population towards war, right? But that's not what we want. And these peoples are using these symbols for that reason, because it's if they want the war to go. That's many people are profiting from this war, like Putin, Grisha Putin is, and the symbols that he used to inspire hate, inspire hatred, inspire go back to the past, and those are real vectors of hate and the and not helping the resolution, but more helping the continuation of this war.
Equals.
Yeah, there is like a couple of singers and artists in Germany that pay off.
So now this is the moment when they're gonna stop talking about stuff, and Grisha Putin is gonna show that he has no military knowledge. He has no idea of how stuff happens actually on the ground. He'd never been there probably. So because they're gonna start talking about what are the rewards that someone would get from destroying Western equipment, and that he's gonna show that he has no clue of how stuff goes in the ground. He's never been there. He's not a military guy. He has no clue what the best thing he knows about that is playing Hoi 4. Let's
bonuses. I mean, this is pretty widely used,
and you can see that history legends also during that whole question that's gonna happen, and you're gonna see he's gonna try to lead Grisha into not saying stuff that's so bullshit, and he's gonna say, yo, it's crazy. Just look at it.
Used for PR in a way, but it's also the government that gives you additional money. So yeah.
So the government gives you additional money if you blow up like Abrams tanks, for example. Okay.
One Abrams down, one loan paid off.
How much?
That's great. So that shows that the Russian people are not doing that for themselves. They're doing that to pay their debts because maybe they're in debt with their own government. So I mean, they're getting tied up by money to go and blow up tanks. That's what he just says means, right? But maybe they wanted to blow the tank anyway. But maybe some didn't want, or they just wanted to live their life and don't have to do anything with that. But because they are owing money to some stuff, they have to go blow up tanks. So.
In Abrams, like a couple of days ago, that was the talk.
I think it's a bit 1 to 3 millions. It depends on the
how much. Rubles.
Look. So like he's giving him information.
So 1 million ruble. So that's
Just
$11,000. 1 million.
Yeah.
So you said between 1 and 3 million rubles. So they
Well,
make
it
between
depends
10
on-
to 30,000 USD. Like the entire unit or one guy? The entire unit.
One guy.
What?
Well, the guy who blew it up. I mean,
Yeah, but sometimes it's more than one guy.
Sometimes it's more than one guy. This guy never did anything related to Warbird video games. He doesn't even know how it works on the field. He thinks like, oh, you go to blow up a tank on your own and you should get all the money. It's so... It's incredibly far. Like miles away from how stuff actually happens on the ground. And History Legends knows it himself. But listen to how History Legends, even when he's going to ask him, is it one guy or the whole team? He's going to say the whole team twice to push Grisha into giving the right answer. But he's still going to give the wrong one. Listen.
one to 3 millions. It depends on the.
How much?
And look how Grisha many times is going to say, yo, I just said that like it's random. Like, you don't listen to what I say. Look, Luwagin is going to start verifying stuff. He's oh, I don't know. It's actually...
So 1 million ruble. So that's $11,000. 1 million.
Yeah.
So you said between 1 and 3 million rubles. So they make
Already, when you say I have between 1 and 3 childs, it's not looking good, right? You don't know what you're talking about, right? So between 1 and 3 million rubles for an Abrams, like, is it 1 or is it 3? Well, whatever.
between 10 to 30,000 USD. Like the entire unit or one guy? The entire unit.
See, he re-says the entire unit. So he says that because he knows that this 17-year-old kid has no clue about what happens on the ground. He only played Call of Duty, so he thinks that the guy grabs the RPG, sees the tank. It's the same guy that sees the tank, come close to the tank, gets the RPG and shoots the RPG. No, it's just literally not like that. There's a different guy that's gonna spot the tank, that are gonna track the tank, that are gonna maybe it's actually there's a platoon on the ground, but it's actually not even them that's gonna blow the tank because it's a drone that's gonna come for another platoon, and so it would be incredibly unfair. Imagine, right? Let's just take an example. An Abrams tank comes into a field, right? and it shoots. It actually cuts the limb of one Russian guy. It cuts the limb right off, and then they try to take care of that Russian guy, and they try to fight off the tank. And so the Russians, like, they call support. They call for support because there's a Abrams push, right? And so the support they'll get is a drone that comes out with bombs, so they can drop it on the tank to destroy it. Because let's say they didn't have any other. I mean, it could be a helicopter, it could be anything, right? But this time, let's say it's a drone that comes down. So the platoon on the ground lost actually a limb, and they're trying to retain, and they're holding the tank, they're fighting the tank, they're doing all the work, and just the guy who's gonna come with a drone, drop a bomb, go back and win $10,000, and the guy that lost their arms and their brother on the field are not gonna get anything. It's just the proof as this kid doesn't have any knowledge of how it happens. That's how he can claim it's just the guy that blew up the tank. I'll just let you listen to it again. And
million ruble.
even in the value he gives, he says, yo, I have 1 to 3 kids. He gives value of one up to 3. So he has no clue what it is. Actually, he has no clue what anything he says. And History Legends, and you can see that History Legends knows that, and he's trying to use him. And when he's asking question, he's actually giving him the answer he expects him to give, because if he got the other answer, it's gonna be ridiculous.
In a way, but it's also the government that gives you additional money. So yeah, it's in a way, we joke about it. It's like, one Abrams down, one loan paid off.
How much, for example, for an Abrams, like a couple of days ago, that was the talk.
I think it's a bit 1 to 3 millions. It depends on the
how much. Rubles to USD. So 1 million ruble. So that's $11,000. 1 million. Yeah. So you said between 1 and 3 million rubles. So they make between 10 to 30,000 USD. Like the entire unit or one guy? The entire unit.
One guy.
One guy.
Look at the reaction of it.
Well, the guy who blew it up.
The guy blew it up. What do you mean? What do you want me to say?
Then they probably.
Oh, but sometimes it's not one guy. Oh, actually, it's probably the whole guy, the whole team.
Well, that's.
What is the point of asking this kid a question? Everything you're gonna say after is gonna change his answer. What the fuck? It's like, what's the point?
Like the same thing during World War II.
Not only the Soviets, every war participant, they push their population into making achievements. Right? It's nothing new. Germans did the same with Russian equipment in World War II. French did the same.
Bonuses for
nothing new.
Teams that could destroy tanks.
Yeah, it's always been the case. Always been the case. Always been the case.
They had a system of bonuses.
Bonuses. The system of bonuses has always existed. It used to be a cross. Today, people are way more interested by money than anything else. So before you could give them, a cross. In France, we have the La Légion d'honneur. Rewards, right, for having achieved something particular. It always existed. It's like nothing new. But nowadays, it's all about money. So they give money, but it's always been the case. Even before they used to give money also. Getting the recognition usually from the state is gonna bring you much more than money, because it's gonna allow you to make money in the future instead of just getting paid once, right? Just like what Grisha got from Wagner, right? When he went to the Wagner Center and sold his audience to Wagner, when he says he didn't get paid. Yeah, of course he didn't get paid, but his income has multiplied by 10 since, because he's got so much exposure from them that he doesn't need to be paid, right? It's exactly saying that it's being paid is just a detail.
And you couldn't buy much with it, but you could get money, So that was pretty interesting. It's the same.
And another similarity, and the thing is, Ukrainians. If we come back to LARP, their LARPing is the.
Yeah, we come back to LARP. Stop coming back to words that don't mean anything. Actually, please be precise when you talk. When you come back to LARP, what's that? Shut up, bro. This guy literally speaks like he a guy playing Hoi4. Just shut the fuck up. It's just, it irks me. I can't.
If we come back to LARP, their LARPing is the.
He's speaking with the average level of intelligence of a regular Hoi4 lobby. You just hop on Hoi4 right now. You go into any lobby with a Discord, and the level of intelligence is exactly the same as this interview.
Those are the guys who lost, and those are the guys who got judged by the whole world. Why are you LARPing them? Why are you painting their symbols? Only because they were against Russia? Like, that seems to be the only topic why they want to be associated with the is because they fought against Russians.
Yeah, but because you don't understand what happened in the history, Ukrainians always felt. Some Ukrainians always felt some Ukrainians always been part of either the Austro-Hungarian Empire or the Polish-Lithuanian Empire, or they always been Western, and they felt like they were oppressed by Russians, and that's other Russians that feel exactly the same about the West. It's classic for them when Germany invaded Russia in World War II, right? They got a lot of support from these western parts of Ukraine, which had been parts of the Polish-Lithuanian Empire or the Austro-Hungarian Empire in years prior, because these regions were looking way more towards the west. And so these people, those are the Stefan Banderas, those are the Azov battalions, those are the ones that are still being actually portrayed as heroes to this day in Ukraine. That's just history. And so basically, if you don't realize that what's happening today is exactly kind of the same thing, and for these people, it's the same confrontation. It's the West versus the East, the Russian influence versus the German influence, and some people are really determined of not having one influence and having the other one. That's just the case. And for you not to understand that this is getting out of hand, because this hatred that's being played on these Ukrainian people, before they used to live together. I mean, they've been living since the end of the Soviet Union together, but now the hatred in between the Ukrainians on the Est and the East, we're never gonna bring them back together. We're never gonna bring them. It's over. It's over. The symbolism, the hatred, everything's became so big now. And the fact that they're using the symbols should be notifying you of that, because that's just history. Like, many Ukrainians, for example, joined some joined the Russian army, some joined the German army when Ukraine was getting invaded, even though it wasn't a country. Right? There is this hatred that has always existed between these people, and it's been kept to a respectable level until now. But now we have exception. That's what Victoria Nuland. That's the real victory of Victoria Nuland and the old Secretary of State of the United States. It to drive this hatred into these people into a level that they can exploit to fight against Russia. But so to disturb or to perturbate Russia, right? All what happened.
And they forget everything else that the Germans did, and then they are wondering.
No, they don't forget everything else that the Germans did, but they know that that's the only people that ever came to help them, or to ever came to come in the land. And basically, these Ukrainians that joined the German army, they might not have been Nazis. They might, but just because these guys were the ones helping, well, they joined them, right? If in fact it wasn't Germany that invaded Ukraine in World War II, it has been, let's say, Greece, right? Maybe they would have agreed to the Greek ideology, right? But it's more a factor of right. They're trying to blame some of these Ukrainians for allying with the Nazis, and of course it's not good. But you have to go back to history and look that it was the only people that came out to come liberate them. So they just joined them because they were the ones to liberate them, not because they agreed with their ideas.
So obsessed with like the Nazi problem in Ukraine and stuff, because you cannot ignore those Bandera monuments, you cannot ignore those torch marches they did in Kiev, and this is a thing that many Polish people can probably understand me on, because
that's obvious. But who made this hatred? That all started in 2014. Remember, we watched these documentaries. Remember, guys, when there was the Wagner rebellion, we'll watch that. I don't have the streams anymore because Twitch removed them. But we looked at that. The real achievement of the 2014 coup or revolution, whatever, it's to give so much power to these groups that use this hatred and these symbols to drive in for more hatred and take power and get more importance in the country. And those are the groups which in 2014 have taken so much importance in Ukraine, even though since now they need a lot of help from the West. They're trying to hide them and try to push them under the rug and get them out of the exposed positions, right? But these are the people that took a real importance, and those are the ones who drove this. In 2014, one of the first laws that the government of 2014, which has been chosen by the United States to lead Ukraine, one of the first political decisions they made was to disallow Russian as a official language in Ukraine. And you have to know that many people in Eastern Ukraine only spoke Russian. They didn't speak Ukrainian, and their kids were also only speaking Ukrainian. So and now there will be no school in Ukrainian. You can pay your taxes in Russian. You can pay your taxes. There's no school in Russian. I mean, they just became second-class citizens, just like Jews were in Nazi Germany. You know, so it's understandable that. But this is what this is. This is the works of politicians. This is the works of the people, mostly the United States, right, in Victorian Ireland and what they did there. But this hatred had been kept to a low level. It wasn't. But now we have awakened the volcano, and now taking it down is going to be really, really hard, and that's our fault. We allowed that to happen. And because these people were living just fine with each other. They're living just fine. They even considered themselves as brothers, even though some look to the west and some look to the east. They were living in the same country. Right.
Under, well, I mean, Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists, or OUNB and OUN with Shukhevich, those guys were responsible for like massacre in Volyn, which took lives of Poles, Jews, and Russians. And I think a lot of Polish people are split on the matter.
Yeah, the Polish people didn't forget that the USSR also invaded them at the start of the war, and that when the Soviet Union took back the Polish lands and they went into Germany, they also committed a lot of atrocities, notably to Germans, right? Which they didn't deserve it more. It was just about vengeance and stuff, so they were not much better. But because they won the war, we're not talking about that today.
Exactly because of that, because Ukrainian government doesn't do anything to stop glorifying of Bandera, and instead they even use it to promote war. And I mean, we have seen.
I do think that, for example,
I agree with him. Like on that last sentence, that they're using the symbols to promote war, because war is for most people it's not a good thing, but for a few people in a country it might be a good thing, right? For example, for the leader, it's always good to have a war because it staples you as the leader, because they need you, and for a potential king, or right, it's always good to have war because it has to put you in that position of the leader and contested and stuff like that. It's also very interesting for of course anybody producing weapons or anybody working in the military, right? There's many people that have interest into going into war, and even though it's not in the interest of 99% of the population, there's still some people that, and I agree with him that these symbols are being used by this 1% people that are pushing the war narrative, right? That don't care about people dying if they can make an income out of it. But the fact of the matter is, Grisha Putin is doing exactly the same thing. When he sold his Twitch audience to a private military company, his young Western audience to a private military company by going to stream in there and promoting them, he's doing the exact same thing. It's exactly as disgusting to me, at least.
The Azov Brigade, they still changed the logo. I see there was an effort, especially because in the West, before the war in the West, they talked about it a lot. The war started, they stopped talking about it, and I think the Azov Brigade, they toned it down. At the same time,
also, we have to understand that it's normal. Like the Azov Brigade is just a normal thing. It's like it's no surprise that it exists. Like with the history that Ukraine has, and to make war, you don't need nice people. You need people that are ideologically motivated, convinced, and so the Azov Battalion is something that is I don't like it. Right, but it's totally normal that it exists because it exists in any nation. You can find groups like that, very ideologically motivated, very determined. You can find that in any nation that goes to war because they need these kind of people. You don't do wars, or you don't win wars with fucking nice people.
The thing is that in war you need these guys. Okay. These I compare them to it's like the Ukrainian Wagner Corps. So the both sides, the
Ukrainian Wagner Corps, I don't know about
ideologically motivated guys, like not in the sense of ideology, but in the sense of combat, ready to give up their life. So you only find this ideology in certain sectors of society, and that's my opinion. Every country has those.
I understand you, but I'd say Wagner is not a compression to Azov.
Wait, of course, you're During this whole interview, he's literally the spokesperson of Wagner. Remember what he said earlier? Or you can even go into the comment section of the video, and if you find my comment, I put timestamps of every time he's gonna praise Wagner. He's never gonna say anything wrong about them. He's gonna praise them every time. I put timestamps on that. So of course, because he heard Azov and Wagner at the same time, he has to defend Wagner right away. But let's see what he's gonna say.
Make a compression to like
but
highlight...
Azov and Wagner are typically different, because one is a public a battalion of Azov, I think, isn't a private military company. It's in link, or at least maybe it was, but then now it's in link with the government. Actually, don't know. I think it was a private military company, maybe, or a private organization before the war, and then it became public. I'm not sure, but I would see that as a difference, because anyway, today the Azov battalion is definitely linked with the government, which Wagner PMC, even though they're financed by the Russian state, they don't have that kind of link with the government. They are free to operate as a private company, right? That's why they even try to rebel against the state. But okay, let's continue. We'll talk about that when he comes to it.
Ideological units. That's on the Russian side, Rusich.
Yeah.
Wagner there was not such like a far right or whatever ideology. There was a very key component of winning in any war and being good as a unit.
Yeah.
There was a brother.
Wagner is now making stuff for money. It's not like any company. They're not doing that for money. They're just doing that to win the war and to be good as a unit, right? They're just... What the fuck are you talking about? They're making everything for money. It's a company. Shut the fuck up.
Between those people, that's why they were so effective, and that's why Prigozhin, well, why he was
Such a
so
god.
cherished, because he was able to do it. And I would not draw a comparison between Azov and Wagner. Those are...
Did you watch the interviews of Prigozhin when people asked him about when War Gonzo asked him about questions about ideology, and he said, I don't care about ideology. He said, you can have whatever ideology as long as you fight. So
of course, what they need is your blood for money. So whatever is your ideology, we don't care. You're probably gonna die anyway. All we want you is to be desperate enough so you can, or desperate, or convinced enough, or ideologically driven enough, so you come and give your life for us. You're gonna risk your life for us to make money. Especially him, Prigozhin. He's in the desk. Of course, he'd take anybody. Of course. It's just like it's just like your boss today. Your boss in your job. Everyone in the chat is probably a wage slave. You're getting a wage every month, and but your boss doesn't care if you agree with what he's doing or not. He doesn't care if you have the same ideology as him. He doesn't care. He doesn't give a fuck. He just needs you to do the job. And if you stop doing the job, then he's gonna kick you out. He doesn't care about your ideology. If your ideology ever comes into hurting what your job, how you're doing your job, then he's gonna do it. Like their way. But yeah, every wage slave, it's a company. It's exactly the same. They don't care if you have the right ideology. Only if your ideology comes into hurting what you could do in your job, then they would care. But then nobody does. Of course, they just need your blood to go and die. And this guy is promoting that. As a 17 years old, we have promoting that.
that was his answer. Because I think people...
Man, if I ever thought this whole Hoifor bullshit, it would ever come to do and result in something that bad, my god, I would have never taken part on it.
or questioning him.
Yeah, but I can tell you from my personal experience from Wagner fighters and the atmosphere they told me about. I mean, yeah, that's how it is. I wouldn't say they had a far right ideology. There was a brotherhood, which is above ideology, in my opinion.
Talking about this, how did you live through the June march of justice of Wagner? So
this is very interesting. So this is the moment where we have a public state, the Russian MOD, the Minister of Defense, which has a beef with the private military company that it's self-financing, right? But it's financing it, but you have to understand the company is still private. It's a private company, right? It acts independently, and this is a real fight. What you have to understand, what happened, what led Wagner to rebel, is that you have to understand they passed a law that made it so every private military company had to join the army, which was operating in Ukraine, and each like company of private military company that was fighting in Ukraine had to join the army. So what does this mean if we talk in economic terms? This is a nationalization, right? That's what it is, because these fighters are the means of production of these private military companies, and what the state is saying is that you have to give it to them, and we're gonna use them, and we're not gonna pay you for using them anymore. Nationalization. That's what it is in economic terms, and that's what Wagner fought against as a private military company, because it's a private company. They just fought against that, which every company would have done by the means that they had. If it was in the European Union that happened, they probably would have sent $1 billion with lobbyists in Brussels. That's what they have done. But here it was in Russia, so there was other way to do it, and they did it their way. But they tried to fight against it because they're taking some of their wealth, right? And anybody can understand that, right? That's what happened. And for Grisha, because he says he's a patriot. He says he's a patriot. He loves Russia. Look, he has the Russian flag in the back. But in fact, he's the spokesperson of a private military company that went against the state at some point. So for him, this question is very ambiguous, and we're gonna clearly see that he can't answer it. He literally can't. He doesn't even have the mind, the knowledge, the anything to be able to even answer this question. We're gonna see that. Let's listen to his answer. So the question is, how did you feel? But he's gonna say, oh, I'm very sad. But listen to, and I mean, what my opinion is during this whole interview, he's just being a spokesperson for Wagner, and see how he's gonna try by every means, whatever he says, to just make it so it doesn't give a bad image of Wagner. It actually gives the opposite. It's like a good image. If we did it, it's a good purpose. Let's listen.
How did you interpret this? How did you live it?
How did you interpret? How did you live it? Yeah. Answer that question. Come on, you kid.
I kind of closed myself.
Oh yeah. Fucking weak ass bitch. You close yourself, okay?
Of those days, it was difficult, painful.
Oh, so much pain, man. This poor guy.
I'll say that I call it March of Justice. For me, it's not a mutiny.
See. It's very important. The first thing he actually says about it is it's a march of justice, guys. So not a mutiny. It's a march of justice. So that's exactly what a spokesperson of the private military company would say, right? Because in fact they did rebel against the state because the state was trying to take stuff from us and them, and they tried to resist, right? But also they need the state. They can't go too far and stuff like that. So they try to protest as much as they could, right? So, but it's a mutiny. I mean, it's a mutiny. Anything that goes against, it's a mutiny. That's the word. But of course he doesn't want to say that because he wants to portray himself as a patriot. So as a patriot, he couldn't support the mutiny, right? You understand? He can't speak about this shit. He's just gonna evade it. He can't speak about it.
Or
because he's the spokesperson of the private military company that went against the public state.
To like overthrow the government or like a coup, whatever. It's March of Justice. I think this kind of says my position. I'm very glad.
We understood that you were a spokesperson for Wagner. Come on, shut the fuck up already.
Bloodshed. Major bloodshed.
So now you see he says, I'm glad there was no bloodshed. Russians died. Actual real patriots that actually work in the military and not like you behind a fucking desk and a screen, and that risk their life every day actually died because of this mutiny. And you're trying to minimize it. But actually people that were probably way more patriotic in that sense than you. Because you are patriotic with other people's bodies. But they were taking themselves the risks.
We don't know how history would have turned out if there was a storm of Moscow. I have no idea. But I'll call it March of Justice.
I'm gonna say one thing. If there was an actual storm on Moscow, you definitely wouldn't have been recruited by Wagner a year later. Or like a few months later. Oh, I don't know. Did he went in the center before the rebellion or after? Actually, I don't know. I didn't follow the whole story.
How did you talk to Wagnerian fighters that incorporated now the Russian armed forces? Are you still in contact with some of them, or not?
But see how History Legends is being also a very bad interviewer. Come on, man, dig in that gap. because he is literally supporting a private military company that went against the fucking state that he says is a patriot. Come on, dig into that. No, he's letting him, but History Legends is willing to make this interview. He knows if he push Grisha into too much depth, he's not gonna give him the interview he wants. So he's being docile.
I am. First of all, I'm 24/7 nowadays in contact with Russian soldiers due to nature of my stuff, which I guess I can explain a little bit later. But it's a difficult relationship between those who went from Wagner into Ministry of Defense. There is a difference between them.
But what is this? What is it?
I mean, in the end, we'll fight for Russia, and that's the...
See, he's not talking about the difference. What's the difference in between working for a private military company and working for the state? What's the difference? There's a huge difference. The private military company works for its own interest, and the public state is supposed, at least, to work for the public interest, for the common interests. That's the difference. I mean, if he doesn't want to mention it, he doesn't want to say it, he doesn't want to, because it would be bad for him to say that actually I supported this private military company against my state. Would be actually make him look very bad, but he can't say that.
Factor, we mustn't go against each other. Yeah. That was their main thing, that we all were for the same cause, no brother bloodshed.
That's exactly what a spokesperson of Wagner would say, because Wagner wants to make it look like it's fighting for the common good, it's fighting for not for its own purpose. So when they say, yo, that was a march of justice, we didn't rebel, no, it was a justice, it was for everybody, actually we are for the common good. They're trying to portray themselves as that, but actually it's not the case. They're a company, they're working for themselves, that's all. Stop fucking thinking outside of it. And he is being the spokesperson for that private military company, promoting their activities and trying to get respectability for them. That's all he's doing. But the people are so stupid nowadays, they don't even see that, and they go support him in the...
And
right.
I mean, in the end, they're all very valuable specialists that you not allowed to lose on, especially in this time when warfare is going to be happening everywhere in the world.
Yeah, I mean, with people like you promoting it, for sure that's gonna happen.
And I mean, it is...
Thank you for your follow.
Is pretty much.
Now let's talk about the next part of your career. So by the way, so you're in high school. I wanted to ask you, are you a star in your school? Because I saw you do presentations. They show your videos at school, I think everybody knows you. Like, how is...
Of course, he's a war propagandist. It's always good for a state to be at war. It's a very good way to control its population, or to be feeling like it's a war. So, I mean, for the school to promote you, I mean, the school is promoted by the state, so I mean, it makes sense.
I'd like to be a student in such a thing.
I really rarely go to school nowadays.
Yeah, we can see that.
What? Oh.
Well,
Funny, the reaction of History Legends is like, oh, what? Oh, that's so funny, actually. Look at the reaction of History Legends. Actually, it's so funny. Actually, I think the reaction of History Legends are probably the funniest in this team.
Such a thing.
I really rarely go to school nowadays.
Oh, what? Oh.
Well,
It's so good.
But I mean, teachers are kind of fine. I mean, literally just today, I had my good friend. His call sign is Pirate. He is ex Spetsnaz leader group and the current commander of one of the companies that fights in Ugledar right now.
Man, this guy must be drinking a lot of alcohol. Did you see his? Did you see his cheeks, bro?
His call sign
His cheeks were fucking pink, bro.
He's ex Spetsnaz leader group and the current commander of one of the companies that fights in Ugledar right now, that I help with equipment. I mean,
that's the part of the video he's gonna claim every time that he's bringing people equipment and stuff like that. We will come back to that later, and just let him speak.
He did a presentation to my class about, like, well, he just told about life. They asked him questions. He said, I'm standing here before you only because of the help of, well, material help that I provided. So I know that the stuff that I do directly impacts people's lives, basically.
So what he's saying here is that listen, it's very, very, very interesting, and we're gonna see that this guy he has no logic. So he's saying that I'm not going to school right now because what I'm doing right now is I'm using my power as an influencer to try and get money and support these people that are fighting. Okay, that's what he's saying. So he says that it's better for him not to go to school and better support the war effort in that way. But then when we're gonna ask him, but why won't you go do that from the front? He's gonna say no. But we'll see.
Deciding whether they are gonna leave in that moment. Well, the equipment I was able to buy. So my mission isn't.
It's also so weird, right? If you have a government that's going to war but it doesn't have equipment to do it, is it really reasonable? Like, is it you to have to? It's just weird.
And I don't just pass school to play games. I did this turn for.
He's skipping school because he doesn't have to go to school today. Because when you go to school, it's just to get like some kind of qualification, reconnaissance. Sometimes schools can be really good. You really do learn stuff in school, but. School is not going to be a diploma. Whatever you learn to get the diploma, you're going to forget it as soon as you got it, and never going to use yourself in your life anymore. So school is just bullshit. But he doesn't need to go to school. He knows that he already has everything he needs to be able to make it in the future. I mean, he sold himself to a private military company, one of the richest company in the world.
Into a very serious task of helping supplying units.
So now you're a streamer. And the funds you get from it or donations, you use it for military aid, if I understand correctly.
No, he uses it first for him and his family, and eventually he's got the squad he's got left. He's sending it so he can show that he's doing something. That's more likely the right answer. But wait, let's bring it back.
From it or donations, you use it for military aid, if I understand correctly.
Basically, in the summer of 2023, I created Z-Shaker Central. It's a community of pro-Russian foreigners, and basically I started making donation goals like buy a drone, buy spare car parts, buy medkits, buy an armored vehicle.
That's very interesting, right? So let's just finish
and stuff like that. And I did it with foreign audience almost exclusively. So, for example, I don't know, 10 medkits could be bought by some German guy who decided to help. Though usually people that help me are from Eastern Germany. Just a funny historical thing.
How is it that historical? We'll come back.
So yeah, that's what I've been doing since then, and I recently started a new thing. I make
because Western Eastern Germany
people make an order to me, and I draw their picture. Like usually it's like an anime girl on an artillery shell. I have
all these weebs.
Yeah, for all you weebs in the for the chat. Look at you guys. Look at when it went. It went too far, guys. It went way too far. Look at where your fucking weeb stuff is going on to. It went way too far, guys. It went way too far.
Can't say no. Though I mean, there are plenty of good warriors that watch anime.
Is it the same cost for every design?
Nah, it's different, but I took a little bit of inspiration from the Ukrainian project of similar nature.
Okay, whatever. So, what was he saying there earlier? I mean, I forgot. Okay, so he's talking about his organization that he created in summer 2023 about supplying war stuff from. So, holy shit! Comments below the video are wild. Yeah, they are. We'll come back to the video's comments. So what he's saying here is that he created something so that people that wish to work but that wish to help Russia but not risk their own life themselves could send money to him instead of sending it directly, because they could do that, right? Sending it to him so him can use that he can use the fact that he gathered the money and gave it to actually gave him himself to the people, so he can get credit for that. You know, that's literally what's happening, right? If he's getting others people money and he's getting it to the other people and he's getting credit from that, I'm not sure that's something that's really respectable, right? Because right, he could go to the front and fight for himself and have these people still give the money because they don't need him to give the money. If they want to give money, they can give the money. But the fact of the matter is, he's trying to portray himself as so essential that he has to stay back in an office, getting other people's money, because that's not his own; it's other people's money that he gives to support a war that he doesn't want to fight himself in, and which the people that giving the money probably doesn't want to fight themselves in. Yeah, the VOD will be available in there's gonna be 2 VODs that are gonna be available just after the stream ends. Though, so in like 2 hours max, you're gonna have the VODs, and maybe I'll make a YouTube video about it. So sorry, what was I saying? Oh man, I completely lost what I was saying. No, that's too much. What I was talking about? I'm sorry, guys. Please help me. What was I blabbling about? Yeah, I was blabbing. Okay, I got it. So yeah, he's getting other people's money and he's giving it to people, and he's getting himself the credit from that. But he didn't do the work that these people do to get the money, and he so I mean, is that really respectable? He's trying to portray himself as that's the best thing I can do. But then when later in the interview he's gonna be asked, but why won't you go fight yourself this war? You go fight the war because they need people to fight it, and the people that want to give the money, well, they can still give it. They don't need you to give the money, right? Just something I'll say, because he's playing like the guy. Okay, whatever. That's
I didn't know that.
Oh, they made like $1.8 million so far. I made...
So he's talking about he was inspired by the exact same campaign that was being done for Ukraine with Westerners. So to finance the Ukraine war effort through everyone in the West has been fucking manipulated by the media to think that Russian is the worst thing ever, and that we have to give our money to Ukraine and stuff. And they gathered apparently a lot of money, and so he tells himself he's been inspired by that to do it himself. I mean, is that something really respectable? Why won't you go to fight the war if you feel so patriotic and stuff like that?
Maybe about 7 to 8.
Man, I wish Grisha would give me an interview. I wish. That would be so good, man. Imagine Sega Grisha interview. Oh man, that would be good.
For that thing, though, I have only been doing it for like.
But you know, guys, for when they just joined the chat, we had a talk with Grisha, me and him. I never spoke with him about his views on political stuff. The only reason I hated Grisha is back then, when I used to be a streamer before, he used to harass me through Discord and everything, even being insulting to me. To try and I have no clue where he lives. I have no clue. I have not followed him at all. The only relation I had with him is like 4 years ago when he was trying to harass me on Discord to try and get a 1v1 against me, so he can use me as a stepping stone to get popular in streaming. He was just doing that. He didn't care about me. He never watched anyone on my stream. He was just harassing me on Discord and being offensive to me to try and push me to go and give him a 1v1 that would promote him way more than would promote me ever, because he was way smaller than me at the time. Which after he got promoted today, he's not asking for a 1v1. I guess
2 months or so, but I always say him higher. So. You know, you got to have ambition if you want.
That was the only relationship I had with this guy. So I know him before even the Russian. I mean, I was in cold with him before even the Russian conflict in Ukraine started. Way before, actually.
Something, but yeah, like 30 euros to, I don't know, type hello, 100 euros to have an anime girl, and I recently also started working with a Chinese audience.
So guys, give him his money, so he's gonna get credit for your work, and I mean, first of all, he's gonna make sure he's fine. That's for sure. He's not gonna let himself starve and send drones to the front. Can I tell you that?
So
you got famous in China. You told me, like, now you're a star there.
It's crazy. I feel like I'm more known in China than I am throughout all my career here. I mean, in China there is just a lot of people, so you kind of get it.
Once again, you ask if he lives in Serbia. I don't know anything about this guy. I don't know anything. Like, apart from what I'm saying here, I've not followed him. I've not watched. I've learned everything from this interview.
Quicker to the fame.
Or
So
from
yeah,
Thank you
it's
talking to me.
really all about finding creative ways to solving problems, and I mean, there is a problem.
So yeah, his
Unit
creative
is
way of solving the problem is the one we talked about. He's getting other people's money, getting the credit from that to give it to other people to fight the war that he doesn't want to go fight himself, because we're gonna ask him the question and he's gonna say why. And it's actually so funny. But listen.
need of a drone.
Yes,
can
I was
rather-
gonna ask you. So, what type of equipment do they ask for, and why do they ask for equipment? Isn't it covered by the Russian armed forces? So that was the question I was gonna ask you.
Well, for example, I'm helping a unit that in the past was part of the Donetsk People's Republic militia, which was a completely, well, it was a thing for a very long time, since 2014, their unit. And
Yeah.
it's been recently incorporated into Ministry of Defense, so the supply routes aren't exactly established.
That's so bullshit. I mean, you know, if you have the DPR, so it's the Donetsk People's Republic Army, right? It's right. So it's in Donetsk, right? It's always been in. I mean, the supply lines haven't changed when they passed from. They weren't producing their own equipment. They've always been supplied by Russia. I mean, what he's saying is just untrue and false, because the supply lines didn't change when they passed from being independent in the DPR to go to the Ministry of Russia, because even when they were independent, they were fully funded by Russia. So, it's just, he's just trying to find a justification which makes no sense. It's untrue. It probably what he says is even a lie. Probably nobody's actually asking him from equipment. We don't know. I actually don't know that. I have no proof of that. But he's claiming that, oh, because they went from the the being independent to joining the MOD, then the supply line changed. No, the supply line didn't change. That's changing, going from the being independent to going to the MOD. That's an administrative change. You didn't change you didn't change location on the in the war map. The supplies still coming the same way. You're still the DPR. You're still Donetsk. The supplies are still coming from Rostov on Don. Shut the fuck up. It didn't change anything. After that, well, let's continue listening.
Stuff like Mavic drones, for example, it cannot be, well, it's not really supplied by the Ministry of Defense, so because
So
I mean,
every
it's a
unit
civilian
have
drone.
to buy their own Mavic drones.
Usually, there are some replacements, but Mavic is just a very universal thing. Mavic 3, Mavic 3T, bombs, grenades, recon, all types of stuff. Actually, if we're talking about Mavics, I'll just show you.
So basically, what does it mean? Is that the state, if a state, let's think about it in factually. If a state is waging a war, to wage a war, the state has to get enough to wage it from its population, right? But if they don't get it, there's maybe a reason. Maybe the support of the population is not enough. Maybe, I mean, there's a problem. There's an issue, right? And for you to think that you should become the one financing the war of the state, I mean, it's let's continue. I'll elaborate on that
soldiers
later.
that I help, they bring me trophies, so to say. For example,
Okay, actually, we don't care about the trophies. So yeah, there's an issue, and for you to have to do that is like a way to I mean, it's not established. The fact that they say that they need equipment and they have to ask this guy, this 17-year-old for equipment, I think it's not true. And if you would ask the Ministry of Defense, they would say that's not true, right? They would say no, we give them. It's actually exactly the same claim that Prigozhin made when he rebelled against the state. He said you're not giving us the equipment. It's exactly the same claim. But well, it's. With Wagner is completely different, of course, but here it's just perturbating to me. This whole story of people on the ground over there, they have to ask people like him for equipment. I think that's so untrue. I mean, if they want any extra equipment from what they need, yeah, probably. But the state should provide them with all they need, and so maybe they're asking for more. We don't know. They say they need the equipment, but who are they to establish if they need that equipment or not? Who is even in the world to establish if they actually need that equipment or not? It's whatever he's doing, he feels like he wants to portray it as he's filling a gap, but actually that gap is not established as being here, especially for Russia. I mean, for Ukraine, that's for sure that they have gaps in their equipment, but for Russia, I mean, it's less the case, and he's trying to portray him as someone important because he's filling that gap, but that gap is not established that it actually exists, first of all, and actually maybe there's no gap, and what he's doing is just financing this war and doing exactly what NATO is doing with Ukraine, just making so that the war is going to last even longer with more weapons, adding fuel to the fire. What he's doing, he's trying to portray what his action as, there's a fire. The fire is the fact that our units don't have equipment, so I'm putting down this fire. But actually, that's not the case. What he's doing is that there's a fire, the fire is the war, and he's putting fuel on the fire by sending more weapons that actually maybe are not needed. Nobody has proven that what he's sending is needed, actually. And apart from the people that receive it and that make videos that he asks him to do when he's sending them equipment and money so that they can give more, So it's like controlling the police with the police. It's not gonna go well, It's a circle. They're all inside the circle, and it's benefiting to all of them. So if you ask anybody in that circle if we should continue, if we should send equipment, of course they're gonna say yes.
This is a jacket. I'm currently, I have it some sort of it's like a lion.
And like here, that's one of the most disgusting part of the video. He's gonna take equipment that have belonged to people that have died because of the fuel that he's added to the fire. I mean, he's not the only one, of course, but he's being used to do that. Yeah, people that died, and he's playing with their stuff now. It's just so sad.
Defeat. That's how I call it.
And he's calling them trophies. He feels like his trophies, he deserved them. He deserved his trophies for what he did. Even though when we're gonna ask him to go to the front, he's gonna say no. It's gonna happen later in the interview.
It's a Ukrainian field army jacket. It was taken in Rabotino.
You're insane, bro. You're insane.
I know. I mean, it's. I'll just show you a couple of trophies.
This guy with the jacket probably had children, a wife, a life. Doesn't care about that.
This.
Wow.
I mean.
I do know that on the Ukrainian side, they sell the opposite as well. They have helmets and like a bunch of stuff. So I know this is a big industry right now to have a...
Yeah, big industry. Yeah, people are making business with this war. Just like Tommy K is making with his videos on this war. And he promoted, literally, Grisha is a business product of talking Tommy K.
Well, I'm not selling or buying. I keep them for a museum that I'm hosting in my school.
Yeah, so of course. You're doing that for good, right? It's for a museum.
This is down.
The museum school might be actually a true story because, I mean, it would make sense that, I mean, it's always good to promote war and having people willing to go to war for a state, to go to war for you. So if you can promote war to the school people, then probably it fits the state actually quite well.
My free, it still has a camera operational. You can even, I mean, there's some signs on it. Like
I don't know if the quality is the best here.
Stuff they did. There's like.
Okay, we're gonna go to 1080p.
Cross.
How do they download
the quality of his camera is already bad, so we're not gonna see it.
They actually, the unit that I have, they actually have a Mossberg shotgun that they got from Ukrainians, and they use it to down drones.
Oh,
I mean, of course they have.
It's also what's very disturbing is the way he speaks. Very often he bursts into little laughs, when he's talking about stuff that really don't deserve that.
Of course they have.
He's a kid, so doesn't realize.
Stuff, and I mean, you can use a lot of things against those drones. For example, this one was supplied. You can type it's in Ukrainian. It was supplied by one of the other guys who collect aid for the front. And so I got a very recent one. This is a Ukrainian armored vest from Ugledar. It was I'll just say the guy didn't exactly need it. I mean, I just trophies because, museum.
Yeah, for the museum.
Trophies for a museum, right? He's trying to justify himself. It's a very easy way. Trophies for a museum. Where's the museum? Why are they all in your house then? Huh?
I mean, I have some more simple stuff. Like this is a Ukrainian combat veteran thing. It doesn't have any documents. It's an FSB. This is a Ukrainian National Guard chevron picked from Mariupol. I got some Russian stuff as well. Like this is a Z plush.
I didn't even know that was a thing. A Z plush. Okay.
I mean, why not? I have a medal for.
Why not? I mean, I don't care about Z plush or I don't know, but you know, making like it's making a plush about war is disturbing, no?
1 year of service.
Is that an actual medal they give? For the Sparta.
That's an actual medal. It was given to me by a combat veteran who is no longer able to serve. He just told me, keep it for museum. I trust you.
Yeah, he's talking a lot about these people that supposedly, you know, are in a relation with him and they trust him and stuff. But we have no trace of these people. We have no clue of how we got this stuff.
And this was also recently picked up from Ugledar, from one of the Ukrainian soldiers.
What?
I know that there is like a unit.
That's funny to him. This means someone like I don't know what that unicorn is symbol of. I don't give a shit. It's just a unicorn. It's something beautiful. It's something, you know, that's about life, about dreaming, about and he died with that on him because he was a dreamer and he didn't want to die in a war and that's funny to you? Fucking piece of shit.
It has like the unicorn as their sign in Ukrainian military. There is like all the LGBT guys serve there.
He claims that it's from a gay battalion. Maybe I don't know. I don't give a shit. It doesn't matter to me. It's just when you talk about war and you see stuff that's pink, that's, you know, like invocating you know, young people and stuff and dreams and it's found on a dead body.
Yeah, I kind of keep on trophies. I mean, it's just.
Do you have helmets? Do you have helmets?
Helmets I only have
like either Russian, whatever.
I need to stop soon the stream.
I only have
We're gonna stop at 4 hours.
I use for
20 minutes more and then we continue maybe tomorrow.
But I mean, there's still time, so.
Right. So before I asked you again. So what are the most important things they ask you? So drones, grenades.
He said grenades earlier. He is gonna
grenades.
say no grenades.
Mavic 3 drones, probably the most commonly used thing and the most universal thing you can give them because they're kind of expendables. And Ukrainians have more of drones than Russians. I literally had a word today with a Russian officer.
So that's the first time he said, "Oh, today I had to talk with a Russian officer." Right? He's gonna invoke that Russian officer that he spoke about with today many times in this interview. But that's the first time.
Due to the shortage in manpower, Ukrainians are more and more relying on those drones and launching them in mass. So yeah, Ukrainians sort of, especially in those civilian drones, they have a numerical advantage. But I mean, it's how you use them. That's another story.
It's funny how he doesn't want to say that Ukraine might have any advantage. Like when he says that, oh, maybe they have an advantage in drones, then he has to say that, oh, but after that it's how about you use them. Actually, Ukraine has an advantage in the drones, that's for sure, and probably that numerical advantage allows them to do a better use of drones than Russia for now. So but he can't say that. He had to say that he can't.
And
it's too hard.
I know you in the
had to come out.
Hold on. What did they say? Oh, I think I lost it. But yeah, okay. So it's mainly drones, and do they need flak jackets, food? Maybe, I don't know. What type of?
Nah, food. I mean, they got it all covered. Uniform, they usually buy it by themselves if there is.
Yes, you see, it's weird because he claimed that the supply lines were like disturbed by the fact that the DPR forces went from being independent to the MOD, but they still got the food. They never needed food, so actually the supply lines were always there. Nothing changed. So the equipment that you're supposedly saying that they are missing, but who established that it is missing? Who said that is missing? I think if you ask the Russian state, they're gonna say no, they miss nothing. We provide them with everything they need. You established that it's missing, so you can claim that you are filling a gap instead of putting fuel into the fire, because that's what you're doing. You're putting fuel into the fire, but instead, because you want to portray you as a nice guy, portray yourself as a nice guy, you say, no. What I'm doing is just I'm helping people on the ground there, which are missing equipment. They are missing stuff, so I'm filling the gap. I'm not adding fuel to the fire by sending even more weapons to a warfield to get even more people killed. But who established, once again, as a question, like I would be history legends, I'd say, who established that this equipment is missing? Actually, anybody can say, oh, today I'm missing that, or they could claim anything, and they would get money from that. That's because actually it's very powerful. Just put yourself in the position of a soldier on the ground, the leader of a battalion. You just have to claim that you're missing stuff, and people are going to send you money. You want money? Maybe you don't even want to fight that war, but money, everybody wants it. So it would be a very easy way to get cheap money, man. Be careful of that.
You need. It's mostly drones and expensive stuff. Like it could be a car that they need because again, supply routes aren't established, and so many Soviet vehicles are there and are being bought and maintained that there is a literal shortage of like.
I saw your comment about, well, Russia is using them as meat shield. They don't need equipment when you were talking about the DPR and the LPR forces. Well, actually, that's a bit of the case, of course, but I think the worst situation in the battleground right now of people being used as meat shield is not from Russia. I'm sorry to say. I gotta be factual. The real are the territorial defense brigades. That's those untrained people that used to be, office employees that are, which the DPR forces also were civilians before the war started for most of them. But those are being put in a situation where they don't even have the equipment to fight. They have to fight overwhelming odds with no real formation. Those are the real meat shield right now, right? I'm not saying that Russia never used them, or Wagner did that, for example. Russia literally used Wagner as a meat shield, so in Bakhmut. So, but yeah, the real situation that's even more disturbing about mid shields is really the situation of the Ukrainian DPR forces, which are really lacking in equipment much more than the DPR and LPR forces are given no chance to win. They just have a chance to survive or to die, right? So.
Spare parts because they're no longer produced, and so they have to buy, like the Toyota Hilux or something like that. And the roads in Ukraine, they're muddy, very muddy, and it's very
right. That's why every time I see fundraisers on either side, Ukraine and Russian, it's literally drones and cars. But now I understand why. Okay, it's literally.
It's funny how both sides are making fundraisers for get more equipment, but weirdly, it's always the other side it's always one side claiming it's the other missing equipment, not us. We are good. We need okay. It's always to try to give them a bad picture, especially when it's European saying that the Russian was using, tanks from World War II and stuff like that because they miss equipment and stuff.
All they need.
That's like the most expensive things that you aren't really being provided in sufficient amount. So yeah, I just do as much as I can.
And in one of your posts, you said that you had 300,000 rubles at one point donated to the unit, I think.
300,000 units is flowers.
No, rubles. 300,000 rubles.
Yeah, that's not a lot. That's flowers.
It's $3,000.
That's like 3K euros. Yeah, that's small. In total, since the summer of 2023, I have collected, I think, around 26,000 euros, and that's like $28K. And I'd say that's pretty big for a...
Once again, we can talk about he feels that, oh, it's pretty big, it's a good achievement, look at me, I'm good. But once again, these people didn't need you to give their money. If they wanted to give money, they could have given it anyway, right? You're just being an intermediary, and actually you didn't work for that, for what you provided, and you're only being the intermediary, and you're getting the credit out of these people, because now instead of thanking the people that actually worked hard to and gave some of their money to help some people on the ground, thinking that they needed it, well, instead of them getting the credit, you're getting it instead of them. It's exactly when you're, you see a company or any company trying to say, oh, we're making a caritative event and stuff. It's just bullshit. It's bullshit. But once again, they're getting the credit out of the people they're getting the money from. So they're doing nothing. They just put themselves in the position. It's like, Microsoft tomorrow, they're gonna say, yo, we're making a fundraiser. We're making a fundraiser for the starving children in Africa, right? So they're gonna get the money from other people, and they're gonna give it to children in Africa and get all the credit for it. That's it. It's just they're not giving them the money and to themselves. Let's continue.
And all for that one unit, or for multiple units?
No, it's for different units. I have worked with Spetsnaz unit from Crimea. I worked with...
Wait, Spetsnaz? Aren't those special forces? You're telling me that they need to ask you to get the equipment? That's bullshit. Come on.
Artilleryman in Belgorod.
Spetsnaz, they're literally special forces. But then maybe these guys claim that they were lacking stuff, but actually you get completely played. They weren't lacking anything. I mean, they're special forces. They should have everything they need. What did you ask you for? Fucking car? What was that? A BM? What are you talking about?
They all have different...
Literally, he claims that special forces asked him for equipment? Who bites that?
needs, but I mean, I only ask them how much money and if you can record me a thanks video. And the thing is, absolute majority of those funds are money from not Russia. It's like from China, from Germany, from USA. I have, it's insane. I have like tens of people in USA who had donated to me. And
I mean, there's Russian all over the world, right? There's Russian living in, and I'm not saying all these people that donated are Russians. Of course, there's people that are not Russian that might think that it's a good thing to help Russia. Myself, I wouldn't send any money to fund the war, right? But I kind of support Russia in what they're doing because I know the historical context with all the geopolitics stuff. I'm not supporting Russia in what they're doing, literally, right? But I think that they are defending themselves and well, but I would never come to fund the war. I would come to put the money into that. What was he saying? Where were I lost myself. Sorry, guys.
And the thing is, absolute majority of those funds
yeah
are,
so okay, so of course him, when he was contacted by Wagner in the first place, they knew very much what Grisha ever apported to Wagner is a Western young audience. It's a Western audience. He always streamed in English, so when he was invited into the Wagner Center, the only thing he could provide them is a Western young audience. That's what he did. And Western young audience, yeah. And so it's not surprising that these funds are coming from outside of that, because also that's one of the main things that when we talked about his mother and the loss of his father and the fact that he could win much more money by streaming to people from the West, to have people from the West supporting him that he would ever get from people from Russia supporting him, because these people from the West have way more money, so they could give way more, and that this amount of money could be 10 times what his mother could win in 1 month maybe. So yeah. I mean, let's continue.
Money from not Russia. It's like from China.
And it's not surprising. Propaganda goes a long way. You can convince anybody of anything, right? It's. I think people that are sending money to a war zone is stupid. It's stupid. Founding a war, thinking that it's gonna solve it. It's stupid. But yeah, it's easy to be convinced that maybe it's the way you're gonna solve it. So the fact that some people in the West are are advocating for that, it's no surprise. I mean, in the West, we already found most people know that medias are biased also and stuff like that. So I mean, it's not surprising. I mean, he's like, it's insane and stuff. No, that you have a few people from these Western countries supporting you is no wonder, because that's exactly what you were going for. That's the community you yourself built on Twitch. You didn't speak in Russian in your stream, so the fact that those are Westerners, it's no wonder that they are Westerners. And in the West, there's people from Russia. There's pro-Russians in the West, like there's pro-Ukrainians in Ukraine in Russia.
Saying I have like tens of people in USA who had donated to me, and for me it's been I have appeared on Russian media.
Also, each action of their the fact that France supports Ukraine is a decision of my government, which I don't support. So some people might think that it might be a way for, you know, fight against the government also, and show that, you know, it's right. It's not surprising. He's 17 years old, so he doesn't. But it's not surprising. This has always happened.
And for me, it's always a message that, I mean, there is so much dehumanization happening all the time in this war, especially that I mean. There are people from other countries who support us, and there is a lot of them.
But there's a lot of people that support Russia from Western countries, but support Russia not in the way that they not to make war. I support Russia, but not to make war, to defend themselves against NATO. That's all, for example. And there's a lot of people in Russia also that support the West. I'm sorry to say, not a lot, right? But there's some, right? Just like in the West, there's not so many people that support Russia. Actually, just a few. So it's nothing surprising. It's really nothing surprising. And it's a geopolitical conflict. So anybody is smart enough to understand the geopolitical background behind this conflict could, yes, maybe from the West, could support Russia. Myself, I am from the West, but I do support Russia in this action. I think they're defending themselves from what the USA has done in Ukraine in 2014. And in fact, I don't support the war at all, because I think people dying is bad. But I do support Russia, but I don't support them in the way that I found the war. That's definitely not. I'm fighting against that, because I think the war is what is nobody is benefiting from the war. No Ukrainians, no Russians. Only a few people are benefiting from the war, and those people don't care at all about these people that are dying. Well, let's continue.
And
So
I'm not
nothing surprising.
agitating for like nuclear annihilation. I'm more like
You're not agitating for nuclear annihilation? Are we? Yeah, okay, thank you. I don't know we just have to listen to this kid. Like, his sentence makes no sense.
And for me, it's always a message that
It's always a
there's
message.
so much dehumanization happening.
It's always demonization. I'm not sure that's a word actually.
All
but yeah.
the time in this.
But
in this
it's happening in both sides. There's so much demonization. He's claiming that Westerners are helping him because there's too much demonization of Russia in the West, which is probably true. But the exact same is being done in Russia. The West is being portrayed as really bad and stuff like that. I mean, propaganda goes both ways.
war, especially that.
So he's pro-Russian. He's saying that, oh, you guys from the West. First, he used to say earlier in the video that we're not in peace in our past, and they are so much better than us because they are in peace over their past. And then now he's saying that.
For me, it's been. I have appeared on Russian media, and for me, it's always a message that there's so much dehumanization happening.
First, he said, I'm appeared on Russian media as well. You guys, why don't you guys appear on your medias? Right? You know that people that are appearing on the media, they're people which serve the interest of people owning these medias. I'm just saying, you know, and who owns Russian medias? I don't know, but I know who owns the medias in the West, and I doubt it's very different in Russia.
All the time in this war, especially that I mean, there are people from other countries who support us, and there is a lot of them.
Yeah, there's exactly the same in the opposite sense.
And I'm not agitating for like nuclear annihilation. I'm more like talking out people.
A little bit, sir, a little bit, but you don't realize it yet. But maybe one day you will.
Out because some people are very out of their mind.
Yeah,
sometimes
I do agree with that.
Stuff like this, they're being driven crazy by propaganda. And
oh yeah,
it's
I agree with that.
Just the Western side. We have those on the Russian side. I'm not gonna be biased or anything here.
Here, just here.
And my main mission is just maintaining that bridge of friendship between Russians and foreigners. I think it's a noble goal that I'm gonna stick.
Yeah. So what he's of course everybody. It's like the USA when they went into Iraq. It was for a noble goal. It was to get rid of mass destruction weapons. Everybody is trying to portray his actions as a noble goal. But if you have to do it, and it's probably because it's not. If you have to justify yourself. So what he's saying here is that. So he claimed earlier that, I'm filling the gap of equipment that some people don't have. So actually, I'm filling a gap. I'm not adding fuel to the fire when I'm sending equipment to the front. That's what he claimed earlier. And now what he's saying is that the fact that he's being the link between people in the West that want to support Russia is making a bridge in between the West and the East, and that's maybe could bring a settlement. Not at all. Not at all. What he's doing is fueling one side of the war at the detriment of the other. That's not gonna resolve anything.
That hopefully my profession is just.
And I don't see how him taking money from people in the West to found the Russians right before is bringing the West and Russia closer together. Not at all, at any moment, actually.
Maintaining that bridge of friendship between Russians and foreigners. I think it's a noble goal that I'm gonna stick to, that hopefully my profession in the future is gonna be about, because I'm planning on going to university and go for the international relations. I mean,
it's funny how this whole video he claimed he skipped school the whole time, but he still has to go to university.
That's what I've been doing since 14.
So you don't see yourself volunteering for the war in Ukraine?
No, I actually asked. Well, I had a conversation with that Russian officer today. I asked.
The Russian officer is coming back. He had to talk with him today, and listen.
Do you think I should go? He said no.
It's incredible. It's incredible. So just today, look at the reaction of yesterday. I would have the same. I would close my eyes and be like that. Okay. Come on, bro. We ask you the question if you because it's from his position. It's really hard to say. I don't want to risk my life. I'd rather have other people risking their life for what I'm defending. It's an indefendable position. He knows it. So he's claiming that actually a general, so someone else said that he shouldn't, right? Because for him to claim it, it would be impossible. But listen to the way he's gonna justify himself. That's actually so funny.
Because for a single person to be fighting in a war, there's got to be 3 other people at the home.
It's very, very convenient that the general you apparently talked to just today about the exact same question we talked about we asked you in the interview. It's very convenient that he used an example of 3-1 because we don't know where he gets his number from, because if you look it up, maybe it's not 3-1, maybe it's 2-2, and if it's 2-2, then what justifies that you'd be the lucky one in the back and not the one risking its life, right? See the way it's well made. I'm gonna say it's well made. It's, he probably trained before this interview. His mother also is probably on the job too, not because he could whatever say something that could ruin himself. So he's probably being trained on that. But see, so he asked himself, you're pushing people to the war. You say you want to help these people, but it's patriotic and stuff. But why don't you go fight? Why don't you go? Why, instead of getting other people's money to give them to people and get credit from it, why won't you go fight right there and go help the people on the ground and still get the money and get the help that they need from there, right? You could do that. Of course, he can't. Even he's 70. What could he say? So he invokes that officer, which he would have talked to him exactly the same day as this interview, and he would have told him, no, dude, no. You are part of the 3 that should stay in the back, and someone else should go in the front. But once again, what justifies that you should be one of the 3 lucky ones and not the one going to the front? Apparently, you're very motivated. Maybe you should be the one. And second thing, very lucky for you that he used a number of 3-1. And I think about men, it's not very realistic. I think if we take examples in World War I and World War II, I think a lot of people working in the factories were women because all the men were on the field, right? That's why the movement started working a lot in World War II, and since then they kept working. So actually the ratio of men that goes to the front, for example, if we go to World War II, the ratio of men was way more than 1 to 3, I think. If we look about Russia on World War II, the ratio of men that goes to the front, just talking about men, is way more than 1 to 3, because also women can work in factories, and most likely they're gonna try to do that as much as they can. So this 1 to 3 figure is first unrealistic, not based in any facts, and it's very convenient, because if it's 1 to 3, then there's 75% chance that you'll be the one staying in the back. But if they use another figure, for example, I'm gonna use another figure. I'm gonna say you need 2 men on the front and 2 men in the back, with the 4 women also working in the factory. So that would be 2 in the front for 6 in the back. So actually that's the 1 to 3 ratio, but including the woman, right? It's still the same ratio. But if he says for each 2 men that goes to the front, we need 2 men at the back, well, then what justifies that you'd be the lucky one staying in the back, right? Because that now it's not 75-25% chance, it's 50-50. What justifies that you stay in the back safe? What makes you so important? What, right? You don't have anything to sell, actually, apart from the Western audience too. Yeah, of course.
Making equipment for him, and in a way, if we would, for
So let's play
example, go back to like, no, I out because I'm planning on going to university and go for the international relations. I mean, that's what
Volunteering for the
university and go for the international relations. I mean, that's what I've been doing since 14.
So you don't see yourself volunteering for the war in Ukraine?
No, I actually asked, well, I had a conversation with that Russian officer today. I asked him, do you think I should go? He said no. Because for a single person to be fighting in a war, there's got to be 3 other people at the home making equipment for him. And in a way, if we would, for example, go back to, like, say, Great Patriotic War, 1941, when teenagers, well, when Soviet teenagers were working on the factories doing all sorts of armaments, I am kind of doing the same, just in a different setting of the world.
Mm-hmm.
So he claims,
Mm-hmm.
so he claims basically he's the that's so ridiculous. But I mean, first of all, he has no education, no school knowledge. So, you know, the young men in World War II that would stay in the factories are the engineers, are the production line managers, or, you know, technical people, not people like you with no education. You would have went straight to the front, believe me. The young men staying at the back were the engineers, the right. not people like you with no education, nothing. Like, you would have went straight to the front, and that's, you're lying to yourself, saying yourself that you would have been in a factory, because there's a place for women in factories. And once again, when he used that 1 to 3 figure, well, it's pretty unrealistic. And once again, what it feels for him, it's like a justification for him that, yo, I can be in the back and still be safe. But why not go at the front if you're so motivated, if you want to help these people so much? It's like you're saying that everything that you're doing is because you want to help them and you want to support them and you feel that they're fighting for the right reason. So why won't you join them? And because actually what you're doing, what you're giving equipment to people. If you would do an activity from the front line, like you could stream from the front line, do short streams and stuff like that, and get people to get more equipment, you could do exactly the same thing from the front line. But the only difference is that you would risk your own life and not other people's lives.
And yeah, I'm not exactly the most fit guy for army.
Yeah, that's a question of determination, sir. Okay, if you go work out a little bit, maybe you'll be more buff. But you don't have to tell us that you're not buff. We saw that. Don't worry about it.
I'm playing to my strengths.
Right,
Really.
right.
My strength is, what is your strength? I mean, none. I
Right.
guess.
No,
I mean, his only strength is selling, as we talked about in the beginning of the stream, selling his Western audience to Wagner and to
it's fascinating to
and influencing
learn
people, young people also, giving a young image for Wagner. You know, having him, I mean, 17, 15, 16 years old guy when he went in the
your
center.
story, because people
It's a good propaganda victory for them.
they know you, just your name, but they don't actually have a conversation with you, right? So it's interesting to see this perspective. How did you choose these units? Did they come to you? You reached out to them? How did it work?
It was all...
Actually, as I'm watching this interview, I'm starting to respect more and more History Legends, because I feel like the way he stopped every time at where, you know, he was obviously saying it's bullshit. But, I mean, it's for him, it's bullshit to go say that I should stay back. If you're so determined, if you think you're writing for go to the front and go do that stuff from the front, right? But he knows he can't push more that question, because if he goes more, then it's gonna really hurt with Grisha, because Grisha knows himself that what he's doing is not right, right? Like pushing other people to go to war, go fight, and fight for you, and you don't take the risk, right? It's not very moral, right? So
I literally got messaged. It's pretty wild, but back when I started this,
so
I didn't...
remember when he said that he wasn't paid by Wagner? He wasn't paid to go play in their center. Of course, because listen to how much he's evolved since then.
I didn't think I could carry like 300 euros a month. But right now I'm able to handle like 2 to 3 to 4 to 5k euros a month, depends on the month.
It's almost 200%. I mean, no, not 200, 2000%. It's almost 2000% increase in income. Just saying.
I just got a girl who DM'd me asking for help. She is from Arkhangelsk. She is a volunteer. Well, she's literally a volunteer. Like she drives stuff from Arkhangelsk to the front line, to various front lines. I mean, first of all, it's wild for me when women do heroics. For me, I don't know, just important maybe because I grew up in a family of mostly like females, but
listen to what he just said. I wouldn't like to have heard that and be his sister or his mother. He says, I'm very surprised for women to do acts of bravery because I only lived with women. That's literally what he said. Listen, I wouldn't like to be his mother or anybody. Listen. It's so crazy. Everything he says is so bullshit that nobody reacts to it.
Stuff from Arkhangelsk to the front line, to various front lines. I mean, first of all, it's wild for me when women do heroics. And for me, I don't know, just important maybe because I grew up in a family of mostly like females, but
he grew up in a family of mostly females, and so he's surprised that women can do acts of heroism. I wouldn't like to be his mother or his sister, really. The fuck, bro? That's literally what he says.
From Arkhangelsk to the front line, to various front lines. I mean, first of all, it's wild for me when women do heroics, and for me, I don't know, just important maybe because I grew up in a family of mostly like females, but it's crazy to me that she does all of that for free. Like she literally drives to the front in her car carrying all of this stuff. She asked me for help. I helped her once, I helped her twice, and then I just started working full-time on her because when, well, money is always needed, and well, she's been providing me with contacts on who to support, and I've been so far successfully...
Everything he says after he just trashed on his mother or sister is as bullshit. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. So he's supporting a woman, which gives her contacts for who to support? What? And this girl, what is she doing? She's driving her car from Arkhangelsk to the south to make supply deliveries, but wait, isn't the state supposed to do that? Was the state not paying them? Why are you supposed to do that? I mean, this whole story is bullshit. I mean, probably if you go down to what's actually happening, it's not that at all. So he says he support this girl because she's supporting the war effort, but she's not getting what she needs from, so you need to... I mean, it's this whole thing is completely messed up. Listen to it. So he's helping someone, which is helping the war effort, and which is giving him contacts to... I mean, this whole shit is probably bullshit. Probably lies.
I just started working for help. I helped her once.
I helped you once?
Twice,
I helped you twice,
yeah. I just started working full-time
then
on her.
He works full-time on her?
Money...
I mean, what she's doing? She's making trips on back and forth from Arkhangelsk to I don't know where. That's all she's doing. You claim that. Now you're focusing full-time on her? Like, what are you doing?
Is always needed. and
Because help is always needed.
she's been providing me with contacts on who to support.
So you support her, but she's providing you to support for contacts to support other people, but you've been focusing only on her. So, but who's this girl?
I've been so far.
Basically, everything you do is things that is in relation with her, but we don't even know her. We don't.
Successfully
Who is she?
satisfying
Does
the
she
needs.
exist?
Though, I mean, you can never really satisfy the need. You need as much as you can.
Yeah, see, that's something that's, once again, when we talked about who established the fact that they need equipment. Maybe they don't need equipment. Maybe they just claim that they need more equipment because they want to play with it, or they just want the money, they want to resell it. That's always existed in a while, right? Black markets and stuff. I mean, let's not talk about that. But who established, in fact, that they need that equipment? Nobody. And he goes even further than that. He says that, yo, they actually need equipment and they need everything they can get. So actually, if we could, we should put everything into this war. We should put everything we got. That's what he claims. There's never enough.
Far
Never enough.
successfully satisfying the needs. Though, I mean, you can never really satisfy the need. You need as much as you can, but there is a
That's very convenient for the people over there. Wow.
minimum or a standard you gotta have in your unit, and that's what I'm helping them with.
Yeah, that's what you claim you're helping them with, but nobody established that's actually what you're doing.
So
Because if we asked probably the Russian Minister of Defense, and we asked them, yo, you guys need 17 years old to be able to feed your soldiers on the front? They would claim that absolutely not. What these store soldiers are claiming is not stuff that actually need to perform the mission they were given.
there's the soldier you talked to recently. He's I think I saw you mentioned him earlier in a post. He's a part of a Cossack unit, I think, or something. He said like
Yeah, it was a unit that had Cossacks. I think
We're gonna
he
stop in 20
himself
minutes
is
and we
not
continue
Cossack,
tomorrow, guys.
He's actually pagan. He's not Orthodox. He doesn't
okay.
have anything against other religions and stuff, but it's actually
Okay, let's play
an
back as I didn't
Orthodox
listen.
earlier
Sorry.
in a post. He's a part of a Cossack unit.
So wait, sorry.
helping them with.
So there's the soldier you talked to recently. He's I think I saw you. mentioned
There's
him,
always
earlier in
invocating
a post.
people and people. He said he was focusing 100% on that girl, but now there's another soldier. Like, it's all bullshit. Sure, these stories are never happening.
Part of a Cossack unit, I think, or something. He said like
Yeah, it was a unit that had Cossacks.
Wait, that's the guy that he's already shown in the video earlier, isn't it? When he talked about that Spetsnaz guys or whatever.
I think
Who cares?
he himself, he's not
Doesn't matter.
Cossack, he's actually pagan. He's not Orthodox. He doesn't
okay.
have anything against other religions and stuff, but it's actually kind of common in wartime. I mean, in civilian life, we usually don't see pagan and stuff like this, but...
Pagan? What does he mean? What pagan means? People that don't believe in religion? Pagans. What is that? Paganism is a crucial stress for pagans describe the religion they practice. What? The Pagans Motorcycle Club is a club of motors. Motorcycle bias. No, it's not that. Paganism, from classical Latin pangus, rural, later civilian, is the first time used in the 4th century by early Christians for people in the Roman Empire who practiced polytheism. Okay, so that was first a word that was used from Christians in the Roman Empire to describe people that were believing in multiple gods, like the Greeks and the people that came before. Okay. Or ethnic religions other than Judaism. Ethnic religions? Is a religion? I don't know. Okay, sure. Okay, so interesting. So I don't really get what this means. I mean, he's a 17-year-old. He's been spitting bullshit the whole game, so this is the whole time. So trying to understand what he says.
Anything against other religions and stuff, but
it's not saying shit. So it's very hard.
Kind of common in
Let's listen.
wartime. I mean, in civilian life, we usually don't see pagan and stuff like this, but you know, it's kind of this masculine society that you live in, especially if you fight for a long time. And I'm not gonna judge him, whatever. He is a great person, and I mean, he fought.
I'm not gonna judge him. He's a great person. You just did, sir.
2014, 2015 in Donbass. He participated in the Syrian conflict, and he's
Wow.
been on SMO for like a year and a couple months, and he's been fighting in that unit, the Battle Axe. It's like a recon group composed of ex special forces guys. So I mean, they're like universal tools.
Yeah, and so what this guy's
And,
about?
I mean, that guy, he watches Rick and Morty. He watches anime on the front back there when he has, well, just relax the head a little bit. And he listens to Linkin Park. And though this guy has been fighting for so much of his life, so when you
He's
get to
34, right? He's 34, right?
yeah, I think he.
What was the question? I'm sorry, guys. I'm trying to go back. What was even the
relax
question
the
here?
head. There is a minimum or a standard you gotta have.
We're
in
just
your
talking
field.
about this guy saying he's watching Rick and Morty. We don't give a
Helping
shit.
with-
Like he's just
So
trying to portray him as
the-
just a guy like us, and
the
you
soldier
that
you
is.
talked to
is fine.
recently.
Okay, the soldier you talked to recently. He's
I think I saw you mentioned him earlier in a post. He's a part of a Cossack unit, I think, or something. He said like,
So it's
yeah,
not
it
even a
was,
question.
it
So
was a
they just want to talk about this guy, which we don't know him. We don't have no proof of what's being said about him. And what did he come
It's
to
like
say? I think?
a recon group. When you
he's
get to
34, right? He's 34,
So
right?
all of that to say that he's watching Rick and Morty and doing stuff like Westerners, while he's
Yeah.
killing people in the meantime,
I think he is around that. He told me that
killing people under the others of other people. That's what he's doing, right? So he watches Rick and Morty, then he wakes up the morning and he do just like you. He goes and kill other people under the others of other people, and which he can't even put into question. That's what he's doing. Is that so proud? We should be proud of him. We should look up to him. I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
once this conflict is over, he's gonna go home. He has a child. He has a wife. So he's not interested in like any endeavors in Middle East or Africa and stuff like that.
Oh, because some of them could be.
Personal
Okay.
for him,
It's like they really want to fight, basically, this guy.
because of the stuff he saw in 2014. Just for the reference, do you know when the Eider column was burned by the Rusich?
No.
Okay, well, fine. It's pretty widely known in Russian community, but yeah, he's just
Wait. So do you want to talk a little bit about it, or?
I'll just say he witnessed it. He witnessed the results of the burning of that column. You can check it out.
In what
later.
year? What year?
It's.
Do you want to talk a little bit about it, or?
I'll just say he witnessed it. He witnessed.
So the 10th of September 2014, Ada Battalion retrieves body. Ada Battalion of 40 fighters killed in ambush. The Ada Battalion. What's Ada Battalion? Let me check real quick. Okay, so Ukrainian battalion. Yeah, it's a Ukrainian army battalion. So yeah, they retrieved 40 bodies killed in an ambush. Sure,
the
and so
results of the burning of that column. You can check it out.
In what
later.
year?
once again, we have
Witnessed it. He witnessed. Fine. It's pretty widely known in Russian
Wait.
community, but yeah, fine. 14. Just for the reference, do you know when the Eider column was burned by the Rusich?
Aidar column was burned by the Rusich. That's not what the media article that he come up with is talking about at all. And there's no article about
No.
that? Okay, sure.
Okay.
So he's
well,
just gonna say something,
fine.
I guess, okay.
It's pretty widely known in Russian community, but yeah, he's just
Wait. So do you want to talk a little bit about it, or?
I'll just say he witnessed it. He witnessed the results of the burning of that column. You can check it out
In what
later.
year? What year? What year?
He noticed the results of the burning of a Ukrainian battalion.
That was 2014.
And so,
Okay, yeah.
He saw the results of that. And
what were the results?
He came on stream here to me. I'll just send you a picture. He was there. He was answering questions from foreigners. He was wearing a Batman T-shirt while I was wearing.
I saw the promo.
Yep. I was wearing Russian military fatigue, even though I'm not from the military, and I'm like 17-year-old, but I'm a LARPer. Okay, that's allowed. I do my job, so I can have
Promoting
my
war,
nice
yeah.
things.
Nice job, man.
Yeah.
So I don't know what they're talking about this guy. So basically, this guy is a guy that he uses. That he uses to say that he's trying to bring his voice in, I guess, right? He put him into his stream, and he says that he was here to answer the foreigners' questions, supposedly. And so, what up about him? Like the fact that he watches Rick and Morty and stuff. Why do we care about that? And what does make what he has to say particularly important or particularly interesting?
I'd say my transformation from a gamer.
Plus, he says, I'm sorry, but he says that this guy went to fight in Syria before Ukraine. That's literally what he says. Listen, he saw it in Syria happen way before Ukraine. So if he went into fighting into Syria, and then he uses the fact that he saw something in Ukraine in 2014 that made him go to fight until the end. But why did he go into Syria then? There's nothing to do with Russia in there. I mean, they have a military base which they went to defend. That's what they went to Syria. But it's a very important military base, the Tartus military base. It's a very known one, which is the only port in the only port that Russia has outside of her territorial waters and in the Mediterranean. But still, I don't understand. There's this guy, so yeah, okay, he came into your stream and made a speech and tried to convince people to do what and stuff. And he's saying stuff about. It's very interesting because what he's trying to do, because he knows his audience is Western. So what he's trying to do is try to portray the guy as someone like his viewers, as like his Westerners, because the more you identify to them, the more likely you'd be to help them and send money, right? So the fact that he says that he watches Rick and Morty, that he listens to Linkin Park, that he wears a Batman T-shirt, all of that is very. It's not a coincidence. It's very planned because that's what they need. They need to make you. If they want you to give money as a Westerner to this Russian guy, then you need to show that in fact, well, maybe he doesn't speak your language, but in fact he likes the same stuff as you. So you'd be more likely to help him than if he's completely different.
War supplier, I don't know.
Military aid
is
yeah, war supplier. Yeah. Listen, that's very interesting. Listen. That's actually super interesting.
Military, and I'm like 17-year-old, but I'm a LARPer. Okay, that's allowed. I do my job, so
I do my job.
My nice things. Yeah. I'd say my transformation from a gamer to war supplier.
Why a war supplier? Hey, look at his awkwardness when he says that. Oof, it fucking scratches the fucking forehead, man. What the fuck? Listen, he knows himself what he's doing. War supplier. What is a war supplier? Someone that fuels a war. That's it. He knows what he's doing. Actually, he is a war supplier. And look at his religions. He knows that. Well, if I'm doing an interview with a 17-year-old guy that is doing everything to fuel this war, is it right? So no. So he's gonna tell him to change the terminology of what he said. Listen.
I don't know.
Military aid.
Military aid. That's exactly what NATO is doing. NATO is fully fucking giving all the weapons they want to Ukraine to fuel the war and keep it going. But they call that as military aid. We're not warmongers. We're helpers. It's humanitarian. We're humanitarians. We're doing that for people to survive. It's just the same bullshit.
Military aid is crazy, but such is the world today. You gotta adapt, and I feel like I have an opportunity to have an impact in my country's history, and I'm using it to the fullest because there is a great quote by Napoleon: "Some men die in the shades of olive trees, and some die changing the world. Some even in their defeat, something like that." So, since childhood, for me, it's been very important. I just have this in my mind. To be
Hitler changed the world quite a bit, actually.
Like literally,
That's
be
right.
remembered, be in a history book, do something meaningful that you are gonna be remembered way past your lifetime, and that's been my goal. I don't know if it's good or bad, but for some reason it got stuck in my
I don't know if it's good or bad. You're talking about what you're doing?
head, and look, here I am.
It's
Crazy.
honestly, it's a fascinating journey, and I don't think you even imagined 2 years ago what you would be doing now. So
Life is honestly, in that year I thought like, oh my god, I'm gonna go to the TwitchCon, I'm gonna meet so many streamers from other countries, but then they all like became pro-Ukrainian, I became pro-Russian, and we're both one of the guys who I was kind of friends with is now supplying the Ukrainian army. I'm supplying the Russian army, like
No, he's talking about Tommy K and stuff here, and I think that's something very interesting. So we have to know that Tommy K promoted Grisha a hell of a lot. Let's be honest, like literally Grisha was made by Tommy K. Just like Denkus. Denkus was made by Tommy K. He completely promoted him. Then there was Grisha. I mean, I'm not taking the... I'm gonna say Denkus also was very committed to the game, and he's always liked that game, and he was very committed to it, right? So of course Denkus did a lot of... It's not only thanks to Tommy K, but you know, it's like if you want to make something known, if you own medias, it's very easy, right? And this is exactly the position which Tommy K was in. He could make anybody known in the Hoi4 community. So he literally promoted him. But you have to understand that for him, Tommy K is, for me, as disgusting as Risha, because he's older, smarter, and he knows that. He knows more probably about the geopolitical stuff and stuff like that, and knows that, I mean, you should know, if you're smart enough, that wars are never made in the interest of the people. Never. Which, whether it's Ukrainian or Russian, they're never made in the interest of the people. Wars are never in the interest of the people. They're only in interest, it's private interest that like wars, okay? So, it's to be himself, Tommy K, helping the Ukrainians in one side, but on the other side promoting that guy for it's a businessman's view. Okay, you have to understand that what he saw there was the opportunity, because you know Tommy K, it's many years he's trying to get out of Hoi4, he's trying to stop being so reliant on that game, and because it's his life and even his children's life and his wife's life that's on the line. He's the main provider of income probably in that family, and so he's looked into trying to grow his stream into something else than just something related to Hoi4. And so that was one of his plans, I think, definitely, to be someone that is going to promote Grisha, but also him, and be in the... We can... I'm sure if I go into Tommy K's channel right now, Grisha is somewhere not far, right? If I go into Twitch and YouTube, I'm going to just check. I'm gonna do it live so you guys can see. I never watch his video. I watch no video by Hoi4 on YouTube, so I never watch. So we can say that in his try to get out of Hoi4, it's not been so successful looking at his last videos. But let's see. Can you save it in Ukraine? There's no videos about Grisha, I don't see. It's just Hoi4. All that is about money, man. They made a Hoi for mod for Putin. See the way even his channel is made, right? His channel is also using a lot the fuel of this war to get interesting and to get interest of the people. Look at just the title of his videos, right? How it's related to this war. So this is the way Tommy K actually is using this very sad context where people are dying to make more and more views and try to attract more people to what he's doing. Okay, let's the 10,000 Hoi for game. Okay, I finally played the new Hoi for DLC. New multiplayer. Hitler escaped. Okay, well. Islam is OP. Islam is OP. Okay. Kingdom of Allah. Okay. Okay. Played France in 1936 multiplayer. Sure. I joined 60. Okay. Kaiserreich. Okay. So I played Netherlands. Okay. So I highlight the most evil man in World War II multiplayer. Okay. Sure. I turned Japan into a democratic empire. Okay. When German becomes a space battle commander. Okay. It's a video, an ad. Okay. After 4 years of playing Japan in EU4, sure. So I played modern day Germany in 2024, okay. I found the impossible countering challenge. But see, here is Biden, right? So you played USA in World 2 multiplayer. Well, it doesn't matter. No, actually, what I just said is not really visible here. I saved the Middle East from the West. I saved the Middle East from the West in World 2. Funny. Well, when Tommy K joins our MP game in 2024. Well, but his content is shit, because usually it's nothing, you're not gonna learn anything watching any of these videos, that's for sure. But, okay. But I want to see the last video about Grisha, actually. Because he promoted Grisha so much, actually, he made him famous in the Hoi4 community. That's thanks to him. And basically, if he did that, it's because it was for him a way to get out a little bit of the usual kind of content he made. He was promoting that kid. He could talk about, but maybe it's not on this channel that Tommy K posts this kind of videos. I don't know. You guys know, but maybe no, you didn't post anything in the chat. The first topic, Tommy K, Grisha. Wait, see. So 9 months ago, Tommy K clips. Okay, it's Tommy K clips. And see, 3 years ago. Okay. See, Dinkus, Tommy K, and Grisha, all these guys were promoting each other basically, and they have been doing it very knowingly, right? They're doing collaborations literally. Should we watch that real quick? But see, he's making content about it. Which shows that for Tommy K, it was also it was a businessman view. He grew up someone which he's gonna be able to exploit for content later. No wonder he didn't try to push me. He know he wouldn't have get shit from me.
Fucking woman, man.
They had shown the message from the Ministry of Defense.
What?
It says that they had shown the message from the Ministry of Defense that says that Prigozhin is spreading not real information.
Oh shit!
Oh yeah.
This is me when my tanks get circled in Hoi4, bro.
All the news that have happened so far.
All news that happened so far are fake.
So basically, they're talking about when the Wagner rebellion happened. That's when Tommy K made this stream, obviously. So he's saying that I don't know, like what Tommy K was trying to say. Tommy K, remember, he was saying, "Oh, I hope really this Prigozhin guy is gonna take over Putin and stuff like that," which wouldn't have played better for Ukraine at all. Huh? Let's be honest.
Can't make this up, these rebellion cunts.
But then he was saying that Grisha was coping. No, he wasn't coping. He didn't really care. It was a complicated situation for him, but he's not explaining why is it a complicated situation for him, as I explained in this video, right? Because Grisha was collaborating with a private military army, which was getting partially nationalized by the state, and so they tried to fight it back. But this guy is portraying himself as a patriot while he was actually helping the private military company that was going against the state because they're trying to nationalize some of their soldiers. I explained that earlier. What happened in the Wagner stuff, like. Once at some point the Russian Minister of Defense, for multiple reasons that I could explain, they wanted to integrate the private military armies that were operating in Ukraine inside the army, because you always want a unified command. It's very important, right? Even in World War II, when they're gonna do overlord, they're gonna give all the command to one guy. It's always better, right? In war, you don't want to have multiple people deciding. So having private military armies working in collaboration, it can be helpful, and it helped Russia because they lacked soldiers at the start because they had a professional army, and to grow a professional army, it doesn't go. You can't have a professional army of 2 million at peacetime, otherwise you're ruining your economy. And so when you go to war, you have the time to grow that professional army with the recruits, and to fill that time, you need these private military armies. And so these private military armies went in there, but once they were the Russian Minister of Defense decided to integrate them so that they could have a unified command, which is really important. Then they said the soldiers of the private military armies working in Ukraine have to join the Minister of Defense and sign contracts with the Minister of Defense. So what does it mean? Before, the Minister of Defense was paying the Wagner company to have these soldiers fight for them. And now they're saying, we're no longer going to pay you, we're going to take them for us, and you're not going to get any money anymore. What is called economically, in the economic sense, that's called a nationalization. And that's what Wagner fought against. Okay? So that's literally what happened. And for Tommy K here is not explaining what's going on. But it is a businessman. He's building on mocking Grisha. It's a businessman's view, and actually both of them are businessmen. I'm sure they might still have contact with each other, and they might be very conscious of what's happening, but they play out of it to make money, to make content. Look at it. That's for him. That Tommy K, this video is money, man.
Russian state TV just said everything is fake. That's the best you can come up with. Dude, even he knows. Look at Grisha, man. Even he knows, bro.
He knows what, right? Because at the time, all the Western medias were trying to say that, oh, look, this Prigozhin guy is gonna take over Putin, and so because Tommy K portrayed Grisha as someone that was completely supporting Putin, well, then it was very hard for him to. I mean, no. So he claims that he was scared because his fan, his big boy Putin was gonna get taken down. When in fact, I don't know when it happens. Wagner Rebellion. Wagner Rebellion. It was late 2022, I think, right? It's before the Wagner Rebellion happened. Before or after Grisha was invited into the Wagner Center. That's very important, actually. He says it at the beginning of the video. Let me go back to it. Just listen. Wait.
Do you have?
Yeah, break it here. When did he go into the center? Because the rebellion was in June 2023, but he went almost the same time in the Wagner Center.
I got to boot up my stream. I went live. People started joining.
Actually, it makes me think now, because it's actually everything fits. He was recruited by Wagner by the time of the operation, probably a little after, to try to import and keep their image clean, because right, Wagner is a private military organization that just went against his own state, right? So, but they were seen by most of the population like heroes, right? Oh, they took Bakhmut and stuff, even though that's not even 0.5% of the whole territory taken in Ukraine. But they were seen as heroes and stuff, and so what Grisha is making of Wagner, and we can listen, if you really listen to the whole interview, he's just trying to give a good image of them. Oh no, the heroes, they're doing that for the good purpose, for common good, even though it's a private military company, and like any company, they're only doing that for money. And that's why when they were not giving any money, they were told they were not gonna get any money anymore from fighting in Ukraine. Well, that didn't please them, and that's why they rebelled. But for either Grisha or Tommy K to explain that, that's never gonna happen. I mean, because they're playing way too much of the actual propaganda. Oh, look, he's copium. Look, Putin's gonna be taken down. It's it's they're both businessmen. They're making a lot of money out of this bullshit. So they're not gonna go to the deep end of it and explain it like I did. For sure not. Even in his interview, right, when he gets asked about what was the beef between the Russian MOD, the Minister of Defense, and Wagner, Grisha doesn't explain it. The only thing he says is like, it was a march of defense, it was a march of justice, because he's here as the spokesperson of Wagner, trying to defend Wagner, which brought him so much attention, so much exposure, so much, and you know, Wagner literally promoted Grisha so much by giving him all the influence that Wagner have, the brand, you know, the brand thing, and what he provided to Wagner was what that propaganda that tried to make Wagner look actually not so bad. And during this whole interview, he's just gonna praise them, praise Prigozhin, praise everything, and say everything about Wagner is so great.
What the?
And no wonder. And since then, since he decided to do that, his income is multiplied by 2,000%, and he claims it himself in the video. So
Though
You guys
I
don't talk
don't have-
anymore, right? You guys don't talk anymore, right?
Nah, that guy.
he says they don't talk anymore. I highly doubt it. I think these guys are businessmen. They might still be talking. And I mean, maybe they don't. I don't know. Maybe they're both actually stupid. I mean, there's only two ways I see this. Either they're both actually stupid and they're both biting actually themselves into the propaganda they're giving out. So if that's the case, I don't know. I don't know if that's the case. I don't know. Actually, what you guys think in the chat? Tell me. Do you think that Tommy K and Grisha, both of them bite to the propaganda they're trying to give, or if they know very much it's bullshit, but they're only doing it because, especially for Grisha, right? It has been a huge boon for him, and for Tommy K, it's also a way to diversify his content. I don't know. That's an interesting question to me.
He said about me like, I don't know that guy. He never did anything with me. Though I don't possess any hard feelings for him because he helped me a lot, and
He promoted you. You only here because he was there,
he lives in Germany.
and he
I
chose you.
live in Russia. Maybe it's just the way the universe goes.
Right, right.
It's just the way the universe goes. You have no clue how the universe goes, sir.
Quick question: that soldier you met a couple days ago,
But
during
yeah,
that stream,
I think to me
what are
that's an
some
interesting question.
things he said about the front during that stream? If you just want to summarize it.
About the front, I can tell you. I told you about Ugledar a little bit. Ugledar is currently active defense phase. Kramatorsk, Slavyansk, possible next axis of the offensive.
So now History Legends is asking a 17-year-old questions about the next move of a superpower. Doesn't have no clue about that.
Summarize it.
Look.
About the front, I can tell you. I told you about Ugledar a little bit. Ugledar is currently active defense phase. Kramatorsk,
So he eventually can take what the soldiers on the ground tell him.
Slavyansk,
If that's even the
possible
case.
next
But
axis of the offensive. I don't know how well that matches with your.
Oh well, if you want to talk about this, no, but
I'm not good. I just transcribed his words because, well, you seem interested. You fired up a little bit.
So you said Kramatorsk, Slavyansk, Donbass.
Yeah. Also, I asked him. I talked with him a couple of hours ago. I asked him, "What do you want foreigners?"
You notice how many times in his interview he's gonna mention someone he talked a few hours earlier. Like there was the Russian TV officer that he asked if he should go to war or not. That told him, of course, you shouldn't. Then there's also he spoke to a lot of people before this interview. I hope this interview wasn't made at 8 a.m. because otherwise he must have had a very long night.
To hear, because I mean he doesn't really speak English. And what should be the main point I bring to foreigners? He told me for them to understand that the current war that's happening in Ukraine, for the West, it's for commercial purposes, and for Russians, it's for personal. And that's the difference of how it's perceived in both of our worlds, so to say. So here I am.
Well, first, you say that, and you say that's his words. Well, I can't trust you. I don't trust anything you say. So But to say that for the West it's commercial and for Russia it's in fact it's I mean it's been commercial from the start. The 2014 rebellion in Ukraine started when there was this decision made by Yanukovych, which had to choose between an economic agreement to make with the European Union and an economic agreement to sign with Russia. And in that sense, European Union was like, yo, if you sign with us, you can't sign with Russia, even though Russia wasn't against Europe signing a contract also with Ukraine. But Yanukovych was like, yo, I have these two choices. And he claimed to take the best one, and what it clearly, factually, it was the best one. The Russian offer economically was much better for Ukraine than the West, what the West proposes. I mean, the European Union is bullshit. It's crap. I mean, I'm in it, so I know what I'm talking about. This free trade and stuff. We could try and talk about it one other day, but um, yeah, the Russian proposition was much better, and so when he says that it's economic, yeah, of course it's economic. It's all about money, but and for Russia it's existential, and I think that's actually true. So if that's the soldier saying that, actually I can understand that because Russia's actual existence was being threatened by Ukraine, by the government that the Americans put in place after they came in 2014 and stuff like that. So, and it's true that for the European Union, it's just an expansion of their capital, trying to exploit more and more areas, you know. So in that sense, I actually totally agree. For me, it's that's totally the case. For the West, it's they don't give a shit about the Ukrainians. They talk about democracy and stuff like that, but in a democracy, we don't do elections. Elections is not a democracy, it's an aristocracy, right? So we claim to be in democracy, but none of us live in democracy. Aristocracy is like electing, choosing the best ones, right? That's what we do. We always try to choose for the best one, and that's giving your demos, your power to someone else. And that's not so it's not the people having the power, but it's the representatives. So we claim to be, you know, so democratic and stuff like that, but we're not much better than anybody else. So when we claim that it's for Ukrainians, for liberty, of course, all of that is bullshit, and it's mostly economic. That's, yeah, for sure. It's all about money. For Russia, of course, it's also about money, right? But it's also existential. It's true that it's way more existential for Russia than it is for Europe. Right? Ukraine is not threatening the survival of Europe, but Ukraine was threatening the survival of Russia. If they join NATO and stuff, I mean, it would have been a huge problem for Russia. Because you have to understand, during the Cold War, for example, one of the ways that the USSR was defeated, it was the fact that the Western Bloc, through NATO and stuff, was so strong that they could invest like 1% of their GDP into military equipment and put it all on the border with Russia, and Russia would have to react. But and of course, Russia would have to react and defend from that. But because their economy is way smaller, they would have to not invest 1% of the economy, but actually 20%, for example, of their economy into the military. So having Ukraine in the 2,000-kilometer border extra of enemy right at your borders is really strategically thinking. It's just right. It's very dangerous. So it's an existential threat for Russia because they would have had to react to that so much. I mean, and because also if you look in the map, Ukraine is all flatlands. I mean, it's very easy to invade, and what Stalin did at the end of World War II, they tried to push these borders, you know, all the way to the Carpathian Mountains and where in the North European Grand Plains narrow around you know, Czechoslovakia. That's what they did. That's where Stalin literally went with his army to protect the Soviet Union after World War II, and after the fall of the Soviet Union, when the USA, the winning bloc, which USA, we often portray the Russians have been taken over control over, like, you know, Hungary, Poland and stuff. That's very true. But the Americans have did the same with Germany, France, and Great Britain, and to this day, they actually didn't relinquish their control. So, yeah.
Telling this to you, and it is true. And especially we come back to the Nazis and the Soviets, World War II, literally.
So, Grisha, how do you see yourself in the next 6 months, 1 year?
Once again, in everything he speaks, when he talks about, even history and stuff, he's never saying anything interesting, anything new. He's not bringing any new ideas. He has no knowledge. He has no expertise to bring to us. He's just someone that has an audience, and he's speaking like nothing that he said until now was actually anything new or relevant or.
I mean, it's gonna be your birthday soon. How do you see yourself come into the adult life? I don't know when you graduate, so what are the next plans in your life?
Hello, History Legends. You asked me about my future plans and projects. I'm actually in Moscow right now, in the headquarters of the African Initiative. It's an informational agency about Africa.
Who wait, who is leading that initiative? Like, you're in Moscow, so is it what the Russian state that started this thing? So you were working for the Russian state, which would actually make everything that has been said so far clear, because you could, when I said that he was recruited by Wagner, just following the because for Russia, you have to understand that even for the Russian government, which Wagner tried to fight against, they had to maintain Wagner. Wagner is very important for them too. So having for the government, it's important also that the population has a good image of Wagner, whether in Europe or in Russia.
In collaboration with which I'm working on a big project called the Dawn of Africa. It's gonna be a modification for Hearthfire and 4. I mean, that's my main game in which I spent 7.5 of Africa, quarters of the African Initiative. It's an informational agency about Africa, in collaboration with which I'm working on a big project called the Dawn of Africa. It's gonna be a modification for Hearthfire and 4. I mean,
But his big project is something called the Down on Africa, and it's a modification of Hearts of Iron 4. But it's a mod. What's going on here?
the Dawn of Africa.
I guess if you understand, tell me, yeah? Because I'm trying.
You asked me about my future plans and projects. I'm actually in Moscow right now, in the headquarters of the African Initiative. It's an informational agency.
And remember, we talked about Wagner, the Russian government and stuff. He's in Moscow right now. And what is the Russian government using Wagner for? Especially fighting in theater of operation for Russians, for Russia, and with not their name. And one of the theaters of operation that Russia is fighting the most is Africa. So, I mean, it really shows that how did he come to care about Africa, this guy, right? It's just kind of funny. Right?
About Africa.
Kind of proving everything I said, right? That he's collaborating with Wagner and the Russian government in these actions.
In collaboration with which I'm working on a big project.
Big project
called the Dawn of Africa.
Dawn of Africa.
It's gonna be a modification for Hearthfire and 4.
It's a modification for a mod. It's a mod for Hearts of Iron 4. It's a big project, guys. Listen, look, they made this. They even made the fucking I don't know, what is that? Fucking flyers for this shit. What the fuck?
It's my main game in which I spent 7.5k hours.
Yeah, less than me. I beat you.
And me and the team of developers are conducting a
me and a team of developers. That's probably not Paradox developers, so they're making a mod, okay?
Scenario about the future of Africa. Well, the foreseeable.
They are making a mod about the future of Africa, okay? In collaboration with the Russian government, okay, fine.
For the probably till 2025, 2026.
But first, we would have to know who founds the African Initiative, who pays him for doing what he's going to do, and who pays that team of developers. Actually, we're going to cut it here. I'm just going to finish this part. We're going to cut it here. I'm going to do a little bit of research. That means 5 hours of stream, and we'll come back to look about what this is, this bullshit. because this thing is actually really crazy. We'll look. I'll make my research and we'll look into what is actually this thing. This thing is actually written in France. His agence de presse is press agency. It's written here in French.
While also giving sort of a
It's funny how so many people are initiatives to do in Africa, but all these initiatives never led anywhere for Africans.
history lesson on what had happened prior to 2024 so that people can learn about Africa and foresee what's gonna happen in the future.
So they're gonna foresee in the ROI4 mod what's gonna happen in Africa in the future. Okay. Or are you trying to influence what's gonna happen in the future in Africa by making this mod? I don't know.
I mean, for me, it's a very big project.
It's a very big project, yeah. I mean, why are you doing that? Why do you care about Africa now all of a sudden and stuff?
Hopefully, everything works out. I just wanted to make it more unique.
But he's not a developer. He's saying that he has a team of developers. So first, he's not a developer. He can't lead a team of developers. So the only thing he's doing for that African initiative is being, once again, a spokesperson. He's being, that's all I see. He's being the spokesperson. He's being the media representative, the media figure, because he doesn't know how to develop games. He has no idea.
Works out.
I mean, apart from that, maybe he has some knowledge in RE4 that could help a team of developers that have no knowledge about the game to help him make the mod eventually. Yeah, but I mean, I've seen so many people make mod about RE4. You don't need a team. There's so many people made mods of their own and they're great.
I just wanted to make it more unique.
I don't get it. Who finances all of that? We'll look into that into the next stream probably.
By recording it in Moscow. So yeah, back to the main interview. Thank you.
So he said nothing. He said, yeah, they're preparing a mod, but what is he doing? He's only promoting that stuff on television or stuff like that. He's okay. Whatever. Let's continue.
My dream, in a way, has been, well, small dream, creating a game similar to Call of Duty in style, but about Russian history. Well, it's.
But he's not developer. Okay, it's fine. You can have a project of making a game, sure, but he's not. He has no knowledge of developing stuff, right?
It's a minor goal. I just want to take part in it because. Well,
so he wants to make a game, sure. About Russian history.
I don't know.
Sure.
I really like video games, and I wanna. I think games are a great tool to study history, especially for the younger generation, because you got to speak. You got to speak their language if you wanna.
It could be very good to study history. I agree. It could be also very good to try to give a false vision of history, or to use them as propaganda, right? As he himself said in the title, and as we've seen the Americans do with Call of Duty since ever it existed, or every video games. I mean, a video game is just a cultural product. As I said earlier, every cultural product is made to influence people. Not only to influence people, but no, it's not made for that. But is necessarily influencing people in the way they think, they behave, and stuff like that. So, and the video game is just one other cultural product, just like the television, cinema, and all of those, right? So.
If you want to get them to know information, and especially with the way information flows nowadays, everything.
Of course, it could be used for good. It could be used for bad.
If you wanna, if you want your country to be strong, you got to take care of the younger generation. And well, I think I'm kind of the guy for that job, and I would love to push that policy. But yeah, I would love to continue connecting Russia with foreigners.
This kid doesn't know anything what he's talking about. It's so funny. He's being the spokesperson for the people that actually want that.
Say foreigners, it seems kind of offensive in my mind.
Okay, we're gonna stop here and we're gonna come back tomorrow. Thank you for watching. Peace.